Waiting for it to go live. We're live.
Hello and welcome to Plat Chat VALORANT episode 204. I just want to start this with a caveat that I will be leaning heavily on our esteemed guests, Paper Thin, Achilles, and Thinking Man of Valorant, because I haven't been watching Pacific this week, unfortunately. And the problem with that is I'm now in Americas, and so the time zone doesn't really work out. But my God, I've been looking at some of the games on VLR and like wishing that I had time to go and look at the VODs because they've looked nuts over there. Like it looks like it was a week in Pacific.
You need a lot of time, as it turns out, to look at some of the VODs. One of them in particular, you need a hell of a lot of time to
Did that break a record? Presumably that broke a record. We're jumping forward just to briefly touch on Nongshim versus RRQ, which Lotus went 22-20.
It's the post like partnership era LAN record. So
wow.
And then it's just overall like a pretty big record because then aside from that, like the IL record, I think it's still 1917 with FPX TRX. So it's just way out in front now. There's a couple other series that did go longer. The TSM Gen.G one from pre partnerships is I still think the record aside from the Red Bull home ground qualifier, but as far as like a VCT one is concerned, I think that's the longest, and then this is the longest in the modern era.
RRQ broke their own record.
I mean,
yeah, and they took the record from themselves.
What I love about this is like when the game was like, you know, I was talking to people about, oh, who do you think is gonna win, all that kind of stuff. Everyone's like, oh, this is gonna be close. And then there it is, fucking overtime. Overtime map 1, 22-20, map 2.
I think you mean there it is, the demonetization moment.
Oh yeah, sorry, whoops. It's
That's
fine.
right.
We got an ad.
Floodgates are open.
Don't worry, we've got a sponsor right after this. I'll bring it to you. But I was looking at this game and I was thinking, oh, this is going to be gutting for Chober again because he's going to be talking about how, you know, we could have beat them in 2 and we ended up losing overall. And then I'm looking at it and I'm like, well, I guess to be honest, Nongshim could have beaten them in 2 because both of the first maps were just overtime games. When you were watching it, was there a feeling that like one of the teams was better than the other? Sometimes these close games, you know, one of them still feels like the better team.
I was going to say, TFV, if you want to take that, because we weren't exactly watching it. We were casting it.
I was trying to maintain my sanity,
I mean,
I think for when the overtime started, maybe, I think it was right after Jemkin's ace in the first round, I stood up, because I was like, oh man, what a play. And then I was just on my feet for the entire rest of that fucking game. And I remember turning to Paper Thin. I think it was when we were going into the next map right at the start. And I said, do you remember how long ago it was that Jemkin got that ace? And I was like, it's been 43 minutes.
Wow.
From the time that OT started to when we were getting into the final map.
Yeah, and then even the final map as well. Like the first half, it's 6-6. And then Nongshim won the pistol, and I was like, okay, Nongshim, this is where you can start to take over. And then they lose the eco after, like the second round after, and it's like, Jesus Christ. Then at the end, they finally, on Pearl, did kind of string together, you know, the attack rounds to make it happen on map 3, but yeah, the game, the game was just ridiculous.
Like the Pearl, I thought was going to be another overtime for sure because both these teams have been absolutely cooking on it, like destroying teams on Pearl. And so I'm like, oh, here we go again. And then, you know, Nongshim did end up kind of running away with it on that map. But the whole thing was just, it was madness. I mean, it was just like huge clutch plays, like in these overtimes. It's just like one player steps up. Like X-Pharaoh had a couple incredible ones with the Vice Lurks, and like
I just love there were 2 aces in OT.
Yeah,
like you were talking about Gen.G getting an ace in round 25, and then there was a round 37 ace as well. No, that should never be a stat. That should never be a stat. I was just looking at it again here on the VLR performance tab. There were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 4Ks and 2 aces in the match.
And a lot of those 4Ks were in the overtime as well. I remember Persia had a 4K in there. Or was it Margaret had the ace, and then Ivy had a 4K? Like, yeah, it was just batshit crazy. One of the best maps of Valorant that I've ever gotten to cast.
17 clutches.
Like... Nongshim and playing memorable matches, like because obviously their Ascension game was a nail biter, an incredible one too.
See, 100 Thieves should take a look at this because this is how you print content,
right?
Instead of having the players go off and film things, like just make them play the game and put up banger series, and then you just get all the content you could possibly want.
Achilles, you don't understand. If it was 100 Thieves, then they'd have had to lose this game, not win it.
Still some tweaking that could be done there. But I wanted to bring this clip up here because it's the moment that Chobra gave up.
Lost all hope. Oh, that cushy.
That's so sad.
And then he sat down the next day to cast and just went, "Yep, love Nongshim, love their noodles."
I mean, the biggest problem that they had on that map was just they couldn't control that A main space. Like, we didn't see it in that round. But yeah. So, like, the thing was with, like, the Neon combo and the Tejo, you know, usually with the Phoenix and Pearl, you're able to take a lot of A main control, make sure you're getting those orbs, make sure you're funneling in the run it backs and stuff like that. But that wasn't happening. Nongshim was doing a great job of shutting down that Phoenix, like, control style that a lot of, you know, that Paper X is so famous for on that map. And then here, you know, it's been something that was been working really, really well for RRQ. But the Neon Tejo stuff just absolutely destroys.
Yeah, we are never allowed to say ever again the Paper X Phoenix Pearl that they're so famous for. I'm not going to get onto it just yet because we have to rewind, we have to pay our bills, we have to do a little sponsor plug. But at some point we must discuss Paper X. Okay, so RRQ Nongshim, if you haven't seen it, go back and watch it. I've got to go and catch that VOD as well, so I'm prepping like an entire day to watch that one, basically. But TMV's demonetizing moment of the day doesn't matter as much, of course, because this episode is sponsored by factormeals.com. So appreciate Factor Meals for sponsoring us. If you're unaware of Factor, though we have been sponsored by them before and appreciate them, they are a meal delivery service. Factor meals arrive fresh, fully prepared, perfect for any kind of active, busy lifestyle. Now, they say active lifestyle. I say, are you sitting around on your PC a little bit too much and you can't be bothered going up and cooking? You know, different stuff going on there, perhaps. They've got lots of different options with 8 different dietary preferences like keto and calorie smart and vegetarian, etc., etc. And so you can pick the meals tailored to your goals about what's going on. And they are dietitian approved and ready to heat and eat in 2 minutes. So you can fuel up and just feel great no matter what life throws at you. Like, for example, maybe a 22-20 game that you can't get up and go and disappear from your life and you're just entranced by what's on your screen. So if you're interested, then go and check out Factor at factormeals.com/Valorant50off. So the code is Valorant50off to get 50% off your first box plus free shipping. That's called Valorant50off at factormeals.com/Valorant50off to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box. Right. Let's move on to the other people supporting the show, though, who are our members. And the members have been fielding some questions from out of left field recently. If you're a member, you get access to our Discord. You get to ask us a question every week. And the limits of their depravity are unknown, as far as I'm aware. Kurt has to try to select the most intelligent, meaningful, Valorant-focused question every week. And this was the best he found this week. Bode asked, TMV has given you £10 to gamble. And you win 5 million. So an incredible profit. I don't know what you would have been betting
500,000x? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. How much money are you giving him? And so I just want to start out with a few options. Like, if this was multiple choice, obviously 0 would be an option because presumably it was a gift to begin with, right? And there wasn't much.
Oh no, I'm a loan shark.
You know.
You're a loan shark. Okay, so you asked. Did you have 500,000x interest?
The interest on that Achilles was much higher than 0. So I'm gonna need at least half of the money.
500,000%.
Half of the money. Half of the money.
My question would be more on the context of how I want it. Because if it was like a lottery ticket versus like going to a casino and like I was playing poker or blackjack.
What odds are you getting on a casino to get
how are you running
like double zero on the roulette like 20 times in a row?
Sometimes you just run it well, but like that would influence my decision. Because if it was a lottery ticket, I'd probably give a little bit more. But if it was something,
what's a little bit more? Give me a number. I want to know.
$10 million. I'd like if I won it on the lottery, I'd give you like 250,000.
Dude, $10 million. It says
Wow.
50 million.
Does it say
It's
50?
five.
Oh, no, it
5
says
million.
5
Sorry,
million. Sorry, it says
5
5
million.
million.
Wow, we're all
Yeah, you can give me 10 mil if you want to kill it.
Yeah, I'd give you 250K off a lottery ticket. But if it was like
Wow,
I had to
generous.
use some of my own skill to turn that into 5 million, then I'd probably give you like
roulette
100K.
skill.
I'd employ
I
you
said
for
poker and
minimum
blackjack
wage.
is what I said.
I'd employ you and force you into servitude, basically. Just use my vast wealth to oppress.
I'm just leaving with the money. I'm not even. I'm just disappearing. Like you'll never see me.
I mean,
again.
if you're paying him enough for him to willingly be working,
Not
for
even
you,
giving me the £10
it
back
wouldn't really be
would
that much.
be
It wouldn't really be
unreasonable.
oppression.
That would
I'd
be
give you
terrible.
the £10 back.
Okay.
No,
bad.
I mean, I'd keep plying you with money to see how much it would actually cost for you to oil up. If I had 5 million, surely we can hit the number. There's a number somewhere. We all know there is.
And it's significantly lower than you might think.
Not if I know he's got 5 million.
You're just milking me at that point. Yeah. Let's move on back to the Valorant. Now, Chekhov's gun of the Paper X, the Jing performance, etc. We have to return back to it. I feel like Paper X, they've got to be one of the big talking points of this week, because even when we did our power rankings last week, we found it very difficult not to put them in a decently high position. I was begging us not to, but we couldn't. We couldn't avoid it. And then they got destroyed by DFM. And I mean, that's got to upset the apple cart. What the hell was this? 13-1 performance on Pearl? What?
Yeah. This was about, so you guys were casting it, right? And about round 5 or 6, you were like, it was 5-0 or something, and you were both just like, this is strange, isn't it? Like, this
We
was
were
strange, isn't it?
I was lost. I was so confused.
After everything that had happened in the previous series, it was just like getting hit by a truck all of a sudden, because we come into it and like the Abyss was pretty competitive. There was some back and forth. Like Paper X had a pretty hot start, and then DFM kind of came alive and were able to take the map. And then this just happened, and I was just like, what the fuck happened to the path we were on? Like, it was really bizarre. And yeah, like I had to basically say, like, you know, we could have never anticipated this. That's why we sound so flabbergasted, because I just didn't want people to be like, well, they're just clearly biased against like blah, 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 blah. And I'm like,
mean,
no, like this is not the way that anybody thought this fucking game was gonna go. It is weird, and I had to bring attention to it.
I mean, here's the thing. I'm the biggest DFM homer on the planet, and I was still just, I had lost all sense of space and time. Like, I had no idea where I was. Like, this whole map is just a blur because it caught me so off guard. I mean, this has been a map, like, what was it, like 81% win rate on Pearl for Paper X coming into this, like, with the Phoenix comp. Like, this is, they were beating, like, NRG and EG in 2003, right? Like some of the best teams on the planet
2003.
Yeah,
2003.
Which is the last time the last time we got to see the map.
Paper X
really.
old, but goddamn, 2003 would be a long time ago.
But still, but the coordination just wasn't there, and like DFM was playing out of their minds. Like this was that DFM that we saw in the offseason for a brief moment that reared its ugly head again at the right time. Plus Paper X was not having a good day, and it looked like their comms just weren't there. Like they weren't really talking a lot, and when we saw them on camera, they were clearly just lost, just beaten and broken. Yeah.
Can we bring up the VLR page of their Pearl, if you could, please, Kurt? So if you go to Paper X and then you click Stats and you scroll down to their Pearl, just to show what Paper Thin's talking about there, that they, I mean, historically been very, very good on this map. But keep talking, TMB.
Yeah, I thought with this game, it was so strange because we've seen Paper X get outplayed before, right? Like they've had games or maps where
5 losses.
Yep.
Where they've
have a click on it though. Sorry, have a click on the down arrow. Oh, they lost to Wolves.
That's what it was.
off-season.
We broke them. You're welcome, DFM. Easy.
And then broke yourselves in the process.
Yeah, that took all we had to win an off-season game.
They have been running the same comp since 2003.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this was so weird.
23.
2003.
This was so weird because, as I said, like Paper X have been outplayed on a map before, right? And like their coordination is off, and they're just swinging things, and it's bad. And it's like, why are you swinging that and all that? But what was so strange for me is like, you know, and we saw, and I thought it was convenient for you, Paper Thin, to be, because you were on the cast, and like every so often you'd be like, yeah, well, I believed in DFM. You know, I predicted this 100%, definitely.
I didn't predict this
but
one.
then like obviously DFM, they go and lose to Gen.G later on. And like that's kind of, you know, that was perhaps more of an expected result of what you would expect from like, you know, a top team playing against DFM, where it's like, okay, DFM are decent, but how the hell are they beating them 13-1? What was so surprising was not only were they outplaying Paper X, they were just out aiming them. Every 1v1, it felt like they can't win. They can't, and like it's not, and DFM, as we saw against Gen.G, like they're okay, but you know, against the top team, they can get out aimed. You know, you can out aim DFM.
Does that speak to some of the inconsistency of the DFM players? Because when I've watched them sometimes, it feels like they, you know, I've seen maps from Akame, for example, where he looks super sharp.
Yeah, series before the their previous set. Yeah,
He was
Yeah,
blasting
and,
against G.
I saw, was it this game where Gen just went utterly nuts after he's been pretty like poor,
Plus
to be
16 on
honest?
Abyss.
His first kills. He was playing Omen. He had like 5 or 7 first kills, 0 first deaths.
Yep.
He was just basically on defending side, like pushing mid and just plugging Jing over and over again with a fucking shorty. Just jumping into. Okay, well, I mean, basically, we had a shorty out. I genuinely, that was not intentional whatsoever, but I'll ride with it. He's just fucking him right there in mid over and over again, round over round, and I was just like, how does he keep getting away with this?
Is that reasonable cope then for the Paper X fans that DFM just had a really good day?
No. You should be very concerned as Paper X fans. Like in particular, the fact that you ran 2 maps with something on Jet and he looked awful. He looked slow. He looked lost. He wasn't winning trades. He couldn't get an op in his hand because their economy was constantly in the dumpster. Like it was one of the worst games. You know, like usually like something gets on the Jet and all of a sudden you kind of see like a revitalized version of him because, you know, obviously now they're playing him a lot on the initiators and stuff like that. So now you get 2 maps where you can get him on that Jet, just get him in his comfort zone. Blade storms were all over the place. He wasn't doing anything with those. Like the classic things that we have seen from something that have set him apart, like him being able to jump in with the shorty and win rounds that way. None of that was really coming to fruition. It was a complete disaster. I mean, it wasn't just him. The whole thing fell apart, but he was definitely in particular something that really concerned me as a Paper X fan because like if you're gonna run this weird double duelist stuff or the, you know, Jing's playing Raze and he's playing Initiator, like where are you actually getting value out of something? Like what's going on in that department? Because if he can't play Jet when you need him to, then the whole thing's cooked. The whole thing's cooked.
And I think we shouldn't like underestimate either. Like Paper X have been to every international since Champs 2021. They like this is a big just even the fact that they lost this game, you know, would have been like a big story because of that. But they got also got destroyed, you know, by what will probably end up being like a mid-table team in Pacific. So like the significance of this is large, and like obviously questions are going to be made. And the thing is, obviously it's Paper X, and I think whenever you get a team like this, kind of like, you know, with FNATIC as well, it's like, can you make a roster move, right? We remember back to when something came in for Benkai, and at that time it was like, wait, what? Paper X have made a roster move? You know, it was quite a big deal back then that they even did that, right? But that did kind of, you know, really rejuvenate them, you know, for that time, and, you know, they kind of got back to winning ways. But like now it's like, can't make a roster move, can they? But it's like, this was like to the level of like, wow, maybe you consider it. Like if things don't go well in split 1, maybe you consider it for split 2, that kind of thing.
They should have been considering it like a year and a half ago. I mean,
You think?
plenty of the fans have
but
been
the thing is,
thinking
they were
about
still
it.
Jing came back.
Yeah, Jing came back.
I know Jing
But
came
they were
back,
still
but it's
making
like,
internationals though.
yeah, but it's like trying to get the band back together after they've like had their peak success. You know what I mean? Like
It's like going and watching the Eagles when they're 70 years old and can barely play their instruments anymore. Like,
right, but yeah, it kind of feels like that. And the much was made in this offseason about them trying to learn more proper Valorant. They're using Sova. They're playing occasionally Jing on Killjoy. I'm looking at some of the compositions that they've actually run in the season. They're not on meta. They're running a lot of their old stuff. They're not actually making changes inside, stuff that doesn't require a roster change, where you adapt to the meta and you change your play style and that kind of stuff. They're not really doing much of that from the look of what I've seen.
We've only seen Teo, like once from them?
Yeah, I think
Just
that's the big thing.
For second played
You would think that Teo, big combo
right up their
agent.
alley.
Yeah, big combo agent, you can play it fast, aggressive, then, just wait for a post plant kind of stuff. You would think that would be like tailor-made. You would think that like, oh, you can go heavy into Raze, you can go heavy into Teo. We're made for Paper X. Fracture's back in the map pool. I'm like, this is the thing as well. The next map pool has Ascent and Icebox in it. Not necessarily Paper X, especially Ascent, not their best maps, right? Like, this was a good map pool for Paper X in maybe a meta that suited them as well, and it hasn't gone well.
Well, also, I think the meta that we thought was going to be really good for them has actually ended up being quite like important that you play slowly and default super well, I think. Because on a lot of maps, you're running into double Sentinel, you're running into Vice compositions that separate off whoever's in first from other people. Not that that's actually played out in Paper X's matches specifically as a reason why they're losing, but I think the overall meta doesn't seem as good for a Paper X style as I thought it would be heading into the year.
Well, I think
right.
especially in this set, I felt like the map draft was, especially in hindsight, just a little bit puzzling, because the big thing that everyone was kind of talking about, I believe it was mentioned here on this very podcast, was that this is kind of a Raze-centric meta at the moment. That should be pretty good. Jing can really play around that, and they can go for double duelists on maps like Lotus if they want to continue to have something play the Jet there. But then they opt for to allow the Abyss to come through, knowing that that's going to be DFM's most comfortable and strong map. I think that they had
they've just been
they had a better idea about how to kind of like play against DFM on that map, but that ends up catching them in the mouth, and then they go for Pearl, where they don't run the race.
But
the
they
Phoenix
do
has
run
been
double
good in the
duelist,
past,
and they
but
do run Phoenix on Jing. Like those have been strengths for them.
But
if we hadn't seen this 13-1.
I just want to see the extra iteration on it, but I think if you're going to stick with, if I want to see them stick with anything, it would be probably just Jing on race and then iterate around that. But the fact that they didn't go for those maps where he can kind of be that force,
play the hits again.
I think if they had gone to Lotus, it would have been a much different story compared to Pearl, at least somewhat.
Play the stuff from your first album. We all love that. Like, it's fucking get him off the stage, man. Get him off the stage. I feel like the answer to the question below is yes, it's time to panic for the context reasons that you've given, TMV. But something that we haven't really discussed too much, Achilleos is touching on it there. What would a reasonable answer be? Achilleos would like them to go back to the classics, focusing on playing the Jing Rays and really build around that. Anybody else with different takes about what the future should look like for Paper X?
I kind of agree. I mean, I think that's the maps where they've looked the best so far this year, is when Jing has been playing the Rays. I think they should have been leaning into Taeho a little bit more. I think that overall just makes a bit more sense. I think you could slot that in instead of Sova on the Pearl comp, and it probably works better for the most part for them, like with the way that they could take a main control a little bit deeper and use those guided salvos and stuff to make sure that they're claiming that space. I mean, not that DFM was being super aggressive at controlling it. I mean, DFM was playing ultra passive at the starts of rounds. Like, they were just sitting and waiting and watching and seeing what Paper X was going to do and looking for their moments. And then they'd win those first duels sometimes and things would just kind of crumble apart. But I think the Rays maps have looked the best. And I think, you can kind of run into that kind of high tempo style again. You're just going to have to be a lot more cautious with it because of what you're talking about with the heavy Sentinel styles and stuff like that. Make sure you're finding ways to get around the Vice util, the Deadlock util. That might take some workshopping, but the big question for me, honestly, is something like, what do you do with that player? Because if he can't destroy on Jet, and the initiator stuff is not bad, but it's not like, I'd rather have Forsaken on initiators. So what are you going to do around that player? That's my biggest question.
I think if I were them, I would just go all in. Go all like the thing is, people always want Paper X to change their kind of philosophy, you know, and like, oh, you guys got to dial it back or whatever. But I always think like they're just at their best when they're just laughing. You know, they're at their best when they're like actually just having fun. And so I would just say like, I think there's enough proof out there that on most maps you can play without like a hard sentinel and it's fine, right? So I would just be like, just forget playing, you know, the ciphers and the like. Why is Jing on cipher on Abyss? Don't put him on Cypher on Abyss. Put him on Phoenix again. Put him on whatever, right? Put him on whatever. Just so that he can put him on Raze. I don't care, right? Like, but like you don't need that. I think enough teams have proven. I mean, we saw it like Gen.G were playing no Sentinel on Breeze, right? Which if you would have told someone like, oh, the best team on Breeze is not playing a Sentinel on Breeze, everyone a couple of years ago would have looked at you like, you know, you're from Mars. Like, so I think just lean into that. Play go for Vitality triple initiator if you want to. Go for double duelist all the time. Just have fun. You know, just go into that. And if it doesn't work, then maybe by the end of the season you say, okay, now we need to change it. You know, and that might be roster moves, that might be change of philosophy, all of that. But for now, I would just say, go back to the hits. Have your one last tour. You know, go on your little last tour. You know, the last ride. See if it works. If it doesn't, you know, you say, oh, we had a good time. We had a good ride. You know, let it die. And if it comes back, you know, and you find the magic again and, you know, start bringing out the old 12 string and, oh, it sounds all right.
You guys sing Oasis by chance?
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about the Eagles. It's that kind of time, isn't it?
Yep. It's Hotel California. Just break it out and play it 5 times in a row at the show. Just like let it...
Yeah, just hope that the audience is drunk enough that they don't realize that's...
Yeah.
At this point, for a lot of those band members, it's probably the only song they remember how to play.
Oh.
Okay, let's move on to our next topic, though. The Paper X fans are sad enough already. Have I been justified with my take that DRX were the best team in Pacific? I didn't watch the game against Gen.G, and I didn't watch T1 play against TALON, and those are the two that look like they're in contention with DRX T1 in that upper bracket final. But how's the take aged from me sat here on the sidelines?
Even
Pretty
a broken
well.
clock
Pretty
is
well.
right twice a day. That is what I would say.
They look really clean. Gen.G had a good rally back. I mean, you could tell.
If they would have thrown this map, by the way, I was
my God, that's
losing
6
my
rounds.
mind. They were 12-6 up. They were dominating Gen.G. Freeing is the GOAT. He's the greatest player in the world. And then it's like, as soon as they got to 12, it's like they just completely forgot what to do. It's like they just went, wait a minute. And we actually beat Gen.G, and they just went, ooh, I don't know. And then as soon as like this always happens, you have a lead, and then it's like you have to wait till you lose the lead till you actually like go, okay, now we can kind of go back to, you know, getting what we need to do. I was losing my mind because they had so thoroughly outplayed Gen.G that if they would have lost this game, I would have been so pissed off. Because it just would have been against what I'd been watching for the 2 hours that I had. And I would have just been like so annoyed that DRX, you've just got this little brother syndrome that you can't beat these teams. And then they finally did. And I was happy for them because they were definitely the better team. And somehow Sideshow was right. He wanted Paper X down there. He wanted DRX up there. It's happened. It's true. If DRX don't go to Bangkok, I'm also going to be pissed off because they definitely are the best team.
Why do you even bring that up? Do you think that there's a chance that they choke? Was that like
absolutely?
That
I think there's a chance they choke. Absolutely.
Oh,
There's I mean, there's a lot of layers, I think, to that next series, because obviously you've got Stax and Buzz going up against their previous org, going up against this like newer talent. My biggest question is going to be like, just from having played with each other for so long, like, and Stax being in IGL for obviously longer than Mako, like, will he have a really solid understanding of Mako's kind of like calling style and how Mako is going to approach it? That's where I feel like T1 are going to be able to get potentially the bigger advantages, just kind of like metagaming and understanding how their opponents like to play. But I don't know, man. I've been contemplating this series for a while. You know, since it got set up, like who takes this, because like Buzz can still be a demon. Meteor looks like one of the best players in the world. on a given day. But then you've got Freeing, who is just absolutely pounding, no matter who he's going up against, no matter what he's playing. It's mostly Teo, but like he's just going fucking ape shit. Like I don't know which way to split this. Mako is also like he's back to IGLing, but still kind of hitting these peaks of like old Mako when he was on like 20, DRX like 22, 23. Like it's just been, it's really, I think, a tough call. But either way, I think it's going to be banger series. But I think DRX actually probably take this one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm leaning a bit more towards T1 just because of the player's experience, even though I think DRX has a very, very good chance to win this. And they might be the odds-on favorite, like when it all kind of boils down with what we...
Hello, we've lost him.
Oh, no.
Oh.
I'll jump in, though, because I just want to say that...
died. Yeah.
I just want to say that, like, the DRX are benefiting from the fact that they have the best Teo player and they know how to use Teo the best. Like, that is a massive advantage that they have over everyone else.
That's what I was just about to say.
You watch Freeing play Teo, it's better than other people playing Teo. Like, obviously,
You reckon he's just best in the world at the moment?
That's what I said.
On that agent,
100%.
I don't think it's close. Like,
Because when I was watching the first match, I felt like Freeing's util was like fine, but he was running around and just destroying everybody. And it was more to do with his rifling. So was he demonstrating extremely good, like?
I think he's definitely gotten better at it. Like the stun, like most people probably think of the stun as like whatever. Like he's finding multiple rounds of like it's getting good value from the stun. Right. He seems to have just a much better understanding of like when to use it, how to use it.
Are we talking defense side, like as people are scaling?
Doesn't matter.
Both.
Right.
Like he can use it to re-clear an area. He can use it to just stop a push coming in. Like he's finding value from like all aspects of the agent. He still has the odd ult. I still think the ult usage from everyone, could still probably use a little bit of work. But even the ults, he's finding more value on that than most people as well. I mean, most people just they might as well fucking send it off the map. They might as well just put it as far out the map as they can. If you're playing on blind, you might as well put it on icebox because most people, it's just doing nothing for them. At least he's finding some value with it. He's the GOAT.
Yep. He's the best Teo in the world, in my opinion. Yep.
Okay. And you reckon that'll... well, I mean, presumably that did make the difference in the Gen.G game.
Oh, yeah. I mean
they were
it was one of the things.
They were better in every aspect, to be honest, though. They were
yeah.
Clearly
and
the better
Mako
team.
was clutching up, and it was kind of like all those. And Flashback was playing a lot better than he had been the last couple of weeks. Like, so if everybody's clicking on that team, man, they are so scary. And I mean, Bane is just he's going to be your weakest fragger, but again, he's supposed to be your vibes guy. But his utility pretty good. And
what was going on there?
But he also has been stepping up too.
Exactly.
And that's why they're like really scary. Right now, the form that they're in, it's like similar to the run that they had at the end of like stage 2 last year when like Flashback really and Bane in particular, when they got themselves into the grand final versus Gen.G. But now they like with the rest of the team just going crazy and Mako like re-hitting his stride and Freeing just being a fucking insane player. They are a deadly squad. And the thing I think that is probably the most promising for them if they can make it to Bangkok, is just that like Termi and Glow have shown that like they also do very good prep of the international stage. So I think that they will be in a very good position for that.
How was Foxy versus his former team? People were giving
he
him
was
a lot
doing
of
well.
talk.
He played well.
I think he top fragged for the team.
Yeah,
Right,
this first map he got bullied on the defense side a bit on some of the rounds. Like this one was a good example. He
had like a little bit of a warm up period.
Yeah, but he was fine. He wasn't a problem. But they just got
his
severely
was
outplayed.
solid
The whole
on
team got
Vice.
outplayed.
Yeah. Well, Gen.G, I do want to move on to talking about Gen.G as well, because we want to talk about them getting their bounce back against DFM too. But they're running 0 Tejo. They haven't run Tejo a single time.
They're running the exact same comps they ran last year.
That
exact same
is
stuff.
odd.
Since 2003.
That is odd. I feel like Gen.G were... I mean, they were on meta, but they were also meta-defining on some of the maps, like or maybe not meta-defining because other people didn't copy them as much, but the like 0 Senti stuff that they were running with the double duelist, double smokes kind of comps that they ran on Breeze, and then they ran on like Abyss too. They were finding a lot of value out of running, cutting edge things, I suppose you could call them. And I'm looking at what they're doing now, and it's very, very Barry basic.
Well, I'm curious if this is kind of just a if the cause of this is basically that they're continuing to try to further integrate Foxy and Yeoman in, because I think week over week compared to the last years they played, they looked a hell of a lot better, way more comfortable with the team. Yeoman started like putting up numbers again and really starting to be able to frag and calm with his team a lot more comfortably. I thought that the difference was pretty immediately noticeable. So I'm wondering if this is a decision from Solo and HSK to basically say like, let's keep comps like pretty basic. Let's not try to work on anything super intuitive or super meta defining. Let's focus on the fundamentals. And then once those are sound, that's when we'll start to iterate again and try to be the ones that are defining things. But until the team play is there, we can't do that. I'd be curious if that's kind of the approach that they have.
I fully agree with what Seth's saying, and to build on top of that, what I noticed in like the previous games of Gen.G so far, and then a very stark difference in the DFM game was Foxy being able to lurk a little bit, spread the map a little bit more, something that MIBR was really good at last year, where he was just able to read the opponent so well. And I mean, Munchkin does it great too. He was all over the place against DFM, but I think like that was something that we were seeing and we were talking about with Foxy, was he was able to hold the line sometimes, win these, 1v3s like down mid B on Lotus and things like that, where he's just able to kind of outplay you with his individual mechanics and movement and things like that, the micro stuff. It was the macro stuff that I think he was struggling with in adopting with the team. He was still fragging, like there was no doubt about his mechanical skill, but it didn't feel like he was quite adapting to the style that Gen.G likes to play, which is to keep your opponent off balance. It's to be confusing, to catch them off guard, to outmaneuver, to kind of play the chessboard better. And that's something they were struggling with until DFM, when they really, to me, looked like they had found their groove in that regard. And I mean, probably part of that's because DFM just wasn't ready for it. They had less than a day. Yeah, they played back-to-back days, so that's tough no matter who you are. But it looked like Gen.G was finally starting to click with what Seth is talking about, those fundamentals.
Do you think that Gen.G are in a good spot to be able to make Bangkok?
I think they don't. The thing is, it's Gen.G, so you always have the like potential of like, oh, they could just all turn up. I mean, they only need to win 2 games, and they could just all turn up and like maybe. But I don't think they've looked that amazing personally. Could they do it? Yes. Like if DRX beat T1, I think they have a decent chance, because I think they'd probably be slight favorites against Talon, and then like it would be kind of a toss up, I think, between T1. If T1 beat DRX and DRX, like say T1 play really well in that game and DRX, still play at the level that they have, I don't see them beating them. I just don't, because like that DRX Gen.G game like will just live in your head, and maybe they could turn up and get revenge or whatever, but.
Or DRX could choke, like we were talking about.
Or DRX could massively choke, but as long as they don't do that, like they clearly were the better team. And then against DFM, it kind of felt like, it was better, but I also felt like, they got away with some rounds maybe by, just someone winning some gunfights, or DFM making a mistake that maybe a better team wouldn't. And so, could they do it? Yes. Will they do it? I think right now I'm on the sneaky no train.
I mean, that'd be pretty momentous as well. Yeah. Like adding the context in that PaperX are missing their first international event since 2003. Gen.G also not making it when they were at every event last year and were the best team of 2024 too. That's a different time for Pacific out here.
Well, it's kind of what we expected, right? Like we talked about this at the beginning of the season, that this was such a close league. Like it was so hard to read who was going to be able to come in here, who was going to be able to play really, really well. And I mean, PaperX, I think I said it on this podcast, there's always going to be one team that really surprises you and one team that kind of just drops off. And PaperX turned out to be the team that dropped off. And I don't know if you want to say it's DRX or DFM or somebody who's maybe performing even above expectations, but that's how difficult Pacific is, how tight it is around everything. Not even, we thought maybe it'd stratify right into like top 3 or top 4 or something like that, and then the middle of the pack would be super condensed. It's basically like, for me, like, yeah, even spread. Almost like anybody could beat anybody, it feels like.
It feels like DRX are kind of like way out in front, and with some of the shakiness that T1 has had, especially with like the Boom series, it's kind of gets them separated a little bit from being quite as clearly up there. So yeah, I mean, I fully agree. I think that things are just super tight knit. I mean, Boom's impressed. I mean, you know, we knew that they had a lot of potential and they could make a, you know, kind of be like a dark horse, but like their series were super close. They were looking overall pretty good. Nongshim has continued to just blow people away because I think some people other than TMV thought that like, okay, well now they're in the big league, you know, they'll have some maybe like big moments here and there, but they're not going to be able to make that like kind of like top 6, you know, whatever run like off the rip. Nope, here they are. But in any moment in that, you know, that Lotus or whatever changes the entire outcome of their series, and you know, and suddenly it's RQ that's there. Like everything has been so just close for the most part.
Well, I want us to move on to a game that kind of talks to exactly what you're bringing up there. That it's tight in Pacific, but also talking about some of the potential shakiness that we're seeing from T1. I want to go on to talk about T1 Talon and get your thoughts on this, because Talon have done better than I expected in this bracket, actually, making it to top 4 right at the beginning. When I saw Talon's initial game, I wasn't as impressed with what I was seeing, so I thought, hey, maybe they'll end up slumping out a little bit here. And then I haven't watched this game again. I want to put that out there. But the VLR page itself looks unusual. I mean, you've got a blowout in map 1, and that matches with what I saw in the prior week, because Talon looked really discoordinated with the Tejo compositions. So, okay, I'm understanding that. Then map 2, I mean, I guess I don't get that as much. I know that T1 did struggle a little bit on bind in their game against Boom, if I'm right thinking about that.
Yeah.
But a 13-4 loss is kind of wild for T1, and then they rebound in the third. Can you walk me through this game? What was going on here?
Both teams decided to do a little EG cosplay, put on the little, I don't know if you can get up the newer EG jersey, Kurt, that they wore for their second game or most recent game, where it looks like they're just covered in glue. Like, it looks like they've just, you know, got glue just all over them. It looks like that. The first 2 maps of this series, so I'm waking up 8 a.m. Yeah, this one here. Yeah, just the glue
That's
jersey.
not as bad as you were making it out to be.
Yeah, but that's just
I mean, the
what it
100 Thieves jersey, like I said, it'll make them all look like they were a bunch of plasterers just gotten off a job.
Yeah.
But that's honestly, I was waking up at 8 a.m. watching this game, and I'm just I'm losing my mind. Both teams on their own map pick just looked like they had no fucking clue what they were doing.
Oh, I didn't even twig that. Talon picked Fracture.
Yeah, Talon picked Fracture and
picked
T1
Bind.
picked Bind. It was honestly, T1's Bind. I was just losing my shit at how bad. I was like, how is this team? Like, cause you know, like what? It was so strange because the team that won obviously played pretty decently on the map that they won, right? So I'm watching like Talon just, you know, cover themselves in glue and just, you know, drooling all over the floor, like struggling on Fracture. Then we get to, but T1 like, look, you know, a competent, you know, well-run team that know what they're doing. They're the better team. They're going to win. Then we get to Bind, and it's the exact opposite. And T1 decide to just, you know, eat the crayons on the floor, and Talon then decides to become the adult in the room, and it's just like, what the fuck are you guys doing? And just like taking the free gifts that they give them. Then map 3 was kind of like, yeah, it was more of a standard map. We kind of
What this reminded me
normal.
of.
Yeah.
What this reminded me of was I want to say it was like stage 1 Talon versus Paper X, or maybe it was I think it was stage 1 last year when they got 0-13'd by Paper X, and then they just turned around and won the next map like 13-7. And so like
maybe it's the kink, maybe it's the humiliation kink.
I
We have to
just-
play
I
map
think that
1
they know how
really
to-
bad
Oh, no.
to get map 2 going.
Not
wasn't
this
me.
again.
Didn't say it. Didn't mention it. Might have teed it up, but I'm just saying I think they know how to rebound.
Yeah. I've just looked this up because I was curious about it. T1 have picked Bind in all 3 of their series so far, and then 1 and 2 on their own map pick. Like, they lost it to Boom, and they then lost it destroyed
They
in this
must be
series.
frying on this in scrims or something, because they're not I mean, you beat Paper X on it, and now what does that mean, right? Like, what does that actually imply for this map as something that you're going to be potentially playing for the future? They don't look well coordinated. Their attacker side struggles. They have no idea how to get through defenses. Their util isn't impactful at all. Like, they're not clearing space. They're not reading the maps well. You know, obviously with Boom, you could argue it was a bit of a just they ran into a great anti-strat where Boom had prepped for them really well, but then you go to Talon and what do you say against that? I mean, obviously, yeah, Primmy's good and stuff, but beyond that, it does not look well coordinated. The Vice does not look comfortable for Meteor. He's losing a ton of duels over in Shower. I think you got to get him off the Vice if you're going to stick with this, because he's not really getting value out of the utility the same way he would a Cypher or a Killjoy. He's not able to really play off of his own ability to get information and set himself up as well with the Vice. So I think that's something to look.
He's been murdered again. He got taken out
Is
by
it
the
that's
snowing? Is it snowing or something? Like, what is going on?
Why? I don't know why the snow would
My
be
internet
affecting
is not
your
like
internet.
it's only when I'm on Plat Chat. I was literally just spending hours with you, Seth, playing games.
Yeah,
Never dropped.
we were
Never
playing World of Warcraft. I don't know.
It's only on Plat Chat.
Just, have you
Tell
paused
me-
your
Big,
4
it's big
terabyte porn
T1.
download?
It's
Yeah,
SK
big
Telecom.
T1. I mean, yeah, T1 literally does own internet cables, don't they?
I use SKT. That's my internet provider. So maybe
Oh
they're
wait,
trying to cut me off.
you use SK Telecom?
Yeah.
Oh,
How dare
their
you be
internet's
speaking
dog.
badly
Oh,
about
no,
corporate
this is- oh, no.
overlords.
I don't
Their
have a
phone
choice.
their phone service is excellent, but their fiber internet is not as good as KT's.
My landlord pays for this, so I don't have a choice. I just get what I'm
It's one of
stuck with
those
this.
deals.
Yeah.
Well, it's better than LG.
Tell me about Primmy. I was not a fan of running Primmy on the Tejo. It looked really uncoordinated last week. And I was talking last week about the fact that you need to find roles for him, agents, where he can play the like second in kind of person. So like when they run the Clove or potentially the Deadlock. I've noticed from these couple games that Primmy's been playing a lot of Deadlock in the matches. So how have Talon looked overall?
I think the first, like this game, wasn't like necessarily the Primmy game. Like the second game they played was more to me like the Primmy game.
Right.
You know, and yeah, I think the Deadlock, you know, apparently the Deadlock is one of those agents where you can just let him go and he will fry. And yeah, I think, yeah, it was more so that second game where they played where I think Primmy like really kind of took over. What was it, on the Lotus? Was it?
Yeah, his Lotus
Yeah.
was.
And
crazy.
actually, sorry, I teed this up quite poorly
Oh, and
because
Split,
before we
sorry,
move on to Talon beating Nongshim, which I do want to spend some time on. We also had Chobra right before we went live was giving us some insight from Meteor's stream.
Just
So-
before you do that, Sideshow, can I say
Yeah.
something just quickly?
Go for it.
Whilst we're bringing up Chobra, this is really been getting on my nerves now, right? Because as some of you will know, Chobra is apparently not going to be on the VCT Pacific broadcast. And obviously Achilleos and Paper Thin, you guys work for the Pacific broadcast, so you might not want to say too much because, you know, it's your job and you don't want to hurt the
I
higher
fired him
ups.
personally.
And Sideshow, you know, you do only care about yourself. You only care about yourself, so you're not going to say either.
Crazy.
But here's the thing. Chobra is an amazing caster. I was listening to him cast, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, VCT Pacific? What the actual living fuck are you doing? Chobra is someone who speaks Korean, speaks English, is an amazing caster, cares about the scene a lot. We know he's putting the time into the scene because he's doing co-streams with us, Sideshow, or he's streaming tier 2 Korean Valorant, so we know he's fucking watching the VODs, we know he's fucking putting in the work, he's a great caster, he's great on the desk. What the fuck are you doing, VCT Pacific? What the fuck? And you might be like me, thinking that Chobra, oh, he's only 24, he'll be fine. The man is 36. I know he looks 24, but he's 36, okay? The man's got a wife. VCT Pacific, what the fuck are you doing? Okay, go.
Is he actually 36?
Yeah.
he is,
yeah.
yeah.
Damn.
No, I
I
mean,
thought he was just like 2 years older than me.
here to everything you said, TMV, except for the year. Except why would it? Why is it more important to keep him having a job if he has a wife? He's not. Like,
I don't know.
He's 36. He's still able to find other jobs. That's.
I don't know.
But yes, it is a massive loss to the Pacific talent, I think. confusing why that has occurred, but we'll still be able to make good use of him here on Plat Chat as well. And thankfully, he is still hanging around doing co-streams. And I think he has translated this, but it's possible somebody else has, and Chobra was just showing it to us. Yeah, I think somebody else has. So I think this is from a Twitter user, UUBB. And Chobra sent this one over to us. Well, how do I say that correctly?
Try again.
Uyu, baby.
Perfect.
Ooh. Is it not supposed to be like uwu, uyu?
Well, uyu in Korean is just milk.
Milk.
Oh,
so it's actually milk baby.
Milk baby. Okay, I'm happy
Even
with
better.
that. That's easier for me to say. So milky baby. We are going into the translation that they posted on their Twitter of Meteor's stream. Now, why Meteor is doing a live review of their match against PaperX on stream? Why is that even a thing that the pros are doing? That, I mean, great content, but like they're still in the tournament. That's insane to be giving away insight while you're in the tournament like this.
He's setting up smoke screens. He's laying false information crumbs across his VOD review.
Well, I don't know, because Chobra said he watched it on stream, and Chobra said it showed us a lot about T1's position right now and how they might grow, and also Meteor's value as a member of the team. And then there's an English transcript of some of Meteor's stream reviewing their match. And he says, I'm just going to read some of it out. So this is Meteor saying this. About our timeouts, where do I begin? So let's say someone makes a mistake in game.
Never a good start.
Let's say someone makes a mistake in game. Head coach Autumn often tells us to wake up or focus up. But what I told him is we know better than anyone about our mistakes in game since we're in the server. What we want is solutions when we hit a wall. I told him the day before, so the day after Boom's match when we were talking feedback, he said last year there were some times it didn't work out. And so I told him, Meteor told him, sure, but for us right now, we need someone who gives us the solutions. And so the conclusion of this, to skip forward a little bit, was to try Carpe for Kickoff. And so Carpe was then in the coaching booth for Kickoff, which I hadn't realized. And he was there giving them extra solutions, etc. And then during the match against PaperX, so T1 versus PaperX, it's at 11-11. And he said, this timeout gave us the victory. There was some, but Meteor says, there was some back and forth here. And like I told you earlier, I said I wanted solutions. So previously, there used to be a lot of player-focused feedback from Autumn in the timeouts. If player A wasn't doing well, it was like, player A, you need to lock in. But during my time here on T1, I felt like I can be a player that can notice those things and provide feedback. What we're missing is the overall large solution. And then in the timeout, Autumn said, I think A site is very easy. And then he stopped there. So I said, no, just tell us, are we going A or not? And he tells us to go A. So we go A and we win the round.
Dude, holy shit, what a genius.
But like,
He wasn't wrong. Autumn based as fuck.
Yeah, but I'm reading this and I'm like, is this how Autumn's been coaching for the last 3, 4, 5 years in Valorant?
Since 2003.
That's a very... There's a large range of coaches and a large range of different things being offered. But you'd never really want to be in a position as a coach where you sign a player from a really good team like Meteor from Gen.G, and he comes in and he goes, what the fuck are you guys up to? Because that's what this feels like. This feels like he's in the timeouts and he's like, this is how you all run things around here?
Well, I think it speaks to, Meteor's experience with Solo as the head coach on Gen.G, right? I guarantee that Solo was a much more nuts and bolts, I guess I'll put it that way, kind of coach, right? Like he's coming in there and he's kind of giving you exactly what he's seeing and exactly what he wants you to do potentially. Whereas Autumn might be more of a, vibes kind of coach, like trying to keep track of the psychology of the players and that kind of thing, which obviously probably isn't going to work like in the long run. I mean, obviously there are times where you need to step in and deal with the psychology because maybe there's some fighting or there's too much excitement or something like that where players aren't focused up like they need to be, sure, then you need to step in and do that. But if it's the only thing you're doing during timeouts, that is a huge problem. And definitely Meteor is right to say, like, hey, you need to give me solutions. You need to tell me what you're seeing, because he sees the bigger picture, right? From inside of that coaching booth. He's seeing the whole planet, whereas, you know, the rest of them are just seeing a small forest. He's able to see those trees. So he needs to be the one that kind of put all that pieces together and then funnel that information to the players. Even if it's something as simple as just go A. Sometimes that is actually the correct answer, but obviously probably want a little bit more behind it there. But yeah, I mean, I think Meteor is probably correct, and it's kind of curious to see him call it out on stream. It's kind of curious that T1 is letting him stream these matches like you were talking about earlier. I think the whole thing is very intriguing for sure.
It definitely makes
on that
Meteor
team
look
has good.
Go on. Well, I was going to say it makes Meteor look very good because he's talking about everything from his perspective. And it doesn't make Autumn look very good. Like, I just want to read another small passage, just like a couple sentences. I felt this timeout brought us the win. See here afterwards, we go A again. It made me wonder, Autumn is capable of doing this in timeouts, so why hasn't he done it until now? But you see here after the game, I shared some words on stage with Autumn. I told him, these are the calls that help a ton more during a timeout. And he just nodded his head, hugs me, and tells me, love you, Meteor. So I was counted proud of myself.
God, it's like a fanfic at the end.
I think the whole way, the way that you're reading it, I just wish that it was Charles Dance reading it, like on Big Fat Quiz, where he just comes in and reads some asinine shit. Oh man, no, I was gonna say, like, if anybody on this team though could just be like, I'm gonna go on stream and talk about this, and like is a big enough swinging dick on the team, like clout wise, it's Meteor, so
Sure.
he could just get away with it if that's what he was going for, but. Yeah,
He also
hopefully he continues the trend in the right direction.
Another small sentence that was unrelated that must have just popped into his head halfway through. While he's talking about this timeout and the kind of, stream of consciousness, one of the sentences in the middle was, I personally felt that us beating Boom was a miracle too, watching our own play. So he's clearly not been too happy with how everyone was performing on T1 up until this point. I don't know the tone of it. Chobra's done a great job of translating this, but you can't translate tone as well in this. So it's hard for me to know whether it was like, a bit of a frustrated tone or whether it was just like, somebody taking responsibility for the team or relieved tone or something like that. But it's really awesome insight, but unusual insight too.
It's just amazing, isn't it? Let's have more of this. Let's just have more like blunt play. In fact, this actually might be even better because you say you can't tell the tone from translations. Let's get more players just saying things, and we just completely miss out like all of the tone and kind of context, and just read it out here on Plat Chat and be like, "Can you believe he said this?"
Yeah. So that is amazing, though. That really is amazing. It worries me slightly for T1, I must be honest. Let's move on to talking about Talon, though, because I kind of cut us off halfway through talking about Talon's resurgence against Nongshim RedForce. If you'd asked me before this game, I thought Nongshim looked better than Talon did. In the end, though, Talon came out with the victory here 2-1. Fairly close games up until the final map where Talon just destroyed. What was the difference maker here?
Remy.
Well, Cruz stepped up. A lot in this match.
I mean, Jit Boys
as well had a good
was
game,
kind of
but
playing like fucking.
Jit Boys has been really good
guy.
again this year.
He's
He's
insane.
been really good the last couple of years.
I think he was lacking in their first. It was neither or maybe it was the series that sent them down to the lower bracket. But one of the series, I was like, "Ooh, it feels like he's not really in that groove." But this was very much the usual Jit Boys that I'm kind of accustomed to seeing. For me, this series felt like a slight difference of Primi very much being online and towards its maximum potential. Jit Boys looking great, calling being solid from Talon, but then also I think not trying to like make excuses for them or anything like that. So the Frost don't try to kill me. But it felt like Nongshim was fairly exhausted in this series after the long fucking day that they did have in the prior. It felt like that took a toll on them. things weren't coming together. The calling was off. The coordination wasn't quite as there. The aim wasn't quite as sharp as we were seeing from Nongshim just 24 hours prior. I think that, you know, this is something that they're going to have to, you know, get used to. Is like if you get knocked to that lower bracket, you have to have the stamina to be able to maintain form to go on a run. And this is kind of the first time that they've ever really been brought to a halt in their careers in Valorant. So I think this is going to be a good learning experience from them. But that was kind of one of the big aspects of it as well for me.
I was kind of interested.
Go
Oh,
ahead,
sorry.
go ahead.
I was kind of interested what you two thought on, like, obviously Premier is not playing Duelist, and they've got Governor on. I think he played Raze all 3 maps in this game, but obviously he's playing Duelist for them now. But like he felt almost like a kind of, you know, secondary, you know, kind of force in this game. Like not like, you know, not that he was like awful, but you know, he definitely wasn't like, you know, a prime reason of like why they took this over the line. I'm just wondering what you guys think in terms of like, is that the best solution for them then? Like, I mean, Premier obviously did very well here, but could he also do very well on Duelist, and Governor maybe, you know, didn't do as well?
What I would say is I actually agreed with what Frost was talking about in his interview, because we have started getting the coaches on the analyst desk before the matches start. So for anybody who doesn't tune in to the pre-show, that is something that you can look forward to. And Frost just straight up said, like, I'll just tell you how it is. Like, Primi, we sat down after champs and everything last year, and I said, okay, like, what do you want to do? Like, basically, we'll make it work. If you want to play Duelist, if you want to play Sentinel, whatever you want to do, you're the guy, you know, who's like super talented, and we want to kind of make, you know, form things around you. And this is what Primi himself had settled on. And I think that trying to empower him and make him the most comfortable is probably the right thing to do, because he has the highest mechanical ceiling on the team. I also don't think that you necessarily need to have your Duelist always be the one that's going to be, you know, dropping the most kills or having the most like hard impact in the game, as we've seen from Duelists like Buzz in the past. Like, he was not always the guy who was top fragging for DRX, because a lot of times he's going in, he's playing selflessly, and he's garnering like information and getting stuff for the rest of the team to play off of. And I think if Governor is going to kind of take that position for this team, and you have a very solid foundation of like Jit and Primi especially, who are going to be able to take advantage of that, Ban as well has had some very good performances this season, then I think you're going to in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Primi, what I don't know for sure. I mean, obviously Frost didn't give away too much other than what Seth was talking about, but it almost feels like he doesn't really need the Duelist like utility, like the movement and things like that, to really do what he has to do. Like his crosshair placement, his like micro movement, things like that are just so good that it almost might be worse for him in a way. Whereas if he could play agents like Deadlock and just kind of like set and forget the utility, there's a little bit of that with the Clove, I guess, now that I think about it, but you're not seeing him use it's not the dismisses, but the whatever they're called for Clove that often. Yeah. I mean, so I think it's just like him. Yeah, absolutely. This is what suits his play style, and he kind of knows it, and so it does make a lot of sense. So I think then I think this frees up Talon for some interesting decisions in the future. Like this year, it seems like they're pretty committed to Governor and Ban. We'll see, but yeah, Governor, he's serviceable as a Duelist. I don't think he sometimes can play very well, just like Ban, but sometimes they're kind of gonna not really get you what you would really hope for out of, in particular, Governor, out of the Duelist. He is one of those players who's kind of just willing to go in there and throw his body at the problem and let Jit Boys, let Primi come in and clean up the mess. But I'm kind of curious if maybe this is a team that if they could just get one like really good Duelist, like I don't even know, you know, what good Thai duelists are out there other than John Olthen, but yeah.
When PegRex makes the
something, yeah. But I think beyond that, it's starting to look better. I think the map draft here for Talon was brilliant. I think this. Yeah,
I did want to ask a question about that too, because I was surprised looking at the map veto that Nongshim got rid of Haven towards the end, because that's. I mean, Talon have lost on Haven and Split, so it's not like, I don't think that there was a great reason to be going one direction rather than the other necessarily, but I really liked what I was seeing from Nongshim. Like, Nongshim are clearly hard going into the Neon, because even today when they played on Bind, or in this match when they played on Bind, they didn't go back to running the the comp that they had done previously with Dan Beyond Rays. They just went neon, 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 neon everywhere. And Haven's a great neon map.
Yeah.
I thought that would offer them more chances of success.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't really considered it, but I think Seth's right. The tiredness aspect probably. Maybe there was just no chance if this went to map 3. Maybe they just needed to close this out 2-0, or like Nongshim just didn't really have a chance because they'd just been playing, so much Valorant over 2 days that going to a map 6 for them, which it was essentially like a map 7 essentially because how long one of the maps was. It was maybe just too much and they didn't really stand much of a chance at all. But yeah, I think
Nongshim are not going to be 2-0 in people when they permaban Abyss and their bind looks rough. Like, they don't have the map pool at the moment.
But I think Talon. I mean, it's an interesting point that you bring up, Paper Thing, because it does feel like this team, if you just made Vitality are an extreme example, obviously, because the players that they brought in. But
just get the players of the quality of Vitality.
No.
Just build a super team.
What I mean is, though, they already had they had a 3-player core that was already like a champs level going, team. And then on top of that, obviously this, I'm not saying you have to add like Durka and less, obviously that is crazy. But, if they could even add one superstar player to this team, it does feel like they'd go from a team who's maybe making internationals and probably will make an international this year, around that kind of level, but then maybe not do too well at it, to like a team that you're going like, oh, they could win. They could actually maybe win a tournament or compete to win a tournament. They're in that level of team, I think, that there's like a chance to really go big and really do something if they wanted to.
Okay. Well, I want to push us on to predictions here. We don't have as many games to predict, but I think we'll probably spend a bit of time talking through some of the stories and stuff. So no, you just no. Oh, well, all right then.
I'm hungry. Nah, it's fine.
Move on to EMEA. Paper Thin Achilles, get out. All right, Pacific Week 4 predictions. So viewer preds. Okay, last week's Pacific match of the week was DRX versus Gen.G. We had over 8,000 votes, which is a lot for the Pacific games. 50% of our viewers picked DRX to win. But all of you deceived, or rather all of you were the deceivers. You were wrong, you were incorrect, you do not get the credit for this one. Because at the beginning of the match, 60% of you were predicting Gen.G. And then you all went and predicted and swapped your preds as the match was going on to get it to be a slight majority for DRX. Shame on you, you filthy liars out there in our community.
They're able to do that?
No, well, I think it just
you
lasts.
You can't switch it unless you make a second account, but I'm assuming people just saw the post after the game and you're like, oh yeah, Gen.G win.
Oh yeah.
I
really thought
I'll
look at
these people. I'm going to choose to believe that every single viewer decided to just swap over and try to tip the balance, or a large percentage of you. Look at it, there's 5,500 frauds watching this stream right now.
So you can have a look at our community tab for this week's Pacific Match of the Week. And it's going to be our first game that we're going to predict. It's the upper bracket final of T1 playing against DRX. And we're split even.
What, Seth? Seth?
Yeah.
Okay.
What is this? What is going on with you? Are you
hold
okay?
Hold on.
Are you okay?
Can Yang, calm down. Stop. Put the keys down. You don't have to drive to my house yet. I sent T1 because I thought everybody else was going to say DRX.
No,
and I wanted to prevent a curse.
Well,
you forget that I've kind of ridden I'm riding or dying with T1 since I predicted them to win this.
But now you can swap though.
Now you can swap.
Yeah, go ahead and flip the graphic. It's fine.
Oh, you son of a bitch. I mean, just no integrity to your picks at
Zero.
all.
What do you mean no integrity?
Zero.
I'm trying to protect my pick.
You guy went to the Sliggy class of trading game.
You told me in the hall yesterday you picked the same teams as me just so you'd stay even with me in the prediction rankings.
Well, but I thought, coming into I thought. But I thought we were going to have the same pick coming into this as well, so I thought I was going to stick to that.
Okay, well, if it's only Paper Thin then, who genuinely believes in T1, and it's not based on rampant superstition, what is your reasoning for this?
I think it's getting harder and harder to justify this in my mind as the season has gone on, to be honest. And especially after reading that Meteor thing, then I'm really starting to get concerned. But I mean, I think just in general, it's just going to come down to an experience difference in this one. I think T1 just, with the players that are there, with how many, different international events they've been to, it probably could get them over the line. I think the biggest thing for me here is how well are they going to be prepared for the Tejo? How are they going to be able to counter that? Are they going to avoid bind? For the love of God, don't pick bind. I swear to God, if it happens again, I'm just going to lose my mind on broadcast when we get there on Friday. But
it'll be the one time they clap.
Yeah, no, I know, right? They pick it and they just destroy. I mean, I think if you just switch off the Vice and a Cypher, it might be just fine. But anyway, I really just think that Buzz is playing really, really well. They've had individual moments across the board for the whole team. Sylvan's maybe the biggest question mark, but his smokes are good, so it's all fine. I just think it's just an experience thing more than. But I'm really starting to fear this DRX squad. Like, I really think you guys are completely right to have them picking them because they're looking damn good.
What do you think? What do you think the keys are here for either team being able to win? Because obviously, TMV, you were bringing up like a bit of a potential worry about the choke, and Paper Thin's talking about experience difference as well. Do you think a lot of it's going to come down to that, like, tenacity to get across the line in a really big game? It's still a BO3, remember, because it's the upper bracket final, but it qualifies you literally to a Masters event. Like that is actually bigger than even just beating Gen.G and having that like little brother syndrome. This really does mean something, and that'll be the first time that a lot of these DRX players have played in a match of this size.
Yeah, I think I think if DRX play at the level they have so far through this tournament, I think they'll win. Basically, I think that if they can just do that, they will win. The worry for me would be, as you say, that it is going to be a mental thing. I mean, yeah. The thing is, they do have Mako and Termi as the leaders of the team, who obviously have been to countless internationals. So for them, it shouldn't be like that big of a deal. But especially for someone like Freeing, who has been absolutely frying, and has been like top fragging in all of their games. He's never been to an international, right? This is definitely the biggest game of his career, and so like that would be my only concern. But I base my pick off basically that this team has looked better than the other team, and so that's what I'm going with.
Okay, and a very reasonable idea that is too. All right, let's move on to our next game then. So this one is happening down in the lower bracket. It's not the lower bracket final. What's it called? Lower bracket round 4 or something? It needs to be a better name.
Yeah, it's called a semifinal.
Oh yeah, lower bracket semifinal. That's a better name for it. Okay, and so this one is Talon playing against Generation Gamers. And again, Paper Thins.
Don't put that curse on me.
Yeah, they're gone.
Again, Paper Thin saves.
I was gonna make a dig at him because I'm so naturally accustomed to doing it, but I didn't want to insult Paper X at the same time, so I stopped myself.
That's how you defend yourself. You just associate with Paper X. They're too lovable.
Wow, that's where I sit on the totem pole.
X.
Now, I don't know about the rest of you, but this one I feel like there is some serious upset chance for. Like, I don't feel as confident about my Gen.G. Again, I didn't watch the games this week, so I'm kind of talking out my ass too. But Talon have got some
ideas.
They've got a lot of ideas. They're up, they're down. Gen.G are playing kind of old stuff. I'm not as confident about what they bring into the table. I think there's good shots. Paper Thin, again, the floor is yours. Persuade me. I'm open to being persuaded here.
I think this is going to come down to make it like the biggest thing for me, that going back to watching the DFM series against Gen.G, is making sure like that when Gen.G has struggled is when they're not able to get their lurks to really start to churn. Like, when Munchkin's on the Viper and he's tucking in weird corners, using that toxic screen to hide his positioning. And that's something that, like, as the year went on last year, teams started to figure out, and it looked like teams had kind of remembered that coming into this year. And especially, again, without Meteor there, Foxy's much more of a standard Sentinel in some ways, but they did open up the playbook. So that's kind of, if Talon can make sure they keep that stuff in check, I think they're pretty good. Their backline is just as good. I mean, I think Primi versus Karon is such an exciting matchup there. I mean, two of the best players in Pacific right now, period. End of story. Like, that's going to be super hype. It may come down to which one of those players just kind of shows up a little bit more. Obviously, yeah, Texture probably going to be out dueling ban for the most part, you're going to expect. So it's really going to come down to the backline for Talon, but that's where they really shined in their previous match. I just think it's flank control. If you can do that, I think Talon has a really good shot here. They're looking better every week. So I have some faith that they can get this done.
I think my biggest concern is, and I see some people in the chat saying like this is gonna, the Bangkok buff, like they're gonna, they're gonna be really inspired.
That could be too.
Yes, it could be, but I'm concerned that it might actually have the opposite effect, and that's gonna, pile on that much more pressure to these players. That's kind of where I'm getting a little bit worried, because like if I was Frost and like I had heard through the grapevine before any kind of public announcement or anything like that, like, oh yeah, the first Masters of 2025, it's going to be in Bangkok, I would put like horse blinders on my players, not allow them to see anything, like don't pay attention to it. Oh yeah, there's a Masters event, we might qualify. You don't know where it is, it doesn't matter. It's going to be it's going to be a cool place, like it's definitely not home. It's definitely not your home country. Like let's just focus on the game. Let's go ahead and improve. Because I'm worried that it might have that effect once they actually get put into a place of adversity. Like they might come into the series and feel really hot, but if it starts turning on its head and Gen.G starts getting the ball rolling, that's when that pressure kicks back against you. And those are the kind of moments that I worry for with Talon.
They did a great job of rebounding in their previous game after they got slapped around in map 1.
True. Yep.
I'm feeling
resilient.
Yeah. I'm feeling a potential swap here.
It's strange. It's strange, isn't it? That this game I feel less confident about than DRX being T1, which that doesn't feel right. When you look at Gen.G and you feel it doesn't feel right. But
well, one of the reasons why I'm feeling the swap around as well is I have not been enjoying watching Talon with their Teho compositions, which they were previously running on Split. Now they're not. But they are still running on Fracture. Guess what map Gen.G have started banning in their last 2 matches after a terrible performance when they opened on this against RRQ. They've started banning Fracture. So no, it's Fracture. My man can't follow basic logical
Well, you're probably
cues.
playing Bind Lotus again. Like that's probably the first 2 maps you're getting, I would guess.
And
we'll
I'm
see.
feeling
not.
all right
Maybe-
about
maybe
Talon's
Gen.G
chances there.
Talon would definitely be more than fine with going to Lotus.
Well, that's just it. I think
Yeah.
the map pool shakes up pretty decently in terms of where there's some comfort for both the teams, to be honest. But I think for Talon, it's been steady improvements, and they're looking more confident. They're starting to kind of get their wind under their sails. It's just, again, you have to be aware of Munchkin and Foxy9 now, of where they're on you got to be keeping tabs on them really, really well. So it's going to come down to Cruz. A lot of pressure on his shoulders, in my opinion.
You know what, Paperthin, you've convinced me. Kurt, if you wouldn't mind, I'm down for a little swap. Let's go. Let's go on the Talon train.
Yeah.
I'm down for it. I'm down for it. And the final part of our Pacific segment, Kurt would like us to revisit our bold predictions for the Pacific kickoff. So these were the teams.
Those frauds, Paper X.
These were the teams we thought were going to make it to Masters Bangkok. So this was our 1 and 2 pick.
Oh.
And so actually, this is just our number 1 pick then, presumably, because we don't have a double graphic up here. But I'm sure some of us might be able to remember who the second team was.
Well,
Wait,
was
this the episode
is
where
your
you
pick,
refused to
Josh.
turn up?
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
your
this is the episode where you
Oh,
refused
yeah, this
to
is
turn up
sideshow,
and I
that's
had to
right.
host.
So
I was forced to have your little bold prediction.
I don't think so. I mean, that is TMV's face with Paper X underneath it. That
Look,
looks really
Arjun.
stupid.
Dude,
You're looking
I'm
really
sorry,
stupid and
TMV.
dumb right now, TMV. You're looking really stupid and dumb.
Gosh,
Now,
come on,
TMV,
dude.
why did
this
you pick
guy's
Paper
predictions.
X? Why did you believe in Paper X, TMV?
I never believed in Paper X. I think I remember myself saying during that episode that you
Gaslighter.
were a bold fraud who knows nothing about the scene, turns up late, too busy shopping around York, can't be fucking asked to turn up on Plat Chat. I'm honestly surprised, given what time it is in LA, that you woke up for this. Genuinely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised as well, to be honest with you. But it turns out I like a free paycheck and turning up without watching any of the Pacific games and doing the hosting.
If he gets paid for that, by the way, Kurt, if he gets paid for that hour of not turning up where I had to host, I'm gonna lose my shit.
Also, I just looked in the document.
Can we don't pay for that, Kurt, please? Give it to me.
I looked into the document of our bold predictions. You also picked PRX. TMV.
Oh no.
Oh,
He was gaslighting.
gaslighting Gary.
Let's move on.
Oh, he's gone.
He's out.
He's trying to avoid responsibility.
Oh my
I
god, he
love
just
it.
disappeared into the ether.
Well, I've already kicked off TMV, so it's time now to say goodbye to Paper Thin and Achilleos. Appreciate you turning up and illuminating me on this week's Pacific.
Yeah.
Termy's a great
it's gonna be
coach.
sick.
That's all I got to say. Termy's a great coach. I want to leave it on that.
I hate that I kind of have to agree at this point.
No, stop hating it. Stop hating it.
He trolled for 2023 and 2024
sometimes,
kind of as well.
But not most of the time.
I wish it had happened, because obviously they would have stayed in the tournament for longer, but I had it prepared and had reached out to production that we were going to make, because I think you and Bren might have been on the analyst desk when DRX got eliminated from champs last year, and we were going to blindly make you fill out a Termy apology form on the analyst desk if they had won the series. And I just requested, I said, just flashbang them with it. Just tell GB or Yinzu, whoever it was, like this is just a thing that they're gonna do.
And so you prepped,
make them do it live.
Just to rewind, you prepped the Termy apology form for me to fill out when DRX won, but they got eliminated.
Yeah.
Right. So justified.
Well, I mean, they still ended up doing way better than what the fuck you guys were saying.
Probably. What was this at champs last year in 2024?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they actually did look really good coming into champs. Yeah, you're right.
Thank you very much.
Say it was another blind
the
illustrator, Martha Stewart L.
I got absolutely rolled on the Americas broadcast this week. They were dressing up as me, taking the piss out of me, rolling me over with a fucking, like Dan the Penguin in a fucking thing, destroying the egg. And Martha Stewart cowed me live. Like, what the... Since when am I the butt of every joke in America?
What do you mean?
I don't know, but Ender is...
Since from the beginning of time.
Ender as you made me see you in a slightly different light.
They just make fun of me for being old all the time on Pacific, so I get it.
Yeah, no, we have Golden Boy for that, thankfully. So
yeah, but I'm older than Golden Boy. I'm older than GB, so let that sink in. I turned
older than Jesus.
I rode dinosaurs to school like back in the day. Like this is a inauspicious year for me in the numbers department.
Well, we'll let you get back off to your grandchildren then. I'm sure they need some looking after.
The nurse is waiting to bring him.
Let's get you to bed, Grandpa.
Let me get on my rascal and head down to Walmart.
You're on Plat Chat again today, are you?
All right, well, we're going to head on to the EMEA segment. We'll have a short break of 3 minutes or so while we get Mimi and Sliggy in, and we'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye,
Thanks,
everybody.
Kurt. Sorry, my internet's crap.
No, it was funny. It was good.
I'm gonna fix it.
Shout out to SK Telecom.
I swear. Yeah, shout out to SKT. Oh boy.
Let me get Sliggy and Mimi in here. I also have to put Sliggy's preds in, so if his are all messed up, it'll be funny.
It's his fault.
It's part of the show at
It's
this
his fault.
point.
It's his fault.
Yeah, I mean, he has to just go with whatever you put in there at this point. So.
I have so much power.
Well, I mean, you could do what you did last week, Kurt, and put, I don't know, Flash AG up there or something.
I think I put the wrong. Yeah, I think I put the wrong.
Just the wrong region.
In the yeah. I'm trying my best right now. We'll see what happens. All right, we got Mimi and we got Sliggy in. I don't know if they're connected. I have to turn Mimi up. There we go. Mimi is turned up. Sliggy is here as well. Hello, everybody.
TMV, you should do your Sliggy impression for Sliggy. I thought it was really a spitting image when we were
started this. I don't know if you heard this, Sliggy. Mimi's British impression is
it's Australian. I heard it.
Yeah,
my child linked me it.
No. It's perfect British.
All right. I'm just making sure I'm not screwing this up. I'm being so adamant about not screwing up these preds, and I'm still going to screw it up somehow.
That's so fun. I was pretty late with it.
It's all good.
Sentinels is going to win Heretics Carmine Core. It's happening.
What?
That's the pred, right, Kurt? That's what's happening, right? Yeah, they're still in the tournament. You didn't hear? Riot gave them their spot back. They're like, oh, you guys can play.
Like, we really need you to do well this year, boys. We'll just give you an extra match.
Yeah, we really need the French teams to do well this year.
All right, I think I got it. We're good for Preds. And Wilkinson is away. I think he's I don't know what he's doing. Do you think he showers?
What, just
I would assume
in general?
he does.
in general, or
In general.
I feel
That's
like he would.
crazy.
I imagine showering when you're
Surely.
bald is so efficient. No hair and nothing really. You just get
Yeah.
you get the 47-in-1 shampoo and you just lather your body and you're in and out 90 seconds.
he could probably do it in 3 minutes.
Yeah, you think the 3 minutes? You think that's where he's gone?
Yeah, I reckon.
He's back now. Josh, we were wondering if you were showering right now or not.
Yeah, I just went for a quick shower. Yeah, it's
have a
really
shower
easy
cap
because
on?
I'm bald.
He got us.
Dude, this guy's got the protein shake. Hold on, let me switch scenes.
Can we show that?
Look at this guy. He's just
What, you can't see anything?
nonchalant.
Okay, all right, let's get into things at the EMEA. Thank you, Mimi and Sliggy, for joining us. All right, then. Now, we did want to open up this part of things by talking about the 2025 season capsule, actually. They said that they were doing something at the beginning of the season, a little bit like when they did the lock-in knives, which they didn't do last year. And I don't really know why they didn't do them last year, but they're just kind of throwing these out here just to increase the digital goods sales at the start of the year, I suppose.
That shit looks like the Fortnite Battle Pass. What is going on?
Are you not? What's your immediate impression, Mimi? I
I don't.
understand
So
what
I
that
haven't
Zuma
seen them
reference
before.
is.
I've seen this. Can you pull it back up again, Kurt? It looks
looks
to
very-
me
Love
that
the
it
video.
cut out of you know how you can water jet cut metal? It looks like it's strangely thin.
Oh, it's kind of sick though. I haven't seen.
Oh,
the
did it rip
animation yet.
across the screen? Does it
Yeah,
do
yeah,
that?
that's
Oh, are there
cool.
different knives for different
The regions.
For
have
different
color, right?
regions, yes.
Oh, the...
Each region has a different one.
Wait,
a
is
different colorway or a different knife?
I think just a different style.
God, I can't wait till I do
colour.
that across the screen and someone's.
Someone do. I was going to say
swings around the corner.
it's a pay to lose. Yeah, you're showing off, and then someone peeks you just
Do you think
right
it actually
now.
does
you
that
can't
in
see.
game?
No, that's just a
No,
transition
it's
in
a
the video,
transition,
isn't
yeah.
it?
No, but it's gotta. Obviously, it
I
doesn't
reckon it
fucking
does
take
a
you to
little
another
thing
part of the
like
map. But
It rips open a portal in the game.
yeah, it seems fine.
So wait, you buy it once, and then you can switch it between each
No, I
five,
think
right? Or are you buying
Really?
separate ones?
Well, if it's like
that's what I'm
if it's
asking.
like the lock-in bundle, then it's different versions. There's 4 leagues. Normally, there's 4 different versions for each skin. It would make sense if it's just a skin. It'd be kind of cringe if you had to buy fucking
That's what
5
I'm
of
saying.
the same
5.
knife.
That's 5 knives there.
Well, what's the 5th one?
yeah, because you're
A
not going to
sleek
buy the
new
normal.
melee weapon and the first ever skin with 5 chromas representing the 4 international
can change
leagues
them.
and the VCT theme. So is the VCT theme just like a generic purple or something for the international events? At level 3, top fraggers will see a special glow, so similar to like the Vandal, the Champions Vandal and that kind of stuff. Okay, so wait, we've got America's orange, we've got the green and purple stuff for EMEA, Pacific's the blue,
Blue, yeah, China's.
China's the pinky
China's
red.
the
China's
red, so then
pinkish
we've just
red.
got a generic kind of silvery
Grey.
white. Gray
I'm not gonna
kind of one
lie,
in there.
the Asian leagues kind of fucking made off like bandits with their colors here. I think those are the China and the Pacific
The
ones
pink
look
one?
so
Yeah.
much better. People love pinkety drinkety. They're gonna fuck with that heavy, and then the cyan one
That's a
also
good
just looks
question.
nice.
Does it depend on which one you get? Is that just getting spread across all teams evenly? Does it matter what
Yeah, it
color
must
you
get it must get a straight up spread across them all if you can change it. But I think that's why they did all of the player cards like the same, right? To try and make sure there's no favorites.
I don't
They
think
just
that's the
gave
reason.
everyone the same
I think
one.
that was Mixwell speculating some bullshit. I don't think that's
You reckon?
true. I don't
What's
think
the real
that's true.
reason then? They're lazy.
Probably
are
because it took a lot of. If I had to speculate, and again, this is probably bullshit as well.
Yeah, let's replace the bullshit with more bullshit.
Exactly. If I had to speculate, it's because they asked the organizations to provide them with designs last time, and then the Riot designers have to take over and actually make the product, and the whole process was probably
It's too much.
extremely long and arduous.
And half the designs were Sentinels just submitting a picture of a cat girl and being like, "This is our design."
Yeah, I don't know. It just makes no sense for Riot to want everything to be generic and boring because it would reduce their take on the digital goods sales as well. They would literally lose money by doing that kind of setup, so that'd be weird. Cop or drop for the Karambit knife for 2025? What are you thinking?
I buy just because it supports esports. You could literally give me a gun covered in shit and I'd still buy it.
You don't like
pay
the
to
shit
lose,
skin?
the pay to lose
yeah.
poo gun that just
it could
splatters your screen.
Yeah, you inspect it. Yeah, every time you click,
if they
you just
gave
can't see
you
anything. I'm still
a-
equipping it.
A classic skin that's like a hot glue gun that supported the bottom 2 teams in every league. I think that'd be fire. I'd buy that shit.
Everyone would buy that. I think. Yeah,
That would be so
amazing.
good.
Yeah,
That'd be
I'll buy it.
incredible.
I like the knife. I think is fine. You know,
No, I think it's
pretty
I think
good.
it's
The
actually
cards
good.
actually look alright as
The
well.
cards
Yeah.
I'm actually almost more and the little buddies are really cute too. I'll buy it because I like the things that are the little esports things and I think they're cute, but in and of itself, how much do we know how much it is? If it's more than like $35, I don't think I'll buy it.
Oh, you are a fool for
it's gonna
thinking
be
it could be
more.
anywhere near that price.
Yeah, it's gonna be more
What?
than that.
You got it on a half price sale, you might get it for 35 bucks.
That's
How
what I was
much is
thinking.
it gonna
I was
be?
Little
thinking
Riot
50
employee
plus.
discount.
I guess we don't know, right?
If it's how you're imagining it, where you get all 5 colors for buying the one item.
Yeah,
gotta
but it
be
is
an
the same
expensive item.
animations. It's
But it's
the
different
same
colours.
animations as like 18 Karambits in the past. Like I want to support esports, but I'm not breaking the piggy bank for Riot Games.
Are you
You
switching,
hate
Mimi?
esports, is what you're saying.
Yeah, if it's more than $40, that's a drop for me. That's just too expensive.
I
And
don't
even
know.
$40 is kind of so expensive already.
We don't know. Have they talked about in the article how much it is going to cost?
Not that I've seen.
The only number
Okay.
in the article is $44 million, but that might not.
That's
be
that's very
Oh.
expensive. Kurt.
Yeah,
That's a big
um,
drop for
that's
me.
a
Let
drop
me do
for
the
me,
drop,
yeah.
I think.
Yeah. I don't know if it's actually 44 million. I don't know how to read, but
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm not a copper of every esports item. I wait to see like ones
Damn,
that
dude,
are,
that's
The
crazy.
lock-in knife was
Specifically sick.
$55 and I bought it?
Yeah, of course you did, because it was the beginning of 2023 and you were sucked up in the hype and it was like cool and awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a poor financial decision. If I put that into like into a fucking like into stocks, if I had that shit in an ETF, it'd be worth like $60 by now. And instead I
Wow,
just
and that
have a
would-
skin I don't run.
And then you could have bought this one.
Yeah, and then I could have bought this one for real.
All right, let's move on to some of the games in EMEA then, shall we? So we've all bought the EMEA Karambit knife, and we're all big EMEA fans. This game that we're going to go on to first here, Vitality versus Foot, this one made me an even bigger Vitality fan.
Oh,
I
yeah.
was watching this and I was like, oh my God, they're so good. They're so good. It's unbelievable. Sliggy, I want to come to you first because I know that you weren't fully on board the Vitality hype train just yet, I think, after their opening match against KC. The rest of
Yeah.
us were very bought in, but I know that you were a bit more tentative about it. Did this push you over?
Yeah, I think this kind of pushed me over. Because originally we saw Kicks playing pretty good, and I was like, oh, that's like the thing that they needed. But it was still like a close game. But between Kickoff, honestly, it could have gone either way. But then you just watch it here, and you're just like, this is kind of what you envision from, and goes back to the kind of super team talk. I want to start it again, but it kind of what we're talking about, like when these individuals can just win rounds on their own. Like it's insane. And then you add in, no offense to Kicks, because we're kind of talking like 4 proven insane individuals, right? And then you got Kicks that's like a little bit less proven. But when he's playing this good and his utility is this good, like they should be winning something this year. Like they look
They
great.
look so good. The timing off their flashes, because Kicks flashes are great, but it's not all just down to an initiator player, how good your coordination with initiator utility is. Like, I don't know is it Kicks coming for these, or is Durka coming for these flashes super heavily? Like the whole team's comms seems super tight because they are bang on with the timings of all of this stuff. Well, I'm watching them on Bind and they're like peeking around millisecond after the flash pops through the smoke. He's making Sky look broken right now. It's bonkers.
Yeah, no, he is. It's such an impressive it's just the fact that he's like heavy fragging as well. Like he's one of the heavier fraggers at the moment as well. I'm so impressed with him on an individual just standpoint. And I think the thing that's really cool is just the team looks so calm. Like they look so calm. Like that no one's nervous. Everyone's super calm. The comms are just clear, and it just looks normal and natural for them. It looks like there's no pressure at all.
I think
it's awesome.
the thing that was so impressive to me, outside of everything you're talking about with their like initiator utility being so perfect, is normally when you watch Foot play, where they're like excelling is in these like late round brawls, how well they're playing off each other. They're the honesty team. They're always going to set up the double swings. They're always going to do all that stuff properly. But despite that, the Vitality individuals, when they were in positions to shine, Foot was doing like a correct double swing, and Kix or Durka was just killing them both anyway. Like,
Yeah, nah, get owned.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, they did everything right, and then they lose anyway because these guys are just so good. And they're doing everything you're talking about with perfect initiator utility, all this stuff, while also having really good, clear macro ideas. I think like on their attack side, on Bind, they did such a good job of like having an approach to take longs, to take showers, something like that, to put Dirk in a position to get a first kill. And he was just feasting in these early rounds. Every like opening idea was successful. Then they'd slow the mid round for a second and set up with just a great team fight at the end to close out. And whenever it went wrong, guess what? Someone's going to step up. Someone's going to save the day. They just looked individually better than Foot pretty much with every player. They looked better as a team with Foot, and it also just looked so casual and chill. Like, I will be utterly shocked if this team does not win EMEA and go on to make a run at Bangkok.
Yeah, it was like when we got to split, it felt like it was an achievement for Foot to win a round.
Yes.
Like, because for Foot
Yeah,
to win a
it's true.
round, they had to not only come up with a good plan and like execute that plan well, but then they also had to just overcome like, oh well, every single player on Vitality could just get a 3K on us right now at any moment, and we could just lose to that. So like it was unbelievable, and I think a lot of us coming into the season thought that Vitality would probably get to this point by the end of the season. You know, we thought like with the talent they've got, you know, probably by the end of the season they'll be, you know, in tip-top shape and you know, be a very good team. But to come out this early and just like be very well organized, and like obviously the player quality can just bail them out of any round that doesn't go well. It's just like it's crazy, and I've been thinking this like with G2 and with like a Vitality, like these teams like already feel like they're in late season form. You know, it looks like a late season form team playing against early season form team, where just like the other team just they can't keep up. They just can't keep up with players doing this well.
But with G2, that makes some level of sense, doesn't it? Because they have 4
they've been
players,
together,
they've been playing together for years. They just added one piece and make a couple of changes. Like, yeah, that all makes sense. Vitality, yeah, they only made 2 roster moves, but they also swapped Safe's role around quite significantly, and they swapped their IGL as well. And yet they're looking. One of the things that was so impressive to me is how they adapt instantly to the changing state of the game. So they're on a retake on Bind, for example, like the round that we just watched, and they're sending a couple of people on the flank. If the people on the flank get pressured by the post plant, the people at spawn start moving in very quickly. And if the people on the flank don't get pressured, the people at spawn wait because they know that the like strong side of the post plant is in backside. These kind of details that are normally refined from very good communication over the course of months look like they're there instantly just because of the game sense of the players and the experience and IQ.
Yeah.
I think there must be something to do with the fact that they've picked up not just, I mean, there was an argument for this being a super team, right? We can cut that in either direction, I suppose. But the quality of the players might actually be less important, I think, than the vocalness of the players, because we know that Dirk is a super vocal experienced duelist player. He's not just a great one. He's like very active in coming what he wants to do from playing with Boaster for so long. We know that Les has been super vocal when he was playing. He was like secondary IGLing underneath Sadak for a while too. And those are the players that you've added in to also Safe, who we know is super vocal, who is now picking up the IGLing. And I have less information about Kicks and Trex, but the comms already from the outside, not being able to listen to them, just looks so good with the way that this team is playing.
Yeah, it looks like they can just go into like a freeze time and like slow down the game slightly and like perfectly like game plan what they want to do, because they're making the right decisions so consistently, so quickly, and getting the whole team on board, which is, you normally only see that from teams that have been together for a long time. And I think to make it all the more impressive is that you're saying like Durka was kind of a known quantity, Less is kind of a known quantity. That's true, but also this is Durka's first time playing into a new system in Valorant, like literally ever.
Yeah.
This is the first time he's had to start over and integrate with. He's obviously had new teammates on FNATIC, but work with a new IGL, changing the system, changing how the team works. And for Les, it's his very first time playing on a team that's coming in English and speaking a completely different language while playing the game. And you put all of that together, the fact that their communication and their team play still looks this on point is all the more incredible that they kind of made this happen so quickly.
That is wild. I didn't think about this until you just mentioned it, but Durka and Les were both basically rookies when they joined FNATIC and Loud. Les was not known, Durka wasn't really known. They got picked up by whatever org it is, FNATIC or Loud, stayed there for years, built insane reputations for themselves, and this is the first time we're seeing them outside of their old homes.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. And going like back to what you said, like when you have interviews with IGLs, all the IGLs will always be like my job's easy because so and so is vocal, like, and that just helps Safe out so much. I think he was even talking about it in the interview. Like everyone knows in certain situations what to do, so it's like if everyone's kind of chipping in and even just like mid-rounding or just making comms, it's just so easy to like trust and just call. And that was always our biggest hesitation with this team, really. To be honest, was just like safe calling. But if everyone's chipping in, like it looks great, and I think you're kind of starting to see how much Durka used to bring to FNATIC as well. If you kind of look at a lot of them mid-round.
What a fumble. I mean, what a fumble from FNATIC this season by the look of it early on this year to choose this player to make a change for your year.
Yeah,
so wild.
You're not wrong. Dude, he played so well, Like, I can't remember what his first kills were, but they were crazy high.
He took over map 2.
Yeah, I swear it's like
across the series 14 and
6. That's so mad. In a best of 3, but that's only 2 maps.
Like, 2 short maps.
And it's not even only 2 maps. It's fucking 37 rounds of Valorant. And he's getting the first kill.
Insane. He's
taking a first duel in 20 of them and winning that 70. Half of the rounds he takes a first duel and he wins it 75% of the time. That's fucking ridiculous.
Kicks got 36 kills in 37 rounds. That's a monstrous performance. Durka gets 44.
Yeah, dude, 22 assists as well though. Like Kicks.
Yeah,
Kicks
Kicks was
amazing.
I'm
Kicks
so
currently looks like their best
impressed.
player, I reckon. Like if you combine what he did in match 1 with what he did here as well, he's been out.
He's
I'm not gonna
consistent,
lie.
yeah.
I was one of the people leading the "this is not a super team" narrative because I'm anti calling team super team. I was calling them a superb team, and I will say they are a superb team. And if Kicks is playing like this, then my God, they might be a super team because he is looking like maybe the best in role initiator player in EMEA. Obviously, it's a small sample size. It's recency bias because we're glazing the shit out of this one incredible game they had. But if he keeps this up or even close to this, then holy shit, I don't know who's going to beat this team.
I've got a question for you guys, because when I was watching them in this match, it gave me very strong FNATIC 2023 flashbacks, where the way that they play, if we think about how Foot play, right? What you were talking about, Mimi, they're like trying to double up, triple up in certain situations, swing together, really tight coordination like that. I'm not seeing that as much from Vitality. Instead, what I'm seeing is a lot of kind of spreading out around the map. And so you have like one person is over towards showers, one person's over towards B long, and then on the retakes, it's like they tighten the noose from all directions kind of vibes, where I don't think most teams can get away with that because they don't have good enough individuals to be able to, when you're taking like a 1v1 on one area and a 1v1 on the other, it just ends up getting chaotic. But the players are so strong on Vitality that they're taking such good fights as well. They're not just taking like fights where they swing in. They're taking intelligent fights where if they realize they're getting double swung or getting util dumped, they can try to back out, commit to the rest of them, and then they come in. It feels like a style of Valorant that you can only play when you have a monstrously good team that is almost always going to be individually better than your opponents. And it really reminds me of FNATIC 2023, where they just were able to play a style where they could win or feel confident about winning almost any fight anywhere on the map.
Yeah. It's I think there was a round on Bind where Safe is on his own. He walks up B long on his attack side, gets like caught out by Foot, like they try and like aggro on him, and he just takes the TP and no one's there. And then he comes out of the TP and Foot are in showers as well. and he just wins the fight. And he's just
Yes.
like on his own, wins the
No,
fight.
I remember that
Yeah.
round, but also one of the great parts about that round too is he has a teammate that helps him over towards B long. Like one of the teammates is Fountain and runs over and tries to help to get him out. And then another teammate, once he takes the TP, runs from top short to try to help him out as well. So they have this like spread cover to try to bail safe out of those spots. But
they
it
can
looks
just, like
so
you say,
good.
they
I
can just
found
walk
it.
around the map and feel free to take a 1v1, knowing that most of the time they'll win it. And even if they don't win it, they know that, well, in a 4v5, one of us can still pop off and win the round. Like, so it's just like free.
And this is the thing that's scary is Foot don't look that bad. Like I don't
No.
think Foot looked that
No.
bad.
They looked
just
really good in
got
their previous
wrecked.
games too. Like,
Yeah. It's just like a statement game, to be honest, because I don't think Foot played that bad. I think they just got demolished. I think they just like macro, snowball, and just overall duels. They just got wrecked. That's essentially it. They just fought a better team.
Is this the round that TMV's talking about? So Safe was doing this default a lot, where you kind of insert somebody showers and insert somebody B long. So they kind of double up to push people into the extremities. But then you leave them alone. So Durka goes and takes his fight
and he loses.
over here. And then
But then
Safe,
he's got TP and
Safe
stuff.
goes and tries to take the fight over elsewhere. And they're running this kind of style. Now, Durka was getting success in a lot of those rounds over towards showers too. But it's the kind of style that generally, like, if you were a bad team, you'd be looking at this kind of style of defaulting and be thinking, like, you guys aren't really helping each other enough. But when you have a team as talented as Vitality, where the individuals are going to win like 70% of the time instead of 50% of the time, it just works.
yeah.
Yeah.
This game is such a testament of like Foot trying to always push so hard to do everything right and like play together and set up that double swing and do all that fundamental stuff that is like, you know, when you're forming a team, when you're playing, that's like kind of what you're striving towards. But then Vitality just is willing to take these risks because they know they're good enough to get away with it. And like with this round, if one of their risks fails, the rest of the team is quick enough to create a plan and adapt out of it and still win the round. And I think that's what really makes a super team, being able to make those plays, do those things that aren't the percentage correct play, but having the player quality and the confidence to make it work.
I think it's important as well to show like there is going to be an enormous stylistic difference between watching this team and watching Heretics. I think you're going to see, like, when we saw Heretics be the best team in Europe last year, a lot of that was like really beautiful Valorant, like set plays that they had cooked up. It was coming out of the strat book, mid-round re-clears of certain areas, proactive, together, flushing out spots. I don't really see Vitality playing in the same way. I don't think they're just going to take the same style and try to, you know, like make that the EMEA style or whatever. I feel like this is going to be much more similar to FNATIC of the year before. Let's talk FNATIC though, because they played against Foot, and to Foot's credit, I mean, we were talking about them not being a bad team. Foot ended up coming out with the win here. FNATIC are a bit... they're an unusual one, man. They are an unusual one.
They I feel like when I watch them, and this Abyss is another good example, is they are struggling to adapt on the fly. And that is something that I think we can talk about other teams as well. We probably will a bit later, especially when we have like these IGLs that we probably rate in like the top 5, top 10. But they come against something, whether it's new or whether it's like a new default that they haven't seen. And I feel like their troubleshooting of how to fix it is very slow. We saw it against BBL with the Sage on Abyss. And then we saw it here. I gave you a clip, Kurt, on the document. Like, they just get owned by this mid default that Foot are doing, and they literally have no answers of how to fix it. They're basically like Prowler. They Prowler over towards middle here, and then they have a smoke, and then they do a fake TP to middle. And as soon as you do that, you have to have, because there's two sides of middle, you kind of have to have two people watching middle, and then your sight hits become a lot easier because obviously the sights are a lot weaker. And every time they did this, they just couldn't get any info over towards middle. And it was no joke. This one default, if you watch it from like 10-7 or whatever it was, they just had no answer for this at all. And the pressure at middle would just completely own them. And then sights were just so weak that they just lost sight hits. And dude, this pressure was just incredible, and it just took them so long to work out like how do they actually play against it. And I think that's like it's becoming a bit of a theme for Fnatic, at least if we look at the 2 Abyss games they've played.
Yeah, I think with their Abyss in particular, though, it's like they played a different comp, right? They had the Alpha on Teo comp that didn't really work that well for them. So then they swapped to this comp against Gentlemates, and that game was very much just like, vibes based. We're just gonna, run it down at them on our attack side, and we just are the better players. We're gonna beat Gentlemates. But then I think, as you say, Sliggy, it's like this kind of maybe opened up the case of like, well, you clearly don't have all the answers with this comp. Like, you clearly haven't, maybe experienced something like this, and you can't figure out the answers like in the moment, as you said they've been struggling with. And we haven't maybe had to deal with this comp, to find those answers of how we want to solve it, and so we just end up looking kind of a bit lost. And that's what it's kind of felt like. Like, they might have moments like in the Gentlemates game where they can still, clearly, it's like, that's the thing. It's different to Paper X. In the Paper X, it was like, oh my god, like, what's going on? This wasn't so much, oh my god, what's going on? It just feels like we're just not at the level. Like we're just not gonna be there, maybe. When you compare to like a Vitality or Heretics, like there's just gonna be maybe a bit more of a ceiling in terms of what we can do, because we can't find maybe some of the answers that we need.
I think
the Abyss comp was a one and done as well, in my opinion. Like they ran this double duelist Breach Sova composition, and when they ran it the first time when they pulled it out,
I mean, they just fucking hit A every time.
Exactly. They just literally hit A for like 12 rounds in a row, and they couldn't be stopped. And then their defense actually didn't even look very good. And then basically they've already showcased their A hit, so they were doing a lot of trying to B hits, and then trying to do a bit of stuff through mid. They tried to lurk alpha through mid a little bit in their game against Gentlemates, so they did a bit more of that in this game. And then their defense just looked like it had no ideas. It looked like a team that had been built around trying to find a composition that could get them in on the attack sides and win attack side rounds.
Yeah.
And then didn't really have the it wasn't even like, the adaptation is one thing, and I agree with you, but it didn't even look like they had the like
initial
theory behind the defense side as well. Whereas the first comp they pulled out with the Tejo was only theory on defense and didn't really have enough on the attack side. I think this is just a map that they've struggled with overall too. Even if they had Leo back, I think Boaster's just not quite got the read on how to play Abyss properly. And that's kind of fine if the rest of their map pool was doing well right now, but it isn't.
This map one to me looked like almost like the opposite of Vitality playing against Foot, in that it was just like it was Fnatic playing into a style that Foot is just so good against. Fnatic's like defense was so reliant on like getting Alpha or Kayak to do something proactive, getting kills alone as a site anchor, TPing out, those kind of ideas, or like going back in and playing Rezek. And I just feel like that's where Foot kind of thrives, right? Like when they're on their attack side, they can, okay, we're defaulting for a second, then we're hitting a site together, we're trading ourselves out against like the duelist or whoever who's anchoring this site. They just played pretty basic, honest Abyss, and Fnatic didn't feel like they had the reactions at any point. And it just kind of ended up falling apart there. And then this fracture, it was almost the opposite, where like I think they actually looked pretty solid on their defense, and they had like nice ideas with like Crashy's darts. Like I thought the way they were moving Alpha around the map was pretty interesting, and then it was just a complete dismantling in that second half.
Yeah, 6-6 half that ends up 13-6.
They didn't win a round.
Yeah. If you look at if you click on attack stats there as well, you'll see the like what was some of the issues for them too. Like they're just getting pounded. Kayak finding no value. Crashies was left alive in like some unwinnable kind of clutch scenarios. They look like this should be a map that goes towards what Boaster likes to call the compositions that they like to play. I just don't think they're not going to be a top team this year, I don't think.
Yeah, I think Yeah, I think they're going to struggle a little bit. There's still the good signs. There's still like good signs. Like their game plan on attack of Abyss is good. Like it was good. They had so much A pressure from the game before that they wanted to take mid all the time. And then when the timeouts came in, then they started site hitting, but it was like B more often. So they're trying to use like the data out there, makes the passive pressure over towards A, so they try and have like success. And like that's really good stuff. I think when I watched it, it felt a little bit similar to like the NRG stuff, where it's like this format, it is really brutal if you can't on the fly adjust. And that's just where I feel like they struggle, and that might be to do with the players that they've lost and just how much that maybe they would help with the calling. We've seen Durka, we know for sure that like on defense he used to call quite a lot in terms of like where does he want to go with the op, and then like the glimpses of Leo. Remember when he was like first getting ill, we had like a breeze game and we got like a lot of like insight into the comms, and he was basically just calling like a lot of the mid rounds. So I feel like they're missing those extra voices that really carry them through in these situations where like they have to adjust. So I think they'll be better in a split 1, split 2 format where it's more together, and they like teams can't change up as much. Like you know pretty much what the comp is going to be before you come into the game.
Do you think though
we shouldn't go to like too, because like in the Gentle Mates game they showed as well that like they're not going to be like a bad team, right? They're not going to be like they're going to be making the playoffs. Right, they will still be
kind of team, you reckon?
What was that?
A gatekeeper kind of team, do you reckon?
Yeah, maybe, honestly.
Yeah,
I
think that
like,
might be right.
That kind of level, but yeah, they're not going to be completely awful. And I do agree with you, Sliggy, that like once we get to split 1, maybe that'll just suit them a bit better. And maybe with the extra time off, Icebox is coming back. Hey, you like Icebox, FNATIC? You like Icebox, Boaster?
Yeah, Ascent is also coming back, and that was actually never one of Boaster's favorites. So there's a little treat and a little punishment in there too. It feels like Kojo tweeted about Kickoff and the fact that they'd failed to be able to secure a performance coach, which I think those performance coaches actually, from what we've seen, do make a large difference, especially when you have new players that you're trying to integrate into teams.
Yeah, I really think it would have helped Kayak in like the first BBL game.
Yeah, but almost more importantly than that, I think the final sentence of the second paragraph here, also doing our best to continue to support Leo in his recovery, although it does seem like it's still a ways off. So if you were a FNATIC fan that was hoping that Leo would be back for stage 1 or something like that, that doesn't seem likely. I would be a little surprised at this point. Not that I have any further information, but I'd be a little surprised if we saw Leo return this year, really, because every time it seems like they're like getting ready for him to come back, it gets pushed down the road a little bit. So it might be time to start thinking about this year as a bit of a like what's the right word? It's not a rebuilding year. It's like a coasting year, maybe. I don't mean that to sound like they're being lazy, but like it's like a downtime year for FNATIC before they start figuring out the solutions in the future again.
Sure, but then are we not just worried? Like if you're alpha right now, are you not just looking at Durka thinking, "Damn, that could be me." Like that looks pretty tempting. Like I could be in one of these super teams. Like I'm one of the best in the world. Like maybe I should be on one of these super teams if like we're not getting the results. And like he's a big reason that they're winning some of these games. So I think if I'm alpha, I'm kind of looking at the success of Vitality and Durka especially, and being like, well, if I get a big offer next year, like maybe I should actually consider it more than I potentially would have in the past.
He does have a 2026 contract with FNATIC, so he won't become a free agent at the end of this year. They would have to, agree to sell him or trade him or something like that. He would have a buyout, but for sure, I think
Alpha's a player that
FNATIC
people would want to buy if he's willing to explore those options.
I think that's going to be difficult for FNATIC. I don't know. It's hard to know from being inside the team, but if they thought that this year was going to be with Leo and they thought that Kayak was going to be amazing for them, they might have really thought that this year was like their year to get back to 2023, like we're winning trophies again. And this would be a very big change compared to their internal expectations if that was the case. It's hard to know though from the outside.
Are we
what they really
overreacting?
thought was reasonable.
Are you overreacting, Josh?
A little bit.
I
just
feel like
because
it
it's
is a little
Kickoff.
bit. Like obvious Crashes isn't Leo, but I didn't think he was bad. Obviously, he had some rougher games, but I think like he's overall probably going to be like a solid replacement to have found for this team. Like we saw some really good games from Kayak. Like I don't know. Like I'm willing to like kind of let Kickoff be Kickoff and give this team a time. Like even with them having a rougher year, they're still what? They made top 6 here. I think there's a real world. I mean, Team Liquid is top 4. There's a real world if the bracket had gone a little differently where they could be up there too. Like, I don't think this year is a write-off for FNATIC. I think they're still in that place where they like, if they have a good split, could be making a global event.
I really don't agree with that take, and I think part of the reason is because people forget how good last year was for FNATIC. People think because it wasn't 2023 that FNATIC had a shit year last year and this year's just going to be like the same, but it's not at all. They made 2 international events. They went to Shanghai and they went to Champions.
Sure.
Could they maybe do that again? I don't know. They literally won in EMEA. They won EMEA.
Yeah,
they came first in stage 1 and they came first in stage 2. They won both EMEA trophies last year, despite not being the best team of EMEA, like holistically, because that would be Team Heretics. FNATIC were number 1 in EMEA. Like this year is not going to be anything like 2023. That is not even close, right? 2023 was dominance.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
But it's also not going to be like 2024 by the look of it either, because you're not at the moment even in the hunt for the EMEA trophy. And you're looking like you're on the most outside you've actually ever been in your org's history. Because FNATIC, ever since the days of Summon FC, have been knocking on the door of winning trophies domestically. And this is the first year that they're not. I don't think it's an overreaction to say you need to start reassessing expectations fast if you're FNATIC fans.
Sure.
Because if they wanted some kind of continuity, even if it was just like slowly going down, you'd still think, okay, well, we're going to be in the hunt to win something. Maybe we're not going to be there, but maybe we're going to be making still like top 3 in EMEA or something like that. Whereas it actually doesn't look like that. It looks like you're going to be aiming for top 5 or top 6.
Yeah.
It's
interesting. I'd almost forgotten they won last year because I think last year was so colored by the performance of Heretics globally that people kind of forgot about FNATIC completely, which I think is why I said that, because last year felt like a failure compared to expectations for FNATIC as it was internationally. But you are definitely right about the this is the biggest domestic fall off ever for them.
Yeah, I mean that's fair because we have the expectations have changed to now, like, can they make champs, whereas last year they comfortably made champs.
It's like, can they make playoffs at champs? Can they be a top team at champs? That's gone.
Now it's like, can they make an international
can they
event?
get there?
And I'm seeing, by the way, tons of hate for Crashies, and I just think that is the wrong place to be getting frustrated, because if the team had any idea that Leo wasn't going to be playing, then that's on the teams to sort out some level of a replacement. If it caught them completely by surprise and it was unforeseeable, then okay, fair enough. Then you just, that's an act of God. There's no real person to blame in that situation. But there are other problems here too. It's not just Leo. It's like the map pool, their understanding of the current ideas, some of the compositions that they're playing, throwing it all onto Crashy's back and just being like, this guy's shit, where's Leo? It feels quite juvenile from some of the FNATIC fans, because I'm seeing a lot of hate for him, while, to be honest, like, he's just trying to do his best to fill in a role and play his life, which is how Boaster wants him to play. Like, Boaster's actually got him on a fucking leash.
He's a good dog. He's a good dog, and people are acting like he's a bad one, He doesn't deserve the fucking water bottle spritz.
He's being a good boy. He's being a good boy. Now, is he putting up the best numbers in the world? No, he isn't. And he's not gonna for probably the majority of the season, but he's going to do what Boaster asks of him. And that, to be honest, is as much as you can ask for a sub at last minute that you got in like that. I think it's just a rough year for FNATIC, potentially.
Yeah.
Zeus, though, played amazingly in this game. Holy rookie. He looks phenomenal.
Yeah. I'm out pie. Yeah, he was really good. And like Foot, again, it's always difficult to talk about Foot because they are just who they are. They just are that team. And I do think that this game maybe gave you a little bit more of like, okay, we've seen Zeus, be okay in some of the maps, and we've seen him have a couple of good maps, but this was like, okay, like, this is the guy that you brought in. And I think that they're gonna need Zeus to probably be that guy to, because that's the thing. Like Foot's floor, I think I know where about Foot's floor is, and before, like, you know, you had the kind of like the Foot ceiling, and it was always, we're gonna go to some internationals, and we're probably, you know, we might make playoffs, but we're probably not gonna be making like a super deep run into a tournament. That's kind of where they were. Zeus potentially gives them, like, if he goes super hot for like, you know, a brief period of time, he's potentially got that ability to carry them maybe a bit further, right? Can they win an international? I still have my doubts about that, but he can potentially, if he's firing, and, you know, YetaJ's still, you know, doing good stuff, and the rest of the team basically, you know, are all pretty good fraggers, then they can potentially go deeper. But I still think that for overall are probably going to be a team that, you know, makes internationals and is decent, but maybe isn't going, you know, super deep. That said, like, I'm not expecting them. I still think Vitality and Heretics will go to Bangkok, but they do have a chance here because they're definitely favored against Liquid, and then they will probably play Heretics, I would guess, if we get the same team Vitality, and they could have a chance. You know, like Heretics haven't been, you know, perhaps in their peak form thus far, which we've seen, so they could even go to Bangkok.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be hard for them. I think just on the point of Zeus, I think we're only at like 70%. To be honest, I think
Really?
he has a lot. Yeah,
Well,
I
if
think
he
has
gets
a
to
lot more give.
100%, if that's true, then they do have a chance to win
I think he's got
internationals, because
way-
this
For
was a
real.
crazy game.
He's got way more to give. I really strongly think so.
Yeah, I mean, Foot to me is like the calculus has like they are the slowest moving team, and they play so similar every year, but they keep going up. Like last year, they were like a guaranteed top 4. I'd say this year they're like, I would be shocked if they're not a top 3 in EMEA, and they're like starting to buck at the heels of like being a top 2 team in the region. Like they're just very slowly getting better. They're showing even more potential with this roster than the one last year. Like, I don't know. I'm really excited to watch them play Heretics. I guess that's me assuming they beat Team
Yeah.
Liquid, but that'll be a sad day for Honesty if they lose to Team Liquid.
I mean, unfortunately, though, Team Liquid have been the enemies of honesty, and yet Team
Yes.
Liquid have been winning. They've been prevailing against
So we have
justice
to
and
talk
honor
about
and honesty.
Team Liquid.
Not only do we
Imagine
have to,
having
not only do we
guys-
have to talk about Team Liquid, we have to apologize to Team
Yes, thank
Liquid. We
you.
have to apologize to Sliggy as well, because
I
Sliggy
picked
was
them.
telling
I
us.
picked them, to be
Team B
fair.
picked them as well. Yeah.
I
Oh
picked
yeah,
them.
you did pick them in
Not
this
only
game.
did I pick them for their on my stream. I was like, I'm picking
No,
Liquid to.
you picked them
I
against
did.
BBL.
Yeah, I was like, I'm picking Liquid to win because I just had this
why?
feeling of, well, I was right. That's why.
Well, yeah, I know, but fuck, why? But like,
Just because I had the feeling that Liquid are gonna bring BBL down with them. They're gonna pull them down, and you know.
okay,
just
let's
in
let's
one
rewind the
wrestling
clock.
match, Liquid come out on top.
Let's go back to the apology.
Let's-
I want to hear it.
let's rewind the clock. I'm going to give my apology, okay, here. And my apology goes like this. I didn't realize that Team Liquid were going to remember to run reasonable compositions right before some extremely important games. And I'd like to apologize to the rest of EMEA because I overrated you. I thought that
That's your apology. That's outrageous. I'm not even
No,
sure that counts.
when Liquid played against Giants, I thought we were going to see more clowny Valorant, and actually, it took like 25 rounds or something before the first clown round came out for
Yeah,
Liquid.
it was a
Whereas
fine game.
before, fucking round 1, round 3, round 5. I mean, the clowns are coming out the car faster than you can count them for Team Liquid in their previous matches, and yet somehow they'd wrangled the entire fucking circus, put them back in their box. And it was actually pretty pleasant Valorant that I was watching.
Yeah.
And I think part of it was because they didn't play the Sage, right? That was a pretty important piece on their fracture. That they moved away from that. They ran Camo on the Raze, they ran Kamek on the Tejo, and it worked. It looked better. It looked more on meta. They were getting good performances coming out of Kamek. They didn't have self-sabotage going on here too. They didn't even need Kiko to be going nuts, and Kiko was like their only big performing player prior to this match, I think.
Yeah.
It was unfortunate because I tuned in hoping for a comedy, and instead what I got was like a serious drama.
There's a lot of like good things to take away from Liquid here as well. First of all, it wasn't the Kiko show, which is always great.
Yeah.
And second off, to be able to change your fracture and for it to look this good so fast is great. Like their B default, the Giants were like really struggling against, where they kind of do the drone over towards arcade. Yeah, just one drone over towards arcade, get the strong legs so it jumps up once and can insta clear that, and then go over towards site. Like this was wrecking Giants. I think they did like pretty much this strat 5 times and they won 4 out of 5. So and this is like eco wins as well in terms of this round. So I do think that Giants reactively can learn a lot. They don't know the positions and they don't know. This is going to sound dumb. They don't know the brim smokes. They don't know the right brim smokes and like what to do when they're doing these smokes. Like they don't know the reactions properly. So I really think if they wanted to fast fix this, they could just watch like a Heretics demo, just steal all the crossfires. So there's a couple of stuff from Giants that I was like, they look kind of rough on this map, and they just picked it just because Liquid obviously was running the.
Yeah, they were expecting
the
a clown show.
Yeah, they were expecting the clown
They were
show and
expecting
got
Liquid
this.
to lose the game, basically. They were like, we
Yeah,
don't even
yeah.
really have to play. We just have to let
It's gonna
Liquid
be so
do their
fun.
thing.
Yeah, pretty
And
much.
Liquid are going to toss. We're just going
I-
to turn up and witness the disaster.
I think we should feel bad for their coaching staff though, because I'm sure they spent a lot of time watching those Sage VODs, just suffering,
For sure.
all
yeah.
for it to mean nothing in the end of the game. But
Genius from Team Liquid. Genius.
Before we talk about the BBL game and we go back to, Team Liquid's roots and the horse gets turned into glue again, I think credit has to be given that this game was good. Like they played a good fracture. It looked really well put together. Their executes looked well drilled. Like nothing was that silly. It was a very good quick turnaround. Congratulations, Team Liquid. That was a great game. And then Split, they just kind of ran them over. I mean, it was the Kiko and Camo show, just double diving in every round on attack and just completely cooking GX. And again, kind of similar stuff. It just looked well drilled, well put together. Like this is the happiest I've been watching a Team Liquid game. It was quick, it was honest, and there was like, I can remember across the series maybe 2, maybe 3 silly rounds. It was rather minimal.
Yeah, I think you touched on a really good point though. There's just camo. Like this was the first. This one especially was the first best of 3 that actually we can like understand why they picked him up. Like the performance was actually great, and it's like the first time where you're like, oh, okay, this guy can actually like take over and like win rounds on his own. So that was like a big stand-up performance for me from just camo, and just purely from a confidence side of thing as well. I think that's going to help him a lot for this year. Just having that one game to actually be like, yeah, this is why I'm on this team. Like I can frag heavy.
But even with that being said, and even with Liquid having a good performance against Giants, did anyone other than TMV think that they looked better than BBL? Because I really liked what we'd seen from BBL, man.
And so
Oh no, I didn't think they looked better than BBL.
You just
again,
went
it's
for
just
your punt.
it's the philosophy of like this. They could lose this game.
Right.
I think if you look at how BBL have played, so I was saying on stream this is a 50-50 just purely because if you look at how BBL have played before, they had got a couple of upsets on maps because it was like the first time they showed what they had on a map, and they play honestly like relatively new things on maps, whether it's like a chamber on Pearl, whether it's like the Vice on a couple of maps, so and then the Sage on Abyss obviously, so they had that buff of just like first time we've shown this comp, so we kind of put them a little bit higher than maybe they actually are once there's some demos out there. So I said it was a 50-50 game, but I'm pretty sure on stream I said BBL I thought we're going to win, just because I thought Yampy would be crazy pumped up, to be honest.
Well,
I thought
100%.
yeah, I mean, he was pumped up, maybe too much.
Yeah,
I said he was
yeah.
either gonna drop like 50 kills or he was gonna drop like 5 on some maps. We probably got the latter.
He was fine in the second 2, but first one he went -11, which is pretty rough. But honestly, it was Loon's performance, Levin, sorry, that I was most surprised by, because what I saw from
Wait, is
Levin
that
in
how
their
you say his
opening
name?
games, that's what the
Casters
casters were saying when they
Oh,
We were
Levin.
calling
okay.
him Loon the whole
I've been
time.
calling him Loon the whole time as well.
I know, but I think, I mean, I'm no expert.
It's probably right, dude. I'm
Is-
always wrong with this stuff.
But
Levin.
they were saying Levin, so I'm going to
Is
assume that
Turkey like German pilled and their W's are V sounds?
I
Yeah,
don't
you're
know
asking the
answer to
right
that.
crowd. You're asking the right.
Yeah, I bet. Wait,
right
any
people.
linguists in the chat?
Yeah.
But I thought that his opening matches were superb. Back when he was playing the games against like Giants and FNATIC, I was looking at Levin and thinking, looks like one of the better rookie performances actually. And then look at his stats for this. He's -10 in terms of first kills to first deaths, and 9 of those came on bind. So just BBL lose 11-13 with Levin and Yampi both having stinker games.
Yeah.
Can we just say this? We returned. We returned
was-
back to a month.
yeah.
The first 8 rounds, I think there was 4 massive thrifties. Like, who won the pistol on bind? Team Liquid won the pistol. BBL won the second round. Then Team Liquid have no money and win the third round. Then, like a couple rounds later, after the gun rounds, the BBL are on another massive eco and win that. The first like half of this game was like, if you just don't buy guns, because the other team is going to do something stupid and you will get like a free gun upgrade and you will win the round.
true.
I think it literally might have been 5 eco round wins across the two teams. It was a fucking lunacy.
But then it's
Sorry, Levenacy.
You stupid ass.
I remember watching being like, oh, we're on for a record here. Like 7 rounds in, I was like, we're definitely on for a record. There's so many thrifties. Like literally everyone's just thrifting everyone.
It was amazing. And then Kurt, can you play round 23? Because this one cracked me up, right? I don't know.
Unbind?
Unbind, yeah. If you play round 23 on bind, this one really did crack me up because I don't know who like what the comms are in BBL. I don't know if they've got a team of like Aspas players or something, but you're gonna see a round where it's round 23. There's 2 rounds left in the game, right? They have a Sage res. There are 2 players there
Don't show
Oh.
this here,
who are ready to be res. Who are ready to be res. They are
Sure.
just sitting there, fully ready to be res. Now, yes, Team Liquid do have a Brimalt, right? So Team Liquid would have, and even you see in the clip here that Kiko, I think, is holding the Brimalt. He's literally he's on the little iPad just waiting to press the button, right? But the fact is, right, these 2 players die. Social was gonna walk in here. He's gonna see that this is clear. He's gonna pick up the spike and okay, guys. Don't res me because I'm Aspas and I don't want the extra death of this Brimalt. But you are just trading an ult for an ult. It's round 23. Guess what happens in round 24? He just dies first. They never fucking use it. And that means that Kiko then gets a free Brimalt to use, and then they have no time as they're trying to exit through shower. And so they lose. So instead of trading a res for a Brimalt here and just taking the death, we've got a bunch of Aspas players who, I'm not dying. Don't pick me, I'm not dying. Please, I need the stats. And so then they just, the Brimalt comes in the next round when he dies first and you don't use the res.
We can't be calling them Aspas players.
Yeah, that's crazy on its own. No, dude, I said I was gonna call you up for this thing because I watched your video and I strongly I really strongly think that you I flame you on my stream a little bit. I always say you have an 80-20% hit rate, as in like 80 hit, 20% miss. I felt like you missed on this one because what you have to focus on is the round after. Like that's the one there. Like that's like this isn't bad. Like them not doing the res because the Brimalt isn't bad.
I can agree with you there. I can agree with you that might not be the ideal use of it, but I still think when it's round 23 and you've got a Sage res is not in 2025. Sage res is not an ult that is consistently going to get you someone alive. That then takes part in the round after the fact. It's just not. Like teams are just play around it pretty well these days. Right, so using a Sage res for a Brimalt on bind is better than a Sage res, I would say, in most scenarios, because teams are good at playing against it. So when it's round 23, just trade the ults. I understand it's not a perfect use of it. You're not getting mega value from that, but it's round 23, and there is a decent chance that your Sage just dies and never gets to use it.
No, I agree, but you can play to make sure that you are rezzing. Like,
but then they didn't.
No, I agree. What actually happened? I mean, maybe you can play it and we can see it as well. What actually happened?
He walks short and he dies first. I'm pretty sure.
They do a default where like they push over towards long B, right? So they've got like 2 people over towards long B. But then normally what teams will do here on this is they'll clear showers early, make sure it's clear, and then the 3 that go over towards showers, normally these 2 here, that you see on showers should always join up with the person on short, so that when these guys TP, it's a 3-2 split, but instead they end up going 2 showers, 2 TP, and you get a 1-4 split, and the 1 is the Sage. Like this is the thing that is like criminal. I think the round before saving the Sage res is so fine, but like this point here, the fact that they cleared showers and then the other 2 didn't go back short, like it is so criminal. It should literally be like trying to. Sage should be baiting in all of the situations. The other 2 that are that.
Even if the Sage does bait in this situation, though, they're not getting a res off.
But you can maybe
That's my
maybe
point, that you
kill
don't-
the.
No, but
I
that's
think
my
you
point,
can.
Sliggy. With a Sage res, you don't
but
always know. Even if you end up in a fight and the Sage is baiting, you still don't know.
But go back here, Kurt. Sorry to do this, but say it's free going up short here and the Sage is baiting. It will be a 1-for-1 trade on the raise. Then you res, then the Brim all will come in for the res, but then you plant at the same time, so you don't have the delay of the plant.
But that's
getting
exactly the
owned by
same as
the-
if you
That's
just rezzed in the previous
if you res
round.
last round.
Yeah,
exactly.
but that's in this round because you still keep it into the round. You don't know how the next round's going to go out. That's just hindsight.
Yeah, why don't they just
But,
see
like-
the future though?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure.
Sage res has always been one of the least impactful reses in the game. One of the least impactful ults in the game that people overrate like crazy, because you literally have to be almost
It's
always at a
situational.
player disadvantage situation to rip it. So like the stats always play out that it's like a bad ult, because
You
at
cannot
best
be
it's getting
gooning
you
your
like
Sage ult. You gotta just let it go.
I will say
it's
the,
so
the
situational.
teams are
Actually
like
just got
bad at
demonetized for that.
thinking about it.
Oh, I forgot that word is bad. I forgot. I'm
Sorry,
very
you
sorry.
didn't
Not a
say it. You
sponsorship.
didn't say it.
That's good. I didn't. I meant like a henchman. Like a you got to use the
An
primary
Arsenal fan.
guy, like the
It's
main
an Arsenal
villain.
Yeah, it's an Arsenal fan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like an Arsenal fan.
YouTube.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry. I meant it that
You're
way.
begging with the YouTube algorithm. Not a human is watching this. Yeah. Anyway, that aside, it's just the overall game was a bit clowny too. Like, it's not like, is it even worth digging into the details of these
but
kind of
from
things when the
but only
tempo
from
of it was
BBL.
so?
Yeah, like the first map I would say was clowny. The second map, like I would say, Liquid somewhat cleaned it up. But BBL kind of stayed. That's the thing. Maybe Liquid have just learned, hey, we can drag them in map one, and we are now the experts of this. We can wriggle ourselves out of it. But the other team is just stuck in glue. They're just covered in. They don't know the secrets to get out.
I think Kat, go back to that and click on all maps. Like this tells a giant story though. Look at the fast kills, and this is still the good sign that you could take away from the fracture. Who is the fracture that they kept on losing like 3v5s and stuff? Like they
It's
still
Foot.
kept on getting the foot. Yeah, they still kept on getting the fast kills. Like the Liquid are very very good, and there's a lot of good to take away from when your fast kills are this high up. And it was similar with foot. They just carried on losing those other situations, and they still lost like man advantage situations, but it wasn't anywhere near as many as they were losing in that game. So it's like it's good signs, and they're doing the hard part, which is obviously getting the fast kills without getting traded.
Do you not think it was a bit of a choke on Split? The fact that you're 3 rounds away from being able to win as BBL, and you lose 7 in a row, like unable to really get. They win the pistol, win the bonus. They're looking good for the momentum, but then once you actually get into the rifle rounds, they couldn't convert any of them.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I think that's like a
That's fair.
textbook choke. You've got to praise Team Liquid. I thought they're like you guys were saying. I thought the Pearl was very good, but this map, I mean, BBL they just needed a round, and it just completely slipped away. I feel like this split was lost more so, especially in that second half, to just like BBL making mistakes and Team Liquid being good to punish, than like Team Liquid having like a perfect, brilliant game plan. Like obviously they did well to win those 7 rounds in a row, and I thought like
Kurt, you showed one of the rounds where Kiko just walks. He walks out A, like on BBL, like grouping up to do a B hit, and he's walked the whole map. Like by the time that they're actually like grouping up to do that B hit, and he like it was like things like that, like
Yeah.
of just like Liquid were finding an opportunity that BBL had left open to them, and Liquid would then exploit that. And
Dude, the round that he showed was in their game against Giants earlier. He was just doing the same. Yeah, he was doing the same thing in both of the games, though.
But he has a lot
I
of
swear the
confidence at
round
the
that
moment.
Kurt showed
Yeah, no,
earlier
I
was
think that was
Kiko
great.
flanking against Giants.
Yeah, it was
No, but
Giants.
he did do similar
do
stuff
it,
on
yeah,
this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kiko looks way better than like this role suits him way better than the
Yeah,
duelist
he-
role.
he's
It really
done really
does.
well.
Like he's found his role, and it's awesome for him.
I mean, no, I know. I was just thinking about the Kiko pushing idea as well, though, and I got to assume that part of that is because there's just no hard senti on the side of BBL that is like watching out for that, and he's found the opportunity in the previous game against a Vice where the Vice wall wasn't over towards A long. It's a good meta for trying to abuse with defensive pushes when you're running into a lot of non-traditional Sentinel picks like the Vice or the Deadlock or whatever. I do want to get our thoughts on how deep Team Liquid can go, but I think I'll save this for the predictions because we're about to get into it anyway. So Team Liquid are going up against Foot. But before we get into that, we have last week's EMEA match of the week. That was Foot versus Vitality. Great game. 8,500 total votes. 75% of our viewers picked Vitality to win, and they were correct with that. So well done, all of you. You can check back on our community tab to vote for the EMEA match of the week, which this week still features Team Vitality, which is the one that we're about to predict right now. It's Team Vitality going up against Team Heretics. Absolute banger game. Ooh.
Yeah,
okay.
Really?
Yeah, because I'm okay, and I'm super high up on Vitality, and there's only one little reason that I'm going for Heretics on this one. I do think Heretics obviously don't look on the same form as like where their kind of peak was last year, but the fact that they floated Abyss and then didn't second ban it makes me think that they got their Abyss really good. And then I think that Vitality are going to pick Abyss thinking that Abyss isn't good, but then Heretics' Abyss is going to be good, and then they're going to be 1-0 up, and then maybe they can squeeze out another map.
Run me through that one again.
Okay, so they played Abyss against Gentamates, right? They got absolutely wrecked. Was it Gentamates? I think that's right. Let me quickly check this.
Yeah.
And then their next game, they didn't ban Abyss, and their second ban, they picked between Abyss and I can't remember what the other map was, but they banned the other map, so they floated Abyss as fart. And you wouldn't float that unless you've like really prepped Abyss. So I'm thinking Vitality are going to obviously look at the Gentlemates thing, and they're going to go, well, let's pick Abyss. They're not good at this map, and I think they've been working super hard on Abyss. And I didn't think Vitality's Abyss looked crazy good for it to like be like a real easy game for them. So I'm thinking the Heretics are like super prepped on Abyss.
So in theory, that also, because they've banned Split twice as well, do you think they're saving strats, saving a look on Split? Because
nah, I don't think so. I think
in theory, it would be their perma.
I think they're just late to pracking. I know a good amount of them were ill and they lost like a week and a half of prank.
So if they... Right, so you reckon that their Split is genuinely not that good, but their Abyss is a bit of a trap card.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I think it's a trap card on this one, and obviously it's still hard to win another map against Vitality, but it's Heretics, man. I gotta back out.
I would be so down to see a game of Abyss with Vitality's triple initiator composition again. That was so fun to watch in the game against KC. That was awesome. Yeah, I'm mega down if they want to pick Abyss in this game. That's an interesting theory. Has it swayed either of you, TMV or Mimi?
No.
I think Vitality are just picking.
We just spent like
they look too good. Yeah.
We spent like 20 minutes of this segment just glazing Vitality incessantly. I don't think there's any more arguments that need to be made for them. Team Heretics is a good team. They just don't look quite up to form as they were last year. And aforementioned rewind for the 20 minutes of Vitality glazing, and that's why I went for them.
Yep, makes sense. Okay, well, let's get on to the next game where I really want to see if anyone's gone for the upset here. Because as we've discussed, Foot should probably be the favorites, but in the lower bracket, Foot takes on Team Liquid. Our apology forms are ready, but it is just that Plat Chat guarantee.
Boy. Okay. Dude, I thought TMV was going to go for this.
No.
Why does this not fit the theory then? Why is this not fitting the philosophy?
Because Foot are a good team and not just an average team.
Right.
Like there's a level to this. Like if you're like a middle of the pack team, you can lose games. But Foot, I think, are just in that tier above. And I think the game against FNATIC, had they only won like 2-1 against FNATIC and it not looked like, as convincing, I might have gone Liquid, to be honest. But I think Foot versus FNATIC like kind of showed me like, okay, even after getting destroyed in the game before, which might have knocked their confidence, no, they're still the same team. They still have like a good level overall. And if Zeus is gonna perform, and is finding his feet now and is getting in the groove of things, then I just think they'll just have too much for Liquid, to be honest.
Yeah, I kind of back that as well. It's just I wanted to go Liquid, but again, I also think that this isn't the full form of Zeus yet. And again, even when they got stomped from Vitality, I still like a lot of what they're doing. So I'm kind of just backing them. I would love to hear your percentage on this one though, Slideshow.
The percentage?
Yeah, I love what your percentage is.
The percentage. All right. Well, you've got to calculate first of all the mud percentage. What's the percentage that Team Liquid are just immediately in the mud?
I think they've brought it down as of late. They've been on the up and up. There was mud. They receded a little bit in that BBL game. The mud was back, but it wasn't as extreme. Maybe like a 15% mud percentage.
Oh, I was thinking higher than that. I was thinking 25% mud percentage.
Okay, I think that's fair. I think that's very fair.
I'm giving Liquid a 1 in 4 chance of just immediately falling over in the mud. And then from there, if Liquid were playing well, then I think we're looking at more of a 60-40 kind of game. But you got to add
You're forgetting
on
the
10%,
the glue quotient. You're forgetting that, Josh.
And now, who is the glue quotient for? Is that glue for foot?
For Liquid.
That was folded into the mud. It's muddy glue. It's gluey mud.
You were adding that together. Okay, I just want to make sure you didn't forget.
But of course, you can't add the 25% to the 60%, so it's got to be 25 times. So 0.4 times.
0.6
times 0.25. Okay, so we're looking for 80%, 80-20.
80%.
80-20.
You say that, but there's also a providence that protects idiots, drunkards, children, and Team Liquid, and they might just they might just win this game. I feel like 80-20 is a little. I feel like it's like a 70-30, 65. I don't know. 70-30 feels safe to me.
They're past the Shio cutoff at this point. Shio had them in 4th.
We do have to apologize to Shio. We all clowned on him incessantly for saying Team Liquid top 4, and here we are.
I agree, but did he say that for kickoff or did he say the end of the year?
Well,
if we actually go back, if we go back, he actually predicted Liquid to lose a lot at the beginning.
Yeah, he did.
The false prophet. He knew, but just at the wrong time.
No, I actually reckon it's more like 70-30. I think that's what I would go for this game. I think there's a decent chance of some kind of wonkiness going on, but I do think Liquid have already overachieved, frankly, with their position in the top 4 right now. It makes me feel sick to my stomach not having Carmen Corp here. When I see Team Liquid dribbling around, slipping on their own mud.
They've played well in their last 2 games.
Yeah.
You're holding 1 game against them.
I'm holding 2 games against them. Their first 2 games were both bad, weren't they? It wasn't just 1. Am I going mad?
Their double showing of Fracture wasn't great. I agree.
They played the Sage Comp twice. I would say their bind was pretty sloppy in this BBL game too.
Yeah, I've got to be honest with you. I think the Team Liquid Apex game has just left an astounding impact on me. No, but the Team Liquid Koi game was fucking bad as well. That was bad. No, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. I'm a reformed man, and if they win against Foot, I'll be posting apology letters through their doors. So don't worry about it. Let's have a look at our bold predictions for kickoff. So at the beginning, we had some preds. You were talking about going back and like Shio predding like end of year results. We all had Heretics Vitality, did we not? As our top 2 teams. Yeah. Just kind of flipping around the order of them.
Good predictions.
Oh, look at
so far, so good. Yeah. So far, so predictable.
Look at the boring Barrys winning again.
Yeah.
Yeah, Heretics Vitality. Work though.
I mean,
Shio had Vitality in their Team Liquid, I think. No, maybe
Shio was very.
I think Shio had Koi and
yeah.
Not here to defend himself. We can say whatever we like. All right, well, that does it then for our EMEA segment. We'll get on to Americas in just a moment, but we've got to get rid of Tory Man's Valorant first.
That's so sad. TMV, I'm sad you don't get to talk about Vicky.
EG. Yeah, EG and Vicky and...
Vicky?
Yeah.
Vicky,
what
the
have you
player
been up to
on
on your co-streams?
Well,
Vicky,
Mimi just randomly during a loud game said, "Oh, Vicky's doing really well here for Vinny," and so then we've turned Vinny into, "Hey, Vicky, what are you doing, Vicky?" That's what Vinny has become anytime they lose a round.
Okay, great. That's great.
Yeah.
Just his first time in Tier 1 Valorant.
It's his alter ego. When he has a bad round, it's hey Vicky. But when he's doing well, it's Vinny. Vinny, my boy.
Why does it sound like a fucking extra from Sopranos asking for the gabagool? What you thought? Like, where's this character come from?
That's what it became. That's what it became. Yeah, but
Okay.
have fun talking about EG and NRG. There's some you got some mud to get through, I think.
We do have a bit of mud in Americas. You're goddamn right with that one. Okay, all right. We're gonna throw it to a short break. We're gonna be bringing in Wyatt, and we will return with America's content to blast your ear holes.
What?
Okay, goodbye, all.
Bye.
See you.
We had some
Just
good games in Americas this week as well, though.
There were some.
We had one good game in Americas this week.
There were some bad ones too.
We need to
be right back.
revisit
My
our
kidneys are about to
regional
explode.
strength.
I'm gonna
Okay.
put some music on.
Oh, banger. What a tune.
All right, we're back. Wyatt's not here yet. So we can wait for him, I guess.
Yeah, we can still shoot some poop.
If I had to choose one person to have dinner with before I die, it would be Kevin McLeod.
Who is Kevin McLeod?
The guy that
Dude,
makes all
you don't
this
even know
free
the
music.
goat?
He's the goat.
Ah, I see.
Bro, you're not hip to Kev.
Dude, Wyatt, are we gonna
Makes
talk about
straight
the big
fire.
NBA moves?
Are we gonna give 25 on that one?
Oh, we gotta.
Maybe even a 27-minute.
I mean, it's a big
segment on that
pickup
one.
for LA.
It's fucking asinine. Is what it is. It's fucking asinine. But anyway,
I don't
Josh, take it away.
I was gonna say, I
know
don't
what
know.
you're
Whoever's
talking about.
hosting.
Nah, they were doing something about basketball. Dude,
Basketball.
I have no idea what this is. And
Luka Doncic.
I asked
He left
chat for like
Dallas.
a Valorant version, and they just said it's like Zekken and Ardis switching. They basically said. So that's all I have to go off of.
Maybe
Respect.
not that.
I think that's doing a disservice to AD. He's definitely better than Artis in Valorant terms.
Damn, dude.
That's
I mean, Ardis was good when he was playing.
Yeah,
He's
he won
just
a
on the
Masters,
bench
bro.
now.
yeah. I mean, there's got to be a better comparison than Artis.
Go on,
Because
then,
Artis would
give
have
us
to
the comparison.
Artis would
Yeah,
have
give
to.
us one.
He'd have to still be playing.
Okay. But it's not like Zekken and Finesse.
No, absolutely. Maybe if you
Okay.
took someone from NRG, maybe it'd be more like Zekken and Ethan or someone like that.
It's like a
someone that's-
medium good
someone that's
player for a great
been-
player.
Being
Wait,
really
so what about-
good is still really good, but he's getting older. He's getting older.
Right.
At least
okay.
in gaming terms, because 80's like.
What about
42.
Leo and Crashies? Like, if that move was deliberate from Leo, if they had done that, does
That actually does map. Yes, I think that
Okay.
tracks. That's a good comparison. Yes.
Okay.
Where you have
All right,
the
well-
franchise future of FNATIC, the fucking initiator GOAT. And then they say, but Crashes, he won with Optic that 1 year. And that good comparison.
Yeah, because I know ball.
Yeah,
That's why
you actually you pulled a great comparison out of your ass, and now we probably can move on.
Okay, let's go talking about Americas then, shall we? I mean, TMV was talking about us having some mud this week, and it's kind of unfortunate that G2 are as good as they are, because they make everybody else look kind of crap.
Yeah.
I mean,
But,
they make
they
them
are
look
magic.
crap. You think so?
Some of the teams, yeah. I mean, some of the games are still great. We're going to start with Sentinels playing against Loud, and that's got to be the match of the week, like from the matches that we experienced. A lot of people super entertained, really clouted orgs, like good viewership, good investment in the game, that kind of stuff. But at the same time, the quality is, even in this one, which got you into the upper bracket final, the quality was nowhere near what we're seeing from G2 again. Like, there's still, in my opinion, a pretty big gap between them and these two teams who are fighting for, the opportunity to be in, I don't know, second place in the upper bracket final. But it was a banger of a game. It was very entertaining, super entertaining.
It's dude, because this was like the big real test for Loud, right? Because they kind of sailed through or got like lucky that their opponents up to this point weren't really playing at a good level, right? It was EG and Crew, and then it was Crew without a even default, and it was EG kind of messing up their Pearl, like not getting any orbs on the Phoenix. So this was like the first proper test. I was impressed though. DG Zin is insane. I watched this guy and I'm like, damn, he's actually so good. But I feel like this is like one of those teams that is, I kind of have them down as a momentum team. That they can all reach like really good levels if they get like good starts and everyone's just shouting. And then I was just impressed that they can, like, Angel wise, it felt like they were like holding their own and they were winning a lot. In my opinion, the thing that separated this was just like individual clutches from Sentinels. Really, that's what it felt like it came down to. I think if the actual individuals from Sentinels didn't step up as much, I feel like Loud maybe should have won this.
I do think there was also some interesting decision making from Loud, especially on this Pearl on their defensive side, that let this game slip away. They had like Pencutta playing backhaul on B like every round against KO Util, and he was just getting like flushed out, and he either miraculously got a 2K or died, and then they were in these losing positions. I felt like the way that Loud was playing their defensive macro, they were kind of gambling on like 2 players towards B, doing everything, and if that didn't work, they were like quite a few rounds where they're doing like 2-3 player saves instead of attempting the retake, which let Sentinels like economy really balloon and kind of snowball some of this game out of control. So I don't know. I saw some high highs from Loud. I think especially around Digizin, how great he was on the attack side, how strong he was when he had the AWP in his hands. But to me, this felt like kind of a bit of a mess up in the second half that Loud kind of let Sentinels get away with all these big moments and come out with the win there. Because to me, this was a series that was so close to being won. Like, if they had not made a few mistakes on that defensive side, they'd be playing against G2.
Yeah, it is pretty mental that the series ends with Digizin finishing at 14 first kills to 5 first deaths. Who's playing a fantastic series. And again, this is a guy that I was not that I didn't think he would be a good player in Americas, expected him to be good, but did not expect him by any means to be lighting teams up in this fashion after having a very mid-year in Challengers 2024. He was not crushing the competition in Brazil. He was one of the better duelists for sure, one of the top duelists, but you would expect him to be at that level, crushing the competition. And really impressed with him coming in. And I do agree with your takes, Sliggy, as far as it being a momentum-based team to the extent of the excitement and the individual players making excellent plays. I think Cowan Zine was really peaking in this tournament. And I don't want to get too far ahead because I guess, we're on Sen Loud, but unfortunately they ran into the even higher individual peaked team in the end. But overall, I am still impressed with this run. I did not have high hopes for this roster. Their offseason showing was dismal, and now I feel that they could actually do something this year. I thought they were going to go out 0-2 in this tournament.
Just to go back to what Mimi was saying there, we're watching a clip right now of Pancada anchoring in back halls and getting trapped by Vice utility. There's Thorns blocking his exit, Vice util that stops him from having his gun out in this spot. Loud barely played a retake style in like the entirety of this tournament. You look at them playing on Split after this as well. Look at them playing here on Pearl. They are constantly trying to hard anchor and getting fucking rolled.
You just
for
can't
it as
do
well.
it against this comp. Like,
I mean, this meta is not one to be hard anchoring against for the most part. I think on like almost any of the maps, like a lot of the teams are finding value out of like on Lotus, heavy fight rubble, play a retake style on C, play like play something similar here on Pearl. The round 11, round 12 on Pearl were Sen just finding success by running B retakes, like trying to find out where you stack your players, and then the amount of util you have available to you when you're running kind of like Tejo compositions in particular, I think really trends towards plant pressure and retake setups rather than trying to hard anchor. I think teams are getting caught quite often in these heavy anchor spots, or when they think that they're going to be able to hold positions. And I think that because also when you never play retake, which Loud are doing, you never make Sentinels worried about having to save utility for their post plan. Yep. Sen on their attack sides, no, we should be sending all of our util into the site when we exec. We shouldn't be trying to take it, you know, cautious, save some big pieces of util, and then get ready to repel a large retake. It just simplifies your whole game plan on attack. We just know there is an anchor player in back halls. We're going to nuke them. We're going to be up 5v4. We're going to win a post plant because Loud don't really have like great retake ideas.
And because they're
and
playing
I think that's a mistake.
Yeah, and because they're playing that style, I think they almost deprive themselves of the opportunity to have some of their own like big moments at the end. Like you saw on the attack side, a lot of these like late round clutches from Zek and stuff like that. Like they're putting a position where you have two players on site getting completely destroyed by utility, and then once they die, we are basically like conceding our retakes, and we're not even like trying to go for a lot of these rounds. And then that just lets Sen, okay, we use all the util for the exec. Once we win that, we're good. We can use ults for the exec. Like they're doing all this. I felt like Loud was just too slow to adapt, and they lost this map because of it, and by extension are out of the tournament now because of it.
I disagree with a little bit of what you guys are saying, because I don't think you can. In my opinion, against it's a comp diff. Like that's where I stand. I think that.
Oh well, yeah, that's true.
Sure.
I don't think you can really play that heavy retake against this Sentinels comp. I think you have to play aggro, because so if you guys are saying that you have to play retake,
no, I'm saying they have to do like fight into them or do something that's not just sitting back all every round.
Yeah, no, okay, that's fair. Because I think the problem is they can only play aggro against this, in my opinion. Because if you try and play retake against this comp, you're gonna get wrecked. So say they exec and then you have like double stars, then you wait, like double smokes, you wait for the smokes, then you got fawns to get through. The fawns are like 8 to 10 seconds long, so you can't really like enter the site at all. And then you got Teo damage and Astrasuck, and all of the maps are really heavy based that you can just play spam anyway. So I think they were kind of right in terms of like the prep being, we can't let them plant and we can't like retake, but I think they ended up just anchoring instead of maybe fighting. So I think they just missed that extra step. But I don't think
on Split they were doing a lot of fighting on defense. They were trying to fight them for like B heaven control and stuff. But I think you've got to a really important point there as well, which is that they're just getting comp diffed in that situation, because there's huge amounts more utility that Sentinels are able to throw out with their split composition. And Loud, what really struck me in the Loud crew game, which we'll get to later on, is that both of those teams are playing like old meta stuff that basically there was one Vice, I think, in the entire match.
Yeah, Shy's playing Vice, and yeah, again, not to get too ahead, but his Vice is pretty fantastic.
Crazy.
I'm surprised that Loud deviated back to playing an older comp on Split after debuting with Tejo and beating EG. I felt like overall this week, I could be mistaken, but I had the feeling that several teams deviated back to playing older things and going away from the Tejo, if I remember correctly. which was surprising to me. I still am of the opinion that the team that is going to be playing the best Taeho will likely be the team finding the most success in qualifying to and at Bangkok. He's too important to the meta right now. I think deviating away from him is a massive mistake, especially on Split of all maps. Like, yes, Loud stole Lotus away. I was surprised, to be honest, that they were able to win with the comp going up against the Taeho breach stuff. Look, I think Sentinels do have a better meta read playing it on all of the maps in this series, and I think Split is a must pick with Taeho, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can be critical of, like, I think people have been critical of Sen for, like, oh, they're trying to force the new stuff on every map. Maybe they shouldn't be playing. But I really think, like, they're moving in the right direction. Like, I think like the Yoru Vice stuff is so strong right now. In my opinion, Vice is the strongest Sentinel in the game at the moment, and is something the team should be abusing more. The fact that they're on the cutting edge with that, they're on the cutting edge with the Taeho, and they're playing against a Loud who is, like, playing all of this, like, hyper old stuff that, like, we've been seeing since the dawn of man. It just makes me kind of sad, honestly, because we saw Loud playing new stuff at the beginning of the tournament, and I thought that they were going to kind of go back to, like, the classic Loud, like being, like, the innovators of Brazil and being willing to try this stuff out. But, well, their players really stepped up in this game, and they had, like, pretty solid teamwork, pretty solid like, individual performances. I think they really got let down by their comp decisions and by their, like, macro decisions against the Sentinels comps. So I really hope when we see Loud come back for Split 1, they are more willing to experiment and try new things, because I think if they can be pushing for that while also keeping guys like Digizin having this level of performance, like Penkata winning the amount of clutches he is, like, it's a scary team. But if they're just going to keep playing the ancient ways, I think they're going to lose to top teams like Sen. This
Also,
round was also a crime.
What a round this was.
This round, maybe you might be in the future. We may be looking at that image of the guy pushing over the little domino into the big dominoes, and this be the first little domino that has spiraled things in 2025. If this clutch was not made, pretty fucking strong chance that Loud can run away with the rest of the half, be in a pretty strong lead going into the second and take the game. That flipped the game on its head entirely.
Oh yeah,
I
he
mean,
really did.
Crazy round.
Because then Zelsis had another clutch after. This is what I was saying. Like that.
Yeah, Zelsis got 4K in the round afterwards.
Yeah. And they won so many clutches for this one.
It didn't make me feel good about Sentinels, though, because my overall impression coming out the back end of it was Loud actually, I think, should have been able to close this series out. And despite the fact that they were playing out of date, like, worse compositions, I think, generally, and despite the fact that I felt like players were getting stuck in certain unwinnable situations, they were in leading positions so frequently in these maps. They should have been able to close out Pearl. They were 6-1 in the lead.
Yeah, I agree, but I would counter and say that I think it's a very good sign that Sentinels are playing Taeho, like, in this early on. If you go back historically and you look at Valorant, like, first 2 months of Astra, no one was good apart from maybe Zoms. And then you go, like, Chamber, another broken agent, no one was using it for the first, like, month and a half. So I think that the fact that they're embracing it this early, they're only going to get better with that understanding. And I think they can tweak some of the other stuff, because sometimes the solo Yoru looks really good on certain maps, like obviously Fracture, it's incredible. But there's other maps where it's just like, it looks a little bit harder. But I think once they get more used to Taeho and they come up with ideas and stuff that they want to do, I think that they're going to... I think that taking the leap that they've done so early is really going to pay off. And they'll be one of the best, if not one of the best already, at, like, Taeho stuff.
Zekken looked really good on Yoru during Split. I thought that was a great map from him. Obviously, he gets that 1v4 ace clutch as well. I wasn't very happy with what they were doing on Lotus with it. When I started the series, he looked a bit uncomfortable still playing the Yoru, and I was like, this isn't looking great. I mean, I just want to rewind a little bit to Lotus as well, because if we could take a look at round 4, Kurt, of Lotus, the first map, I loved this, to your point about Digizin being able to get the entries. This was the match that showcased that Digizin has got it when it comes to rifling. So they were doing a C mound take that I haven't really seen anybody else do. High flash blast pack instead of doing like the low smoke, slower paced boombot kind of default. Zellsis there team blinds himself, but still manages to get the trade in like unbelievable lucky fashion. And then they go into a post-plant situation where they've got a paranoia setup, but Narrate reads it. Like Dushazin's entries, he also had an entry on Pearl where he diffed Zekken with the op. He had an entry later on in round 9 where he did the same blast pack mound take and deletes Zekken with the operator. He was on fire in this match. He looked really strong.
Yeah, and this is sorry, okay.
Oh, no.
This is like one of the first times where because I always speak about him as like an opera, and I'm like, oh, this guy just pops everyone with an op. He's got like the best reaction time. But like when I watched him here, I was like, oh, damn, they're confident to do. Do you know what? It looked like EG champs, like when they started playing this, when they got their Lotus good,
like
and they would, and they were just sending him out with a flash. They were doing similar stuff with this, and I'm like, damn, this guy, like he's in for just absolutely sending it, and his rifle actually looks awesome.
I wanted to showcase some rounds, though, where I wasn't as happy with what was going on for Sentinels. So, round 15 and 16 on Lotus, you mentioned earlier, Wyatt, that it was weird that Loud were able to win on this map. And I think that these 2 rounds actually made the difference, in my opinion, because it's Sentinels on a bonus round in round 15, and then it's them kind of recovering their economy. So they've got a bonus round play here where Zekken TPs in with the flash, but they team blind their own player Bang as he swings. And so both players end up like, I don't think it's a great play for starters of just teleporting Zekken over towards the ult orb setup without too much additional initiator support. But then to mess up the timing and have a team blind there too, really doesn't look that great. And then if you want to scroll forwards, because this round at this point is basically chalked, round 16 was the one where they have 3 players in tree, and Zellsis team blinds John Cutie, and Kawenzine gets the 3K spray down as well. And to some degree, you've got to give like credit to Kawenzine because it's a fucking weird position that he gets himself into. He's like on the other side of the smoke. It's a good set play at the beginning of the round from Loud as well.
Yeah. God, that rocket was so close to farming. Holy shit.
Yeah. But there were so many moments of discoordination in this from Sentinels, and I think that has created in my mind a very large gap between them and G2, because while I like the ideas, the execution of what they're going for in this situation, it's in a post-plant scenario, I think it just doesn't look as good.
I agree. That worries me for them going up against non-G2 teams as well when they're in the lower bracket, to be honest. But
yeah, I think that's a good point, because I'm not sure we can compare people to G2 at the moment.
Yeah,
no one's close to them in America.
I'm worried about Sen getting exposed by Crew in the lower bracket. Making mistakes like this.
Dude, look at this, though.
Crew are just exploiting everyone's mistakes by banging them the fuck out. It's legitimately like, you make a small mistake, their players are going to find a 2K if you're slightly out of position, if you're not ready for the trade, because they're going to hit everything, man.
There's enough sloppiness here. There's enough sloppiness with what Sentinels are doing, where probably like 3 rounds a half, they're like accidentally team flashing each other or messing up a timing with what they're going for. And that's a large amount of discoordination, which is being made up for other areas. Like individuals are stepping up. The ideas are really good. You know, there's enough good stuff there to mitigate some of the bad. They lose this game if
Zekken doesn't like 1v5 ace on split, like quite literally. It's
But we also can't expect it to be that crazy drilled when they're trying 7 new comps on 7 maps, like in the short time. Yeah. It's just that's always going to happen.
And complex utility comps as well. There are a lot of moving parts. When you compare it to like Crew, who are just playing the ABC Valorant and running around never missing. But I mean, when Loud have reverted to this, credit to Sen for being able to win on Pearl though, against Dishazine getting 7 first kills and 1 first death, like just putting his team in prime position to not lose. It was pretty sick. But
shall we move on from this game though and talk about? I'd like to jump. Honestly, I kind of want to jump ahead to talk about Loud getting eliminated, if you don't mind, Kurt. If we could talk about the like Crew NRG game and then Crew Loud game as well.
I mean, you said something earlier, Josh. I can't even remember now. But it resulted in me thinking a theme for this weekend was teams throwing away advantages when they shouldn't have been. So in conjunction with the points you were making about those Sen rounds, the amount of those for NRG on Abyss against Crew, my fucking god, man.
Okay, let's talk NRG then. Before we get into talking
map,
Crew and Loud, we're fucking with all of the order, but I love where your head's at because we've got to rant about this.
This Abyss map, as someone who's very excited about this NRG team, I walked away so disappointed, particularly from Abyss. Now, first of all, it's going to be hard to win a series when 2 of your players go combined -48, and in addition to that, they lost 4 pistol rounds, and one of the pistols they won, they got eco'd.
Yeah.
So it's going to be tough to win when that's the case already. And on Abyss, despite those aforementioned issues, they still could have ran the fuck away with that attack half if they hadn't lost a couple crucial rounds to tragic mistakes. The first unfortunate round they lost, which it wasn't even bad, if you want to pull it up, Kurt, was round 2. They forced and went for a B exec. And it was a really cool
They forced
exec.
every single time, I think, when they lost pistol on their attack side. That must be a real, Bonkar thinks it's great in this meta kind of thing.
This, sorry, this is on Abyss, Kurt. It was a really cool exec, and it eventually just went down to 1v1 with Psalm versus Kesnet. He took the 1v1 off of timing where he thought Kesnet was running towards the spike to defuse. That was the case. He just missed, and Kesnet killed him with the Outlaw. But it was a really cool round if you want to bring that up. They had a lot of very cool, big set ideas of how to hit and take sites and then set up post plants with the Harbor and with the Yoru, putting Mata in these forward positions, which is what they're going to do here. Mata has the Judge right now. Everyone else has Stingers. And the way that they set this up is that they try to insert Mata all the way into, I always call it fucking Ivy, because Van Silly calls that Ivy in ranked. Just like the position, the link behind the shelf.
Yeah, the B-link.
Yeah, B-link. And so they get in super deep. They give him a dark cover to play forward with the Judge. Everyone scales really deep into the site. And Crew kind of flush him out, but he's already sent the gate crash back as well. So they have these nice forward positions. They're in heaven as well. This was super cool. Almost worked. They just did not end up winning out the duels at the end of the day.
But that's
all good.
That's just like the story of the game too. Just like even when rounds went well and like they had a good idea and they executed upon it well, they were just always losing critical duels in critical moments, and the Crew players were just hyper confident and winning that and then snowballing that into round wins. Like normally it's not the thing you talk about, but like across the game, NRG was -28 in duels against Crew, and that's normally like the meathead thing to bring up when you're talking about a match like this. But I legitimately think
curve meme.
Yeah, but it's wrapped back around to be like legitimately we are just losing too many key gunfights in key moments, and that is swinging rounds that are winning positions to be losing positions, and Crew is capitalizing not only off of the better individual form, but also any of these mistakes you're bringing up, Wyatt, and snowballing that into round win after round win.
I honestly, I don't think Abyss came down to gun duels. I think it came down to NRG making large team errors. Like, the most crucial ones, like, that was an example of a gun duel one. Like, some simply just lost that 1v1. That happens. And, like, the more appalling stuff was, like, round 7 and 8, I believe. Or round 8 was, I think round 8 was the one where they lost a 4v2, or was that round 7, Josh?
Round 7, they all played Cliff post
Yes,
plant.
because that was the one they all played Cliff post plant, because they gave Mata an op.
Oh, yeah.
And then they tried to play in front of the wall.
All on Cliff.
Yeah, that was just not
disaster.
Good. Absolute disaster.
No, but round 8 was the 4v2 that you're talking about.
Yeah.
So that's probably the round you're looking for.
This is the Cliff one, though, where they, gave Mata an op for the first time, and he's not able to take any forward position, play out with a gate crash. Then they feel like they need to play in sight because of the Cosmic Divide, and they're all, playing on Cliff, which is disastrous.
I mean, that is a ridiculous idea.
Just look at the
like,
mini-map.
No one should
incredible.
ever be thinking about this as post-plant positioning. And when I was watching this game, I got to this point of the VOD, about round 7, and I'm like, these post-plants are fucking atrocious. And you know what? They actually got better with their post-plant positioning after this. I don't know if they took the time out or were discussing it or what, but their post-plant spots got better towards the end of the half, but they also just fucked up a lot of other things. I mean, no, actually, round 8 was terrible.
Round 8,
post-plants
please.
as well.
Yeah, you have to go to the end of round 8, Kurt. This game just sent me, man. This one in the post plant, they are playing it very well up until the moment of disaster. They go for this lovely heaven push about halfway through the post plant. Motto is behind them, distracting. Gate crashes back. They swing out together. They get a couple kills here. Hold up.
The Kurt's
Sorry,
internet's been
yeah,
dying a couple of times.
Oh,
It's
God,
the
you're
YouTube
good.
VOD with me streaming.
Is,
It kind
is
of
this the one where they
LA internet.
they get the kills in heaven, but
I think
then
it's
they
my
like leave
computer, not
heaven?
the internet.
Yes,
They,
and then
they were like
all
running
drop
around. They
out.
couldn't figure out where to go.
Yeah, they take heaven, find 2 kills, get into a 4v2. The spike is planted for heaven. The FNS is up there, but not looking towards main. He's looking towards main, not towards like that heaven ramp. And then everyone else dropped to sight, and they lose the 4v2, just giving up the space completely. And no one there to trade for finesse. And then, yep. By the way, though, that round and that prior one where we were talking about everyone being on cliff, both of these rounds could have broken Crew's economy, and they tossed both of them. This is where it was appalling. Like, FNS was looking at main. There's no one there to trade him. The spike is planted for heaven. They all drop to sight, and they're just getting flanked in the 2v4 and get crushed. Could have broken Crew's economy there, but they don't. And
was
still,
so much-
their attack half was overall good, and they were in the lead, but it could have been so dominant if they had just actually capitalized off those advantages in either of those rounds.
There's so
that
many
one
funny rounds to bring
especially,
up.
though.
Round 15.
Dude, I love how we all have clips because I have so
it's
many
so
clips
funny.
as well.
There's so many.
I'm gonna cut some of my
This
clips.
map
I
was
feel
so
bad.
good.
Do you
I
want the
don't know,
clip
I
where
mean-
Verno jumps out the window into the fucking open
Dude, we
and
should
dies
just
in the
watch
next
the whole
round?
fucking series at 2x
Just do a
speed.
VOD review.
Every
It's
round's
It's
a clip.
crazy. It's crazy. Round 15, Crew had that round where they ran up mid and caught Verno on the drone reclear. That was this is a really nice ante at the very beginning of the round to like, they looked at NRG's reclear protocol from the off season, I gotta imagine, and they just realized if we just run up mid, like we're gonna catch Verno while he's inside of his drone. Great idea. Then round 20. Surely we've got to bring up the fucking ultra feed omen stick from Ethan into spawn.
Oh yeah.
The fucking hit the feed drive to warp speed kind of vibe. Like it was crazy. This is awesome. But then round 20 they tried to pull out a set play to get back into the game, and so they've got like a big mid reclear, and then Ethan's supposed to teleport behind, and Ethan just TP's in a spot where he's open to everyone who, if they're over towards B, and he like can't cancel his ult in time and just dies in the open.
It looks way worse because we have the X-ray. Like he only just sees it like what?
Yeah.
half a second
like
before
very-
to
But-
cancel it.
But also,
yeah, like that.
if you're gonna TP at the back there, you have to click the spot that's like hugging the wall,
You
right?
gotta be tucked in, yeah.
They can't have ever done that strat against a team that was in that position, so he hasn't realized that he needs to do that, I assume.
Yeah, no, I agree with a lot what you're saying, and I think there's also like a lot of rounds where, especially, I don't know if like the pressure got to Verno, but it felt like he was making a lot of decisions that
I
he
was
wouldn't
about to say
normally
the same
make
thing.
because he
Yeah.
got 3. I think just in this map he had like 3 fast deaths, and then you go back to the one of the other games, I can't remember who they played, but he had like 3 fast deaths for the whole best of 3, and it just felt like he was trying to make plays way too much, like he was forcing
Yeah.
plays all the time, and they don't need to do that stuff.
There were the moments,
Holy
2 rounds in a row when they were on defense, that Ethan and Verno tried to set up this close fight crossfire in B main, and he's just staring at the smoke against the KO, and the KO pop flashes
And
him.
pop flash.
And gets
And
the kill
then-
on him twice in a row.
Yeah,
doing that.
next round he plays close again
Yeah, he
and
does it
eats the,
again
eats
and
the
dies in
flash.
the
And that
same
was-
way.
But this time he was on his own.
very
Like,
odd.
it was
Bren
bad,
was bringing
yeah.
it up on the cast and being like, I think this Viper wall from Crew is absolutely ruining them because they feel like they have to play close to get info on the other side of the Viper wall. And so Liz asks Bonkar in the interview, like after map 1, like, oh, do you think that the Viper was causing you guys difficulties? And Bonkar goes, No, we had a great game plan for the Viper. And like, if they were going to run a Cypher, we had a great game plan for that as well. Like, okay, cool. You just fucking lost in a disastrous fashion. And the answer is, no, we had a great game plan for that.
I might be coping. I might be coping here, but one of the reason I walked away from this map so frustrated is that it easily could have been an NRG win, in my opinion. The mistakes that were being made were really small and silly. And yes, that's the thing. They were so small,
it was like every
and felt
round.
so silly, but they added up into a mega disaster.
Can you pull up Bind round 2? It's in
Oh,
where they
I
lose
had
the
this.
eco.
Yeah,
this
I had
one,
this.
this one brought me physical pain
I was
because
tapped
this
out
is
by
the
Bind.
ultimate example of like all they needed to do to win this round was just like double swing together once, and they look like they are cowering in fear from God himself, and it was.
The nade was perfect though from Kesna. I mean,
That
like,
is true.
It should never get
God's
into the
own nade.
should never get into the situations.
It's a 5v3 anti-eco. Surely this is an NRG win. All we have to do is group and hit the site together, right, guys? Oh.
They get two, so they get 2 over towards long, and then they push this guy away from the TP. So and then okay, so you could fast go here. You have a lot of fade util, but the thing that's mad here on this one is FNS like groups with them. They play slow, and there could be a 3-person stack. But FNS goes and groups with them, but he's got a ghost. Like, this is the thing that happened, like, last year for sure, like, all the time. And people started doing it, like, end of 2023. Like, human drone. In these rounds, you are the human drone. You can then walk over towards the site, and you can see if anyone's stacking. If they're not stacking, you can pull them back. Like, they have enough time to do that. But they just start forcing it. The amount of times they get stuck in garden and just tank this nade is, like, 3-4 rounds in this whole half. Like, this is such a bad anti-eco from them. They look so hesitant, and I do strongly want to just say that crew I think played incredible, especially like aim wise. Like, I think they were incredible, but I just think that NRG got punished so much, and like this, in my opinion, this was the worst round because FNS here, I get that he waits, and I get that his team doesn't want to go fast over towards A. I think what you know where 3 people are, you killed 2 and 1 TP'd. I think you should just be going fast A with just a fade I. But the fact you don't do that, FNS then has to wait for the person in TP to make a move when he hasn't pushed by. He has to walk into A and tell them to either come back or to push over towards the site. So this anti-eco was really bad. They got to lean into the human drone.
Part of the issue of this round too is that like normally when you look at NRG in the past, even when they make some mistakes in the late round or like Finesse isn't shooting all himself, you can always trust that they're going to have like a clear vision of what they want to do with the round and like what their idea is. But then like seizing up long like that and not making the call to either cancel and go back elsewhere or slow the round, or to just like commit into the hit and fight past it, to me is like a testament that something is going really wrong in the mid round, that we're in an anti-eco in a winning position, and then we're just kind of not making a decision there, hesitating so long, and then just kind of it almost looks like things are going wrong and players are just kind of freezing up, and it snowballs. So then lose that eco, crew goes on a run, they lose this map, they're out the fucking tournament.
That round for me really encapsulates exactly where we're at with crew right now. Their players are in white hot form, and any little mistake and hesitation is going to be punished by the fact that crew are going to fucking kill you with their gun if you are giving them any amount of room, like that eco round, or the round where crew won that 2v4 in the post plant. They hit all their shots, yes, but NRG offered them the easiest positions to hit their shots in that situation. And crew are not going to miss. It is all fucking net with them right now. They are hitting all 5 of them.
Decisiveness, right? What you were talking about there in terms of like being opportunistic. Crew are fast, aggressive, decisive. Whereas when you look at NRG, they're indecisive, trying to come up with the game plan. Like there's so many moments of transition where they don't really know what they're up to and people are not holding each other properly. And those are just moments of weakness that crew can tear apart. I did have another round as well. Round 4 on Haven. Dude, I have to bring it up. I have to bring it up for 2 reasons. One, because
Mata was really good though.
Mata was great. One reason that I really liked this round was because it shows terrible post plant positions again. Every single person gets hit by 1 paranoia in this post plant. But the other reason is because Finesse looks like a goddamn liability out here. Oh my God. Like, there are situations where he's set up and he is the playmaker in a round, like here where he's on the lurk, and he just fumbles it completely. And then he's getting picked up, and it's all the time. All three of the players getting hit by the same paranoia. They look lost in some of these situations. And what I'm noticing in this whole series was that Finesse was not even playing his spots well, but missing shots. He wasn't playing his spots like he jiggle peeks and plays in another player. That there are ways to be really impactful, even if you didn't have a rifle. Even if all you did was play with a classic. If you took a player like, I don't know, like fucking Karen or something, and you gave him literally a classic every round, or you put a wiggle on his mouse, made him play with inverted mouse, there would still be ways that he would find like value from playing certain spots, from playing his teammates in, from playing just the team play aspect really well. And that was so missing from Finesse in this game. He looked like his mental bandwidth was maxed out completely. It wasn't just like a bad aiming performance. It was just he looked like he wasn't. He looked like he couldn't hang anymore. This was worrying.
He had run out of confidence, I think, for sure. Because
he looked like he took every fight knowing he was worse than his opponent. And that is a terrible headspace to be in.
Yeah, and that's something that I think like individually I'll have to work on, because there's that round where like the drone came in and he's like running away from the drone trying to go past.
He just ran away, even though he got the perfect timing on it. He made the perfect play to win the round, and then he ran away. And you know what was so funny about that one too is he still realized they weren't hitting C. He called the correct stack on A, and they won the round because of it. And his brain on the macro level is still functioning, but he's not even a non-factor in the rifle in situations. He's actually dying in spots that are losing his team rounds at times from the matches that we've seen so far in 2025. Like, he's an actual liability in terms of his in-game performance so far, not just a neutral.
Does anyone remember what round number it was where Mata was on a pistol, he bought a Vandal, kept it, and then was holding main and got jump peek bullshit insta one-tapped and died?
I don't know what that was.
Does anyone remember what round number that was?
No.
Okay, never mind
No.
then. Never mind. I wanted to show that if someone remembered.
Yeah, I still think when I'm looking at NRG, I kind of lump them in the same. I think they obviously look better than FNATIC, but I lump them in the same thing as FNATIC, that I think that they struggle to adapt, and it's like new comps that are kind of owning them. This crew comp, in my opinion, kind of own them on bind. So I think like when it comes to split, that's a format that was like suit them a lot better. So I still actually have like a good amount of hope. I actually thought their bind was pretty lackluster. I know that we're like singing Mada's praises, but I thought like the boombot usage was relatively bad. Like, they take long B with a flash, 2 prowlers, and it's like, dude, you can have a boombot that can literally clear over towards the right. Like, they flash it early over towards B so that no one can get over towards the left, and like sometimes they satchel it, but then they don't use a boombot to clear long, and I'm just like, you're just using 2 bits of util. And then a lot of the time they have a comp that in theory should work off protocols, but they don't use any of those. They don't use like the fade or the KO to actually get info over towards hookah. So there's loads of stuff that worries me about this team, but I do think that they are fast learners. I saw rounds where they got killed from hookah, but then they start using the knife over towards there, so I think they can adapt. And it gives me a lot of hope, but I think when they come up against these new comps for the first time, they will lose too many rounds, and every team is too good at the moment for that to happen. And if you give them those rounds, especially crew, like they're gonna just own you. Like, if you give them
these are not new comps, are they? I mean,
this is a new comp. Tell me someone else who plays the Viper Vice on this map.
Okay, but it's exactly the same composition you've seen 1,000 times before.
No, but it
with the addition of the
Vice.
Vice.
It plays so different. Yeah, but it plays so different. Well, you think you can fast hit against this comp?
Trying to attack.
No.
Trying to attack into this comp was a nightmare for
Dude,
energy and WoW.
How'd you play against this comp? Like, how'd you play against this comp?
They were getting stuffed running their fast hits, absolutely. But what I'm saying is that you're not in the same nightmare scenario as you are if you're playing against like Vice Deadlock, where there's 1,000 different things that you have to navigate around. They already have the experience of being able to call against all of the setups where the Vice is not. So like, again, I mean, do you even know where the Vice is? Because half the rounds is going to be on B and half the rounds you're going to be running into like thorns over towards A and stuff. But they have the read on the stuff that isn't the Vice. Like they can focus in on that aspect. It's not like
Sure,
you
but
have 10 different aspects to focus on.
No, but the Vice had so much, and the crew are getting extra rounds because they're like hesitant or they don't know how to play against it. We saw earlier, Kurt popped a clip where they're just sending it through and they're just getting owned by the Vice, like just because of the util, and they can't fast pop, and they're not doing their long default with less util, and so they can't find this wall, so they don't know where it is, so they're just like gambling essentially. I'm telling you, they got owned on this bind just purely because of the comp.
Even just the additional Razor Vine that Shy sends over towards A that Adverso plays around on short was getting insane value in both matches on defense. There's short play with Adverso on the Viper off more often than not playing in lamps, and then finding timings also where he was getting the snake bite into the Razor Vine. He killed so many vulnerable players trying to get through that area of the map in both their series. That defense was really
I think one of the things that NRG, that Finesse had not realized too, is that when you take B long against these normal compositions, you have to, like, the defense has to keep a couple players A in case you go through the teleporter. And then against the Vice, you don't have to do that because the Thorns are going to slow you down, the Wall's going to slow you down. They run Wall over towards Showers in a few of these rounds, and that, like, what are you going to do if you hit the B like, you realize there's a 4-player stack on B, and Finesse goes, TP my kittens, go to A, and then you get hit with a Wall and you get hit with a Thorns over towards Showers, your fast pivot is totally ruined. And it's not like that situation didn't play out. He didn't call the TP very often, but he was running into B stacks very frequently, and it seemed like he didn't really understand why that was, like, how crew were able to make that.
But your point there just kind of backs up the fact that it is different. Like, you have to,
it is different. Yeah,
I'm saying this is a very hard comp to call against. But they did mess up. They did mess up. They messed up second round and third round by their like force by, and that really snowballed. You can't. And also, a chance.
Abyss and Haven are not new compositions. That was more kind of what I'm talking about. Is that, like, Crew are actually one of the teams that play the least new compositions, and they still struggled to get attack rounds on Haven, and they still struggled to get the win on Abyss in situations where they should be, like, those two maps, it should be Crew that are struggling to deal with what you're throwing at them.
That's why I'm so hung up on Abyss of all the maps in this series. That is the one that NRG needed to win and could have won despite if they cleared up 50% of those little mistakes, they win this. If they won that 4 versus 2 round, they break Crew's economy. We're looking at a 9-3 half instead on attack. Or if they won the prior round where they all went 4 on Cliff and had the spike down. Like, they had the opportunities to get into a very strong lead. And perhaps even if that was the case, their defense would have continued to have been equally as catastrophic as it was. And it wouldn't have been enough. If they had won either pistol, they could have won this match. Like, there were just so many things that went wrong, and yet their attack rounds overall, I thought, were still the planning, the executes, and the post-plant setups, certainly later in the half, I thought were all excellent. I love watching the way they play the attack side. It was just so frustrating to watch them toss those advantages away.
This is also a map that, like, they showed a similar comp. I don't remember if it was the exact same at Soup, and looked so good on this map on attack side. Like, it's clear this team knows how to play Abyss and is good at Abyss, but, like, just so many. You look back at the game, it's so many mistakes.
It's also very hard to win a map when you lose double pistol, though, at the moment. Like, teams are too good. You should be always losing.
Yeah, Kesnet was amazing on those pistol rounds, and it really was fucking them up. It absolutely was. I do want us to just, before we move on from NRG, address the question towards the bottom. Sliggy, you've already talked about the fact that you think Stage 1 is going to be better for NRG. They'll have more VOD footage. They'll be able to do more anti. That certainly looked like it was a big difference maker in the game against 100 Thieves to have them get the win. Mimi, Wyatt, where are you at with this NRG team? We came in thinking that they would be one of the favorites for Kickoff. They won a lot of the off-season events. Well, did they win every off-season event they played in?
Everything they played. Like Sun City Classic, Soup, they were cooking.
They were the best America's team in the off-season headed into the season. This, of all the off-seasons, by the way, pre-VCT, has to have been the one that ultimately mattered the fucking least for how good
in terms
teams
of predictive power.
Yes, absolutely. And I know people are going to say the 100 Thieves winning the Red Bull home ground and then coming in. But this was not just one team. This was fucking NRG, loud in the opposite direction. They played super well. Furia, horrific. Like 2G,
Cloud9,
they looked pretty
Rossi.
good in the one tournament they played. Completely planked. Yeah, Cloud9. Like, this offseason, everything got thrown out the window. G2, they looked like good things to work on, and now they look unfucking real compared to every team in America's offseason. Did not matter. If you overvalue the offseason like me, you got caught trolling. Like, that
Dude,
actually
it's hard
told
not to,
all
though,
of
right?
my I mean,
dude, it's so hard not
fucking
to.
got caught trolling with all of my off-season, my care for the off-season this year. That being rant aside about the off-season, I don't think NRG are going to have a catastrophic year, honestly. I come away from these matches and even this last crew game still with enough that I liked, and I do feel like the mistakes that they were making were frustratingly simple enough to fix the majority of in the future. My actual concern with this team is the sense I get that there is something wrong with their confidence and mental in the games at this point. Like, I really agree with the point you brought up about Verno Sliggy on the first map, especially that there was some level of nervousness because I've never seen him play in that fashion before, getting caught in so many situations. I mean, we didn't even show those on here, but that, and I agree with your take as well, Josh, that watching FNS, he plays like he feels like he's worse than the other players, and it feels like the endless clowning on that he receives for his individual play and gun skill has got him in that space. Now, that is purely speculative, but it's not, actually, that's not true. I don't think it's purely speculative. I think you can see it visibly in moments of the gameplay.
Brother could open a bakery with the amount of pies he's dropping.
That I don't know if this team has a sports psychologist working with them, but that is the first thing I would be doing. If that is an actual problem, which I'm just speculating it is, that is the first thing I would be getting for this team before we get into stage one. I don't think they're going to have a catastrophic year. I still have hope for them. They have amazing pieces on this roster, but they have to get their heads in the fucking game and not be throwing away advantages that they're garnering from running excellent executes, having fantastic ideas, and squandering them. I can't see any more of that, but I believe that they'll still have a good year.
Yeah, I think some of the problems for me when I'm watching, specifically, I think a lot of the stuff people are going to think about this energy team's failure, obviously so, is Finesse and his failures. But I think there is some stuff to fix that. I think first off, take this time with Bangkok, scrim a ton against the NA Challengers teams, because the Challengers teams are playing a lot of this modern stuff, a lot of the Vice, a lot of the new age comps, the Teo, they're really bought into those ideas. And I think to me, when I was watching NRG throughout this tournament run, I think a lot of the times the failures in Finesse's calling in these high pressure games seemed to me in not being as familiar with playing against the Vice, playing against this newer stuff, and kind of ending up in a position where the way he's calling macro is not working. All what we were talking about with that bind, about the way you can rotate around the map when you're playing with a Vice, and the way that slows down the pace and things like that. So I think that's something that's fixable as they get more used to meta, as more VODs are out there for teams, that kind of stuff. I also think he needs to get on the ball at TW aim labs routine. Straight up, he was just not good enough individually. And not only does he have to get the confidence back, but work on his individual mechanics. We've seen renaissances from other players in the past. Look at Bosa this year, and how he's improved his individual performance and how he improved it last year. People will bring up, oh, he's too old to be good, or all this stuff. He's not fucking Joe Biden. He can still find it within himself to improve his mechanics. And I truly believe that some concerted practice there in the off season. Oh my god, Busio, by the way, dropping a fire tweet. Going -30 versus -31. The GOAT IGL 100 Thieves Busio.
0.49 rating versus 0.47 rating. Boostio clears. All right, let's move on to talking about Crew then. Crew are one of the teams still alive in the lower bracket. They upset NRG. I think it's pretty reasonable to call that a big upset. And then they beat Loud afterwards. And even that, in some sense, was an upset because we'd already seen the match in the upper bracket go very comfortably the way of Loud. And I don't know when, I think Crew got that freebie against 2G and it woke something inside of them. The game against 2G, they ran around, they did whatever the fuck they wanted. They beasted the 2G players. They won every single clutch, only dropping 5 rounds in the whole thing. And it feels like after that game, they were just like, oh yeah, we're actually pretty good players and we should just run around and kill everybody else in every other game too.
Yeah.
Because when you're watching the matches, I don't come away, apart from their bind, I don't come away with a sense of them doing extraordinary stuff. I come away with a sense of they're extraordinarily confident and they have extraordinary individual ability. And that's my big takeaway from Crew. And it feels a bit boring because that's what I say basically like every time Crew have gone on some kind of like bracket run. It's like, oh yeah, their players are popping and they just take so many duels.
But it kind of it is that, and it's all of them. Like it's actually all of them. If you go to the NRG Crew best of 3 and just look at how close together their kills are, it's probably the most even spread of kills I've ever seen in a game from like a team, and they all just take turns of just going. So look at this: 48, 48, 48, 45, and 45. That's nuts. We never really have that. So the fact that everyone's like fragging on these kind of levels is awesome, and it is everyone stepping up, and they're getting so into games, and just from like the get go as well. Like you watch Adversa when they win a pistol, he's absolutely sending it. Like he's giving it like
round one Crew versus Loud. He's on his feet,
shouting, just fully shouting because they've won a pistol. And like I think that this is a team that like loves that kind of momentum. And yeah, I think the macro of their bind is really good. I don't see teams having a good time against this bind for the rest or for like the 2 months that it's in, or like 1 month that it's in.
I was pissed off though that they weren't capitalizing on these grav nets onto Adverso over here. Like Loud know that Adverso is there. You can double blast pack past the thorns as well and land on top of his head, and they were just messing up the timing every time.
Yeah.
And he's getting away with murder out there.
No, they did need to like just embrace the shotguns, to be honest, and just actually like insert someone over towards, because he got so much value from lamps, and every time he did this tanker gravnet. I'm impressed with how fast Crew improved from when we saw them, to be honest with you. Like if you looked at their Haven, I'm not saying their Haven attack is good, but if you like look at the first Haven they played where they didn't have a long A default, and then now they actually have defaults, they're doing inserts, like it's getting to a really good level, and their defense on Haven looks really strong.
Yeah.
So I'm impressed with how fast they're improving. And I think that's always been something that Crew, at least like Atom ran Crew, they've always been very, very fast at just looking and improving from like week to week. So yeah, they just kind of just flipped a switch, to be honest, it feels like.
I was disappointed in a lot here from Loud. I felt like their attack side, what you're bringing up with the grav nets is a big point, but also with the rest of their initiator utility, I feel like they didn't really have great ideas with it, in my opinion, to kind of justify why they're playing this somewhat strange like Sky KO composition. Like they had all these tools to go for like bigger execute rounds, or to like clear out long and then go back into a mid round, things like that. But so consistently there is util being used and not having the proper follow up, and then they're also so often like not really baiting out the Vise utility, not really dealing with the wall, and then ending into these like late executes where Crew has already rotated in because they're playing really good macro on defense, and Loud is just completely unsuccessful on the executes. Like a Digizin, who was an absolute all-star in the last game we were talking about with this guy, was just getting cooked on the entry pretty consistently by Crew, and that kind of shouldn't be happening when you're playing a double initiator comp like this. Like the Crew players just did such a good job of navigating around the util, having the right rotations to have these heavier stacks on site on B, and we're just owning them, and then we fall back, we play a little retake, and it's all good, and we win every time.
It is a comp diff though. Again, like the Vice completely counters this deadlock comp. Like the deadlock comp is all about grabbing it over towards some kind of space, and you have to take that space. As soon as that Fawn goes down, like unless you're double blast packing over the top of it, and you're just taking a 1-for-1 duel with someone that's crouched, and obviously you have to land. Like the Vice on binds just cancels this deadlock comp, and I still bet that this deadlock comp is just shit. I can't believe teams lost to this. It's such a shit comp.
Yeah, for 2025, I would love to see the win rate of teams running deadlock on bind at the moment, because there were some teams getting wins when it first was kind of coming into the fold in the off season and for Ascension, but now in 2025, I would like to see a comparison for that, because it must have gone down, man. It's had to have gone down.
You can't run it. Yeah, it was literally just it's a one and done comp, and the teams just didn't like look at the demos enough, in my opinion. I felt like the coaches like let teams down, because Trace dominated with it. They were like the ones that were just owning everyone, and it's just like, guys, it's so one-dimensional. It only does one thing. It doesn't have a Viper. Like no one defaults and takes Hookah against it. Like they can't do anything. They can't rotate from B because you have that line. I hate watching teams play against Sorry, I hated watching teams play against the deadlock, but I just think this comp is so outdated. I don't think anyone can run this.
On defense, it doesn't fucking do anything either. Like Crew is just like able to la-di-da, like run their executes with Raze, and like there is no stall besides this deadlock, and they just know where the util's gonna be at. This was like my disappointment with Loud began with them losing that Pearl to Sentinels when they should have 2-0'd that series, and then I was just so sad watching this game, because it's just like I think a bad game plan on bind, the some individual underperformances, and then it just it's kind of snowballs. And
insane individual over performances as well from somebody like Melza. I mean, Melza and Adversa.
Josh, you say insane over performance, but they're fucking doing it like if it's not Melza, it's someone else every game. Like, and this is like the third year where we're like, how is Crew doing this every game? They step up, and like at this one, I don't even know if it's an over. Like it was like legitimately insane for Melzer, but my point being that they're always doing this shit.
They always have somebody doing it.
I think it's just us like underestimating them a bit. I did try and say this team like is stacked individually, but I think that now that they're like actually like reaching good form just with everyone, it's a really stacked roster.
They played horribly in the opening game against Loud, and that definitely made me think, we got problems here. This roster's not playing anywhere near like it should do. And then since then, they've just been back.
That's soured the palate. But going back-to-back series where you have Shy going 25-8, and then the next series, Melzer goes 26-8 on bind, is so wild. And then, in addition to that, in this game, all of the late round situations, or like a majority of them, whenever Adverso was in the mix, he's so good in the late round, like those 2v2 situations, as is Shy. They were closing all of those out. Like those are the two kind of the exact two players that you want when you're in a scrappy post plan at the very end. They are going to come up massive for the team more frequently than not. I'm excited to see more of them. I do like watching this team. They are bread and butter Valorant. They're a delicious comfort meal. You know, they've got the mac and cheese, the cornbread, the ribs,
honest.
the collard greens.
Honestly, they're kind of like the foot of America's. They're like a good,
they
honest
are.
Valorant.
They're not trying to do any gourmet bullshit. They're not putting gold leaf on a hamburger to charge $120 for it. You know, they're not. It's just no nonsense, delicious food. And I fuck with that. I like watching this team.
They are the foot of Valorant. That is such the foot of Valorant. The foot of America.
The lacquer of Valorant. But they're going to be going up against MIBR. So it behooves us to talk about MIBR as well, because that's going to be the next matchup in the
fucking drop behooves on the broadcast. Like, come on. We can't be
That's a very normal word.
What's wrong with behooving?
What's wrong with behooves?
You and your archaic language of late, Josh.
Yeah, well, if I... it behooves us, he ejaculated loudly. But, I mean, you know, I whip out an archaic sentence every now and then. Okay,
there's some mad stuff going on in the broadcast. I'm hearing I'm hearing Baby Bay. We need to. Can you guys tell Baby Bay to get another word for the Astra suck?
Yes,
What was
yes,
he
actually.
saying? Wait, what's
He
he
saying
saying?
sucks them off.
He's twice
saying
done it.
sucks them off.
He's twice gone, and he sucked him off. You're just like, okay.
You gotta say pull. You gotta say
You
pull,
gotta say
Dread.
pull
I
for
mean,
that.
pulls him off is not that much better, is it?
That's
Yes,
just-
it is.
Yes,
It's
it
a hand
is.
job.
Wait.
No one says,
That's
oh,
like
yeah, you're gonna go
tug-
pull him off.
He's tugging him off. He tugged him off the spike. No one's saying that.
Suck
Pull
is
fine.
far and away the worst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Suck's
can't
gotta
say
be pretty
suck
bad.
them off.
There's
Yeah.
no
You
avoiding
can't
it.
say that.
Yeah.
Go on, Josh.
Right. Where were we
Sorry.
talking about? Oh, MIBR. MIBR. Okay.
We were
So
behooving to talk about MIBR.
it would behoove us to move on to talking about
It would.
MIBR. Yes. Okay. So they managed to take down EG. Then they go on and also take down Leviatan. That game was a great one, but let's spend a moment to discuss the MIBR EG match first. This is one that I didn't end up being able to catch. I was at a wedding at the time, so you guys are gonna have to fill me in. Was this a particularly impressive performance? Did it make you feel all right about EG despite the loss?
Nah, not EG. It made me feel good about Superman. That's about it.
Okay.
And I already
Like
felt good about
individually, individually he was great. He actually had I think a 1v3 on both maps here to like keep them in it, and maybe it was like big impact. Everything else from EG is, I don't know. I don't think it's looking great. I think their game plans this year are lacking as well. And I think when we look over at Split, they just did the same thing with the chamber. Like I get a little bit of what they did, like fast pistol on defense. So they played this comp against Loud, I think it was, and they played the Viper over towards B, and they played Chamber dominating middle the whole time. And for their pistol, they put the Chamber over towards B to try and like mess with their minds a little bit. But then they just put the Chamber back over towards middle, and Ye just has such a rough time going over towards middle. And I think I have a couple of rounds. I'm just going to go for it. I have first of all the anti from Aspas. I think it's just called Aspas clip cut, and I was impressed with this because EG were going for their same attack default. You're a little bit limited with the chamber first of all, I would say, but this is where they like try and set up Ye, and he just holds that angle over towards site. But you see literally Aspas being like, okay, put the wall up, and he insta goes over towards spawn once they've taken A control. And I'm just going to leave this clip up while I just talk, because look how long, so he asked for his teammate's wall again. Look how long he holds this angle for. Like, we're here at 108, and this is the most patient thing. And he's not even looking to the left. He is honed in on the right. He's even going to ping it. Like, this was really good anti. He pings it out, and he's just like, I know he's going to peek this. I know they're going to buy an op, and this is the same default. And he's holding this for just like 15 seconds. Insta ran there was going up to like 20 seconds, and then eventually he peaks, and it's just like the anti on this and the patience, and like he is just not even hesitating. So I thought that Fraud did like really good anti, and like this bringing this out on the big buy rounds just owned it. And then as soon as EG couldn't get this pick going over towards A, it completely fell apart. And then we had a disaster round. I said that about the pistol where they put the chamber over towards B, and then I think Ye maybe even got 3 kills on the pistol. And then this next round, dude, this next round is such a melt. It's so bad. Like, individual performance, it's such a melt. Like, first of all, I love Ye on chamber, but I think this is the worst chamber map out of the 7, so I don't know why we're forcing it on this one. But this round here is just such a melt. Okay, so we've let one go over towards middle. We haven't commed it. And then we're kind of like taking the jewels over towards B. This is okay, but we can't insta react for taking it. But look at Ye over towards heaven here. This is a disaster. So he gets this 1 kill, and then he baits out the other shot. He's completely out of ammo here, and then he's running back with the classic. He goes to reload. His mate sees him in heaven, but then he goes for a jump peek while reloading for info, and he gets caught TPing back. Like, is there just no comms here? No comms on the person walking over towards middle that kills Vent on heaven, and then no comms from the guy on site telling him that he's close. He's going for a jump peek for info. Like, this kind of stuff is atrocious against an eco. Like, what are we doing? So yeah, EG wise, I'm in the bin, man. I'm in the bin after seeing that stuff. You add that with the Phoenix awful game plan on attack on like, what? This is atrocious.
Yeah, normally you can always count on EG to like have a very clear game plan going into games, but it's like this year we're even seeing like that lacking and mistakes, I think, in the planning department ahead of time. So yeah, this made me feel worse about EG.
Okay,
like,
but then let's move on to talking MIBR then. We'll
Okay.
go for the palette cleanser MIBR run. Aspas,
Yes.
MIBR, they get utterly
Yes,
flattened by
that
100
guy.
Thieves in their opening game. 100 Thieves now shitting, pissing, crying, having to watch them get all the way to top 4 by beating Cloud9, EG, and now Leviatan in the final game too. This opening game on Lotus was so bizarre. Demon 1 was 1-9 up until round 12, and then after that went 17-3 on his attack side.
Josh, do I
That's
have permission to hit the
bonkers.
palette uncleansed for a second?
Okay, uncleanse my palate.
Uncleanse. No one should be pushing that Demon 1 is a good Raze player. I saw that now. Oh, statistically speaking, his best map far was on Raze. No. Stop pushing the narrative. Stop trying to fucking push that through. I want to see Natank on Raze. I want to see Demon 1 on Smokes or on Sentinel or on something else. Because this guy is an incredible aimer. He's a great player. But when you watch him play Raze, I just feel like he's not playing the agent. Like, he's missing every rocket. The satchels aren't... Like, it is clearly not for him. And he's such a good mechanical player, and I think he's such a good positioning player in the way he moves around sites when he's anchoring. And it just, like, it makes me kind of mad to see just letting the tank play Raze. He's better on that agent.
See, I'm not that high up on the tank. I think you're crazy. I actually had the opposite of thinking this. I watched him on Lotus, and I was like, damn, like I didn't think he was going to set up that great over towards defense. But then I watched him on attack, and I'm just like, well, this guy is just doing everything you want to Raze to do. He's his performance on attack Lotus is one of the best ever half performances I've ever seen. Yeah, I kind of disagree. I actually thought this was like one of the ones that gave me hope that he can be the solo like duelist Raze.
Yeah, but that's an outlier. Like nobody. Okay, even if
the potential's there, then they just have to set him up better on defense.
Yeah, just do better forehead.
But what do you actually like in terms of like a duelist? What do you think that he doesn't do on Raze? That you think the tank would do better?
Sure. I think like he is. I think it's that I would like to see his skill being used more for like later round like site anchoring or being put in more clutch situations. I would like to see at times, like them playing a Raze that's a little more willing to go for some of like these opening gambits, willing to use the satchels proactively to like fight into some of these plays. And I feel like he often doesn't do that. I also feel like oftentimes utility is kind of left unused and is often like just like using the nade for himself. We're not doing as many like combination plays with it, things like that. Like I'm not saying it was atrocious by any means. Like they won the map. He had an incredible comeback on the attacking side. It was just watching this first half was molding me a little bit because I felt like positioning wise he could have been getting the same value on a different agent, and I would have wanted to see someone a little more proactive on the Raze.
I would have agreed with you the first time we saw Demon 1. The first time we saw Demon 1, I took a look at his util usage. He used a boombot only in about half of the rounds that he played, and he didn't use a single blast pack on the defense side in the whole of the first match when he played Raze. This match, though, he was trying to take a fight over towards Mound. He's blast packing himself out of situations. He's trying to use his utility. I feel like he had a bit more of a feel for what he wanted to be doing on the Raze. It is a bit odd, though, that even on his attack side, where he's like, you know, farming, he went 15-3 on the attack side. He still only got one first kill. So he's not really playing the hard entry role, despite being a dominant like attack side 15-3 performance.
But he was entering on C. It's just the fact they played retake all the time.
What do you mean? No, right, yeah. He's like getting himself into spaces. Yeah. He's just not. But the success there is not coming from him being able to like, you know, batter in and get that first kill. I don't know. It's more like in the skirmish of the situation, he's able to find his success.
And that's what I'm saying. I think he does better when he's like fighting in the muck in those mid rounds. I don't know. Like,
but
obviously,
I think you give him a bit more time and he might get somewhere with it.
Sure. I can see that. I just think it's weird because they are playing the tank on Raze on Fracture, which, despite the loss to G2, I thought the tank looked good on that role, and they're having him play the smokes on that map. Like,
yeah, it all just depends on the comp that they want to run. Like the Fracture comp makes sense where you can put Demon 1 on Brim, which he's played a lot of in the past. But for Lotus, if they want to run, too. Yeah, I mean, if they want to run the default Lotus comp, which they did though, the roles would get pretty odd if you tried to swap him over to
King would have to go to
Smokes, unless you
Viper. He'd
wanted
have to play
King.
Omen.
Yeah, you'd be
Yeah.
swapping a lot around for that one, so I could see why they wouldn't want to do that there.
Also, if you pick up a player like Demon 1 and then you put him on full-time Smokes and you put in a tank on Raze, I think you've kind of like, you've admitted that you trolled your off-season a little bit.
Yeah, you're selling. No, yeah, you're selling the
little
tank to the
bit.
dogs. Yeah.
A little bit, I think. But
I think he plays Jet Smokes like he did on EG. I don't know.
I do think they maybe like I do agree that second entry, that is like where I prefer him the most. But the thing that the only reason I was kind of like against what you're saying, Mimi, is this is the first time that I thought I saw the glimmer of hope that he might be able to actually like be the solo entry. But
and I
do
will
think
admit,
this
I think
team-
my opinion is a little colored by the past, where there have been much more egregious games than this one. I thought the
Yeah.
first half was pretty rough, but you are right that there
but I
was
also-
a better
yeah,
showing.
I think that's also fair. But I think this team can lean into double duelists if they want to. And
Yeah,
they're
that'd be
good
sick.
They're good maps
Okay.
at the moment.
At the end of the day, though, it was the MIBR that came out with the win. Like, it was an OT game towards the end on split.
Yeah,
but it
MIBR
was
won
like-
in a banger
did
game.
someone-
We spent 20 minutes talking about Demon 1 on
Did
Reddit.
someone say leaning into double duelist? Because the fucking art scene Raze is fire. We got the two genders of Razes in this game. The chill Raze and art scene, the crazy ass double satchel
I
sending
love
it
that.
deep Raze, and it just puts Ospas in the chill duelist position. Where he gets to play exactly how Bren has described him, where he gets to just kind of go into the site next, have a nice little time. Arts is creating all the space, drawing all of the attention. He just gets to trade off of him. Beautiful. Their attack
Odyssey's
sides on
also
split were
fragging.
sick.
Oh,
Yes.
dude,
He's a
him and-
great player. He's so dynamic.
Yeah. I was impressed. His double entries with the satchel, he had one where he went back at B and caught the Omen flashing. Like, his pathing is so good on the Raze. He gets so much distance, like way more. He's always going like low instead of high, so he's getting so much distance when he's actually entering over towards the site.
This
And
one
he's
here
just-
with the stinger.
Is this the
was
back
so
of sight one where
good.
he catches him flashing?
Yes.
Dude, look at it, he just appears here. It's
Yeah,
like a
that's
jump
bonkers.
scare.
It's
It
insane.
is.
And then he does another one later on where he does like a double satchel over towards B, and it's like a similar thing. I was
He's bunny
so
hopping in
impressed.
it. Like,
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
getting so much
yeah,
speed off the low
so
ground, and
much
then he bunny
momentum.
hops and he gets crazy momentum towards the end.
I'm really impressed with him, and I liked his judge uses against EG. I think it was. He completely annihilated them on defense. And then shout out to Lev for kind of realizing he was going to do that and actually having like good anti. And I think they punished him twice in a row for having the judge. So I was impressed with that as well. So like a good signs kind of for everyone. But dude, I didn't realize Artsin was like this, to be honest. This was sick. Even the pathing on this entry of that round that we just saw, where he's like jumping deep into the smoke using the one way against them to then get ultimate distance. That's awesome, dude. I was impressed.
It's another team, though, that are doing nothing new with their compositions, which worries me a bit. Like, literally nothing, right? Am I misremembering one of their
Brazil
one of
is
their
just
maps?
I think
like-
you're right.
They tried Tejo initially, lost with it against 100 Thieves, and then gave it up.
It's
Yeah.
strange because nobody else is playing like 100 Thieves either. Like, if the counter to the Teo stuff is that you go like turn the tempo up to 1,000, run at you with a neon, no one else is doing that. So like, you're not going to run into that again. What, you worried about playing against Nongshim in Bangkok? they're already eliminated. So it is strange to see. We're going to have an upper bracket game with two big Tejo believers, and then we have a lower bracket game with two Tejo deniers. It's, it's
South
really
America as a whole, it's interesting.
strange.
Every South American team, for the most part, has been like very slow to pick up the Tejo, very slow to pick up the Vice. Obviously, like Crew accepted as the exception from that. Very slow to pick up the Yoru. Like it's, I don't know.
Is
It's like, what if South America is just like Turkey coded? What if there's like some mirror image there of just
Honest
everyone?
Valorant coded.
Yeah, they're just so
Honesty.
honest. It's
Yeah.
just the most honest region. You go to South America, you're getting a good deal. You're getting honest Valorant, but you're not getting the cutting edge.
I think as well it might be a little bit down to like the visa stuff as well, because they weren't 100% sure if people were going to be making it in time for a lot of these teams. So I think when the Teo gets introduced and you got 10 days, if you're like still worried about who's going to be making it and stuff, you're probably
Sure.
just going, well, we had a lot of good practice on these maps beforehand. Let's just keep it
Dude,
relatively fresh.
common fucking
Yeah,
US
old school.
CBPL giving us less interesting compositions in our Valorant games.
I think that's definitely. I think there's certainly truth to that for Furia, Crew. MIBR tried the Tejo though initially, and Loud did as well. They won on split twice in a row running Tejo. They beat Crew with Tejo on split, and that's Crew's go-to map pick. And then they went away from it against Sen. That's why that was so jarring.
And then they went away from it against Loud, against Crew again and lost.
Yeah, it was very, just strange decision made there. But regardless, the MIBR team, I did walk away from that Lev game satisfied with the level that they were at. I was worried very much so after 100 Thieves that they were going to be another victim of everything in this offseason being the exact inverse when we get to VCT. But they are actually looking like a quality team that still has a lot of potential down the line. And Artson has been a fantastic standout. I mean, it was... I honestly, I forgot he was even playing Duelist last year with MIBR for so long before he switched to Sentinel, then switched to Initiator. Now they can throw him on Raze to run this double Duelist look that was really
very
sick.
Good. Yeah, great flex player. A really good player to still believe in. Let's move on to giving the G2 their 2 minutes. The problem is, when you have a team that's as good as this, genuinely there's not that much to talk about. Like, are they the best team in Valorant?
Perfect,
I mean, they kind of look like it. They look as good as like
they do look like
Vitality. Well, Vitality are also super good, but I think they're on the same level, but playing a very different style, like super drilled. Leaf's a fucking freak of nature.
Dude, Leaf on Chamber is crazy. This is what I've wanted for so long. To someone to actually make everyone realize that Chamber's good, and he's the one to do it, dude. He hits so many shots.
They're running the same. They're running the same compositional archetype. Like, they have 2 comp archetypes, right? From what we've seen so far. One is the heavy breach Tejo stuff that they bring out on maps like Fracture and maps like Lotus, and the other's the kind of the Yoru Chamber kind of idea that we've seen come out from them on Pearl, come out from them on Abyss. And so they've got these like 2 big ideas, and then they apply the detail out depending on how the map requires it. And it's super cool to watch.
It looks like watching the Avengers play against like any normal man when you watch this team play, because the initial macro idea tends to be better and works really well. Oh, that goes wrong. I think what really sells this team for me is that anytime something goes wrong, they end up in a man disadvantage. They are so good at, in a split second, recomposing themselves and coming up with the next course of action and executing on it with perfect coordination between the players. It's like, okay, we're getting flanked from main, we lose a fight there. Everyone is immediately reacting into art, winning the duel together, and then swinging around and doing the next thing. And even if that ever fails, then you get down to Leaf or Trent or any one of these players winning a ridiculous clutch, like the one we're about to watch from Trent. Like, every round that a team wins against them feels like they just ran a marathon. Like, it was a fucking Herculean effort to even win a round.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, when the individuals are playing this strong as well, because their macro stuff's really good, it's just so hard to play against them. I haven't seen Trent play or look like Trent looks really scary at the moment.
He's my Trenting every game.
We are yet to even see a Jojimo takeover game. He's just been playing well. They haven't even needed him to go crazy yet. Leaf is in such sick form. That 3K he had on Vice, walking through Arcade on Fracture, just all headshots. He makes the game look so effortless at the moment. It's an outrageous level.
I love their comps as well. I think their
They're
comps
so
are so
base,
good.
I want a double Senti. I'm such a double Senti sympathizer.
I think I would love EG to adopt like all of their comps.
I want to throw a question at you here, which is going to be unpopular. Stage 1, G2, they finished second in 2024. Stage 2, G2, they finished second in 2024. Is this team going to choke?
Nope.
Is this team going to fail to actually win in Americas when we look back on this in a week from now?
In Americas? Nah.
In Americas.
No one looks close.
Fine.
Now let me throw out a take that perhaps can only be made by one off the bath salts, like when I went for Furia qualifying. But am I insane for feeling like, at the moment, just pure power level from what we've seen, that the team that looks like they have the best shot of maybe getting an upset win against them is Crew?
Crew? Yeah.
Is that mental to say?
Well, no, because I think that we haven't actually seen Sen or MIBR players like at the level you would need to be to cause an upset. Like you would need to be just banging out the G2 players over and over again to have an upset. No one's outbeaten, no one's out competing them in terms of how drilled they are.
Yeah, that's why I'm taking Crew. Their form is just.
And you know what? I think you should take some more bath salts.
Fucking sick.
I'm gonna be honest, you're kind of spitting.
Yeah, I was right when I did it last time, so surely I'll be right again.
I think the Sentinel comps can probably work pretty well against some of the G2 stuff. As much as I'm super high up on a chamber, with a bit of anti, you can kind of punish the chamber a little bit and maybe catch him out in some of these areas where you're blowing the TP away with your Teo damage. So I do think that there is probably some game plans that Sentinels can do that can, if they manage to do them on the right rounds and it all goes well, then I think they might be able to actually get the right maps and have a good game plan. So I do think the Sentinels maybe have a higher % chance than we're thinking, just purely because I think the Teo stuff should work well against some of the G2 comps, and I think maybe G2 probably hasn't had as much practice against the Teo stuff as like more traditional comps.
You're talking a good talk here, but we're about to get into the viewer predictions and then our predictions, and we'll see whether you put the money.
I mean, dude, I'm just saying that it's a bigger percentage. I'm not saying it's the highest percentage. I'm just saying you guys are talking it like it's 20 and maybe it's 25-30.
That is not very bold from you.
Yeah, it's an extra 10% though.
Okay,
I can't knock it.
Right, so we'll watch this round. Dude, some of these rounds were so clean from Trent as well. He actually is just playing like such a beast. Our match of the week last week, Kurt, we have the graphic for the little Timothys out here. We have our match of the week prediction last week was Loud versus Sentinels, and there you are, you little Timothy. You predicted Sentinels, and yay! You were correct. 10,000 votes. 80% of you predicted Sentinels to win. Well done, little Timmies. You can check in on our community tab again to vote for the America's Match of the Week this week. You're 5-4 right now, and it's Sentinels versus G2 again. So here we're going to see whether you believe in Sen and the Sen fandom is going to win out, or whether you actually believe in your brain and the G2 side is going to win out. But this is our Match of the Week, upper bracket.
I was going to say,
you got something for me, Sliggy?
Yeah, I was going to say the viewers like to give it about the Plat Chat guarantee, but they're 5-4. I'm not sure you guys can stand on much. Yeah, I actually think we should be calling them out.
Ratio than our Plat Chat guarantees.
What's our current guarantee? We're better than that.
Well, I mean, Kurt will run the guarantee graphic after this prediction, actually. So let's have a look at this prediction. It's Sentinels versus G2. There we go. You didn't put your money where your mouth was, Sliggy, in terms of the
I was literally just arguing for an extra 10%. That's about it. Like, it's not as... Dude, we're 10-5.
That's good.
You viewers are shit. Fucking hell. Actually, like, I always see these Reddit posts calling us out. You need to look inwards. That's crazy.
I mean, we do give them the match of the week, which is supposed to be like the
closest
game,
one.
maybe.
Yeah, that's true.
Whereas we're literally trying to pick the
on
least
those
close ones.
It's like, wow, we had a Plat Chat guarantee that fucking EG would beat 2G. Incredible.
We to be fair, there are a lot of guarantees that we stumble into where it's like a 60-40, but we all went with the 60.
Yeah.
You know
this isn't one of those though, right?
This is an 80-20.
This is a 90-10.
No, guys, I just put the extra 10% on at least. Whatever your thoughts are,
I'll give you 75-25. I'll give you that.
I'm giving it a 70-30.
Damn,
okay.
I like that.
Sure.
But I mean, it's still strong G2. Let's have a look at the next one though, because the next one I think is going to be much more open. Our lower bracket game is MIBR playing against Crew. And we are split exactly 50-50.
Wow. I wanted to change this to Crew. I had an epiphany this morning, but I was too late on it. I want to be Crew.
Okay, so that would leave me as the only believer in MIBR then. And I suppose I was undecided on this one. But
Thank you, Kurt.
End of the day, I just kind of figured that fucking I don't like Crew and they're not going to go on a run. So
you're actually the biggest Crew hater there is.
Gotta go for it again.
They're not going to go on a run while one player is dropping bombs every fucking map. They're not going on a run when their players that one guy has a 3 KD every single map.
Okay, here's my real thoughts on this though. They had an opportunity in the Loud Crew game. Both Loud and Crew permaban Fracture. And they still got rid of Fracture instead of getting rid of Haven, which I think would have been the smarter decision in that situation. So that tells me that Crew are pissing their pants at the idea of playing Fracture. They don't want to do it at all. And I think they're just leaving Haven so open. And this attack side of Haven does not look great.
No,
I have
think
good
that's
news
valid.
for you, Josh.
I think they'll be all right.
What if I were to tell you that Loud is just also going to play a boring Haven, and it's going to be a coin flip, and if Crew players are insane, they're going to win?
What are you? Loud has already played them. Do you mean MIBR?
Yes. The team with Aspas,
Wait.
Loud, right?
Aspas is going to destroy Kesnet on maps where they're able to get a jet operator online.
It doesn't
That is
matter
my
because
take.
Melser is fucking incredible. It doesn't.
Shinom
Kesnet
has also
doesn't
been
even need
playing
to
really
play.
good. Shinom
Yeah,
the
he
Phenom, you don't
has.
believe in him?
Yes, I do. I do believe in them. I believe in Crew more right now.
Yeah, that's
also
fair.
additionally.
That's
Sorry, is your point with Fracture that Crew do not want to play it, and that is a knock
I
against
think-
them?
They don't want to play it so much that they're unwilling to even float it when both teams have it as their perma, which means
Right.
that they always leave Haven open as a potential weakness for themselves, right?
Yes.
So I think
Okay,
Crew
that's,
could
I was
even
just
be playing that
clarifying,
situation
because
better.
that's MIBR's permaban as well. Yeah, I was just clarifying.
And maybe,
Yeah.
I don't know how the vetoes work. Like, maybe if MIBR are also pissing their pants about Fracture, maybe MIBR will, like, ban it before Crew even get the chance. But there's a game of chicken happening here, and Crew were the bigger chickens in the game against Loud.
Yeah, I think if it goes like that, it's probably third map, right? Because Crew would lose Haven and MIBR would lose Bind. But I do think that it's not 100% that they won't float the Fracture if they both permaban it. Because you would be mad to pick Fracture if you don't play it just because the other team picks Fracture when you know how bad Crew are on Haven. It's kind of like where
We
I'm
also-
at. So I think
Are we
Crew
so
should
sure
float
that
it.
we haven't even seen MIBR on Haven? We don't know how to
No, we don't.
evaluate their. I mean, we
dude,
can't
it's
evaluate
Aspas,
their level
though.
on it at the moment.
Well,
If
They played
it is-
off season.
If the
They
tournament,
did, yeah.
if the map pool is Haven Bind, which it could well be, we
Yeah.
don't know what MIBR is like on Haven, and we've only seen them play Bind once, which they lost to 100 Thieves after being 9-3, 8-4 up in the first half. I don't know. I might be smoking this one.
And
this one.
MIBR's
I don't
success
think- I
came
think
on
it's too
attack
crazy.
side in that game. Sorry to talk
Yeah.
over you.
Yeah.
so good.
But MIBR's success came on their attack side against 100 Thieves, and they're going up against Crew, who are a fucking concrete wall on defense. So I just don't see them ever winning that map.
Well-
I mean, the only way they could get away with this, or not playing it, is if I don't know the order of the pick bans, but if Crew ban first and they ban Fracture, and then MIBR are able to get Bind
Binds.
out, that would be a massive advantage for them in the series.
Yeah,
It might
yeah.
actually come down to who picks or bans fast. Or who's
Which is
like
so silly.
Which is crazy, isn't it? But that does happen when people have the same perma ban. But
Yeah.
both teams should float it for second ban, realistically.
They should.
Yeah.
Do you want to see a funny graphic of the people that believed in NRG as our bold predictions for kickoff? I think all of us had NRG and G2 in some kind of order.
Yep.
I think
Not all of
For who would
us.
be at the top. Well,
Not
I
all
mean,
of us.
we're all looking pretty fucking stupid here, other than Dryad.
Yep.
I'll tell you that.
Dryad is looking like the fucking smartest person we've ever had on the show. The one Crew believer, the G2 winning
True.
predictor. Like, the amount of wisdom radiating from her is wild.
She did still have NRG second, but that doesn't show on the graphic, so it doesn't matter about that. And I don't think we
Luckily,
did get. Yeah,
You
we don't
can't
get to see who Wyatt had.
in second.
And
it
who
was
was that,
G2.
Wyatt?
It was G2.
Really?
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Go back, check
That's
the tape. It
unfortunate.
was G2.
Wait, who is it actually?
It was
I
G2.
didn't-
Furia.
Sliggy.
It was Furious.
Furia?
Holy, bro, you thought they were going to
Yes.
make a run to
Dude, you
second?
thought
went-
Gloria was winning.
I went with, listen, again, off-season fucking Andy take, but with the form that Furia were in, coming out of the off-season, Furia, they get their allotted 2 to 3 weeks of looking like a team full of 5 gods, and then they go back to being perfectly mid.
If we were
I
trusting...
was just going in on the fuck it. Furia, if they continue that off-season form, they might just bang teams out and go on a run off the basis of that.
And basically, that was
then
crew in the end.
yeah, and it ended up just being
That's
crew
sick.
who performed
Clearly.
worse than them in that offseason.
You weren't even
against them.
off season
But-
pilled enough. If you truly cared about the off season, you would have had fucking NRG Trust and Plug finals in Americas.
That's true.
Come on.
The
That's-
trust in
hey,
plug.
I have the mid qualifying ascension, so close enough.
It's time then for us to close out the show with Wyatt, your wonderful segment that we always end with. Wyatt's Weekly Award.
1 second, I forgot to change it, so let me change
Okay.
it real quick.
Okay, hold. Wyatt, you're going to have to
What
do
do you
one
think
live.
about,
You have to do a live intro of you bouncing a basketball and then cycling.
Yeah, when you
to-
got around the house.
Which one? Oh, this one's really good. We haven't seen this one in a minute. All right.
What do we got? I was looking for a
Let's see.
prop.
Kurt's cooking one up.
I just gotta switch to lower third. There we go.
All right, here we go. This new update rules. What the fuck? I don't even.
That is some footage from like 2020.
I don't
Alpha.
remember recording
That's
that.
old.
That is.
That is very old.
He's got the fucking the
I don't remember
office
that at
liquidation setup.
I do not fucking remember them recording that one. That was a deep cut. This week, you know what I mean? Listen, it's been a tough week for some of these players. There have been a lot of teams eliminated. There are a lot of teams displaying greatness, like G2. But the award is not going to anyone from G2. It's going to go to Asuna. You know, he tried his best. He got eliminated. That's too bad. But bro's looking good out here. You know what I mean? He's not letting the loss get to him. He's still enjoying that offseason. He's looking hella good. He's going to come back stronger than ever. T1 fighting, all that shit. You know what I mean? We'll see him back in stage 1.
That's why is
What?
Do you think he
What-
looks? Do you think he looks good or no, Josh?
I do think
You're
he
not a
looks
fan
good.
of the fit?
Yeah. No, I
No?
like it.
There you
No,
go,
I like
taste.
it. I like
Oh, okay.
it. I mean, that's
What's your
that's
favorite part about his fit?
Probably the thigh-high slit in the dress. I mean, that it captures the attention. I gotta say, it definitely draws the eye.
Fucking hell. But
Yeah, that's
There you
lovely.
go. There you go for the weekly war. It can't always be about gameplay. You know what I mean? Last
It's
week was
rarely about gameplay, dare I
was
say.
gonna say.
It was Mata last week, you know? He deserved it.
He did.
Yeah,
Can't always
Right.
be about gameplay.
right. Well, there you go. If you want to win Wyatt's Weekly Award, you can either give one gifted to Wyatt or you can dress up for Lunar New Year. We'll be back next week where we will be discussing all of the teams that will have qualified for Masters Bangkok. Because at that point, we'll have played out all of the finals, upper bracket finals, lower bracket finals, all over the place. We'll be finding out who's going to join EDG and Trace at our first Masters event of 2025. Until then, subscribe to the channel, keep yourselves safe. This was episode 204. Thank you very much. See you in a bit.